knows no mercy. You or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living? Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
darkness I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate's immortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail.
其实已经很多年没回家过过中秋了。
别说了嘛，没有拿到冠军之前，我是不会回去的。
赏月，我这边也有月啊。
好了好了，就这样，中秋快乐，拜拜。
凯豹，你真的觉得你能拿冠军啊？
人如果没有梦想，那和咸鱼有什么区别？你打职业难道不想拿冠军吗？
很多事情努力了也不一定有结果的。我老了，还是养家糊口更重要啊。
我告诉你，我心中那团火焰是不会熄灭的。
我们说春季赛都在问楚真你去哪了？你们现在抬头看一看，楚真他在哪儿？恭喜楚真！
虽然这次又爆浆了，但我现在有了月光宝盒，可以回到过去，把他们都拿下。
月光宝盒能够穿越时空的法器，传说中至尊宝曾用它救下白晶晶。
菠萝蜜。菠萝蜜。哦！
是再度恭喜凯豹王者归来，再次站到了这个熟悉但又陌生的舞台。掌声送给他。
我努力这么久，终于可以了。
对不起，小豹，我真的很需要这个冠军。我老了，还是养家糊口更重要啊。
年龄大一些的以后，发现其实就比较简单，就是为家人过得好一些嘛，就是能做的就这些嘛。
早知道还是回家过中秋了。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to some NARAKA Pro League Trios bi-weekly 2. I am Nbpl. I'll be bringing your expert analysis today, and I am joined by Seb and his beautiful hairdo. My man, you're looking good today. What are you looking forward to today, Seb, for today's NARAKA Trios?
I appreciate the hair comment. We're still working on it. I had a little bit of a bad cut, but we're trying to get it back into a better shape. I appreciate it.
That's the best bad cut I've ever seen.
The hairline's starting to show a little bit, but you know, we're working on it. We're working on it. I appreciate the compliment. But you know, today I haven't seen any. I haven't gotten the pleasure of casting the trios yet for the Nbpl in the summer split right now. So this is going to be the first time back for trios for myself, and I'm super excited to see how the gameplay has evolved from the last split of the Nbpl. I'm excited to see what new comps these teams are going to be playing, and I'm excited to see the integration of these new teams into the game that I haven't really gotten a chance to see how that these teams are going to be coming in and changing up the game based on, you know, what we've seen in the past, and hopefully it'll be all good things coming for the future. And speaking of good things in your future, hopefully we can get you some free Twitch drops, ladies and gentlemen. All you have to do is watch the stream for 15, 30, and 60 minutes, and you will get yourself a gift at every single one of those markers. And make sure to tune in to the bi-weekly finals and get yourself some spring split or summer split gifts that are going to be exclusive to each and every single one of the bi-weeklies. So make sure you get those gifts and come and watch. Otherwise, there's going to be no other chance to come and claim these gifts.
Yeah, a lot of these gifts, guys, they are exclusive to that week. So this is your only chance to get these. Some of these free things are super coveted and they are once a year. So make sure you tune in for anything that you would love. Free stuff is always wonderful. Seb, you're in for a real treat with the new meta, and we still have GG in this particular lobby, the best team at the moment. You're gonna get to see them do it and play the best NARAKA you've ever seen with the new map and some new comps. We got Hadi, Kylan, Zipping. We still got the Zai, Matari, Karumi. We still have Siphon looking like still the 2-year dominance. CN still hasn't let it go. They keep saying it's one of the strongest. We do have a new variation of Transformers. Now Monk is being paired with Takeda. Monk's also V2. He has Karumi with him. And we're still having those Viper compositions, but the new phasing, the new point system has a new style of trios that I think you will enjoy. Now looking at the overall standings, 5-2-1 at 20.5, TE at 26, ASE, one of the newer teams, Seb, but still veterans on that team at 32.5, JDG at 44, X1 at 47.3, JL at 50.2. The points are so much closer this season. This leads to a lot more tighter games, a lot more drama. ERG at 56, Alliance at 57, OUG at 59, EWG at 62, Wolves at 65.4, and for the first time, BBE having a monster first day, bringing it all together. Their coaching definitely on point. Their endgame strategy on point. I think they're a little bit ahead of the curve with their endgame Spirit Well strategy that you'll see, Seb. But Wolves, EWG, Alliance, newcomers to the top 5. Now, this is the day 2 for the trio, so will be one more day. So can they keep up their dominance with some of these stronger teams? Now, OUG's you moving over to Bauda. I can't wait to watch my GOAT you play with them, see if it's all coming together, but also get to see GG, the champs, the training and defending. How are they going to be adjusting to this current meta?
Yeah, and it's always interesting to see how these players adjust, because sometimes they do not adjust, and you definitely see it in their gameplay. They start to fall back in the standings and you start to see their performance drop. But today, these are going to be our participating teams. We've got SS1, GG, EWG, Alliance, Bauda, Fun Plus Phoenix, WBG, TE, Wolves, JL, Bamboo Esports, and KLA coming to play today. Ladies and gentlemen, this is sure to be a great game. I'm so excited to see how the day is going to unfold. We've got 6 games coming for you guys today. We saw the schedule a little bit earlier, taking a look at our backstage cam right now, seeing how all these players getting ready, getting locked in for the tournament today. It is sure to be a fun one. Raven, I know some of these casters do not like the predictions, but I know that you are a man of predictions sometimes. So hopefully, let's see what we got today. What do you think is going to be our outcome? How do you think these predictions and standings are going to go by the end of the day?
My favorite team is in the lobby, the Innovators, JL, the God Tactician, TXJ. He's part of the championship world team TE. They moved over to JL, so I love to see them when they're in their lobby. They always bring exciting new things. Now GG, the defending champs, we got to go with them as the favorite, but where my heart goes is definitely to the foreign team 5-2-1. When the foreign teams do better and show that we can compete on the world stage, it looks good for all foreign teams everywhere. So I a little bit have a vested interest. Plus, I've seen BBE put in the work. I've gotten to speak with them. They definitely are super passionate about NARAKA, and they're using this pro league as a boot camp leading into the worlds. So I'm very excited to see how this crescendo, how this boot camp pays off, because for most of these competitors, the dream is not only to win this Nbpl finals, but the bigger finals, the world finals later in Shanghai and Chengdu.
And that's always the dream. And taking a look, guys, our first game is going to be on the new map Predoria, and that is what I'm most excited for, ladies and gentlemen, to see how these trios players are going to be able to adapt to the new map. We have a whole bunch of cool little Easter eggs that we have going on. We've got the red soul jade, we've got the red longsword, we've got the special zones that give you a specific buff for the first couple minutes of the game if you spawn in those zones. I'm excited to see how these players are going to take advantage of these little Easter eggs that they have added onto this map and how they're going to be able to capitalize on them and use them to their advantage in the pro space. Now, getting into this game, Bamboo Esports putting up big numbers on day one. They have been a team that we've always wanted to see a little bit more of. We've known how powerful they are individually, but their team synergy just didn't seem to be working too well for them last season. They were putting up a little bit of numbers, but their consistency was not on par with the Nbpl teams that have been playing for a long time. Them coming from a different region, they had a lot more to prove than some of these CN teams. So having them up on the top of the stage right now is definitely where they want to be. It's a great space to have a team from non-CN competing in the Nbpl up at the top. Just shows that the rest of the world does have an even playing field with these pro players from CN, and I'm super excited to see more from them today.
Now, GG and Wolves, both of these guys have been super dominant in these end games. I don't know if you saw any of the clips with the white tiger buff, that last spirit well, providing the white tiger buff, providing that big AoE nuke every time they get a kill, has changed the dynamic of these end games. All of these teams prep their compositions, prep their lineups to defend against it. And with two of the specialists, GG and Wolves, being the pioneers of this strategy, I'm curious to see how it's going to play out now that the CN lobby is actually reacting to this. I would say this lobby is actually way more stacked than the other lobby. 4 out of the top 5 teams in the league are playing. It is the group play. The top 12 of each weekly goes on forward to play in the weekly finals, but every point still matters. What I love about these weeklies is once these teams get ahead and they feel very comfortable, we see a lot of limit testings. We see some new compositions on different maps. Now, looking at the first phase, no surprises here. Everyone has a little bit in different interpretation. CN still hasn't decided what the best composition on each map particularly is. We see Siphon, we see Xiphon, and we see the new hottie zipping Kylan comp. Now, me personally, I think on Predoria, the Kylan hottie comp has the most advantage on many different terrains. It also has the most even power spike, where it's very strong off spawn, mid game, and end game, versus Sand Siphon, which also performs super well in end game. Has a little bit of vulnerability early game, can't really take that off spawn fight, but once it starts snowballing, this is what GG, the #1 team, is known for. And now Wolves is starting to challenge that throne and do the same strategy themselves. So I think there's going to be an epic battle between these two titans. I'm really happy to see how this plays out today.
And it's going to be a very exciting one indeed, just like it always is, ladies and gentlemen. As we are about to hop into game #1, everybody's got their hero picks locked in and underway. Pretty standard stuff across the board, nobody trying any crazy comps, and I'm super excited to see how this new Kylan hottie comp is going to be taking place in this game. It is a comp that does have a few risks to it. The pro players have all their bases covered, but you know, the Kylan V2 ultimate does have a little bit of risk to it. Sending those shots out, you do lose a little bit of HP every time you throw a blade, so it can be a little bit difficult to regain footing, but the way that these pro players play it, I'm sure they're going to be able to make up that ground. It's exactly what they've got the Z-ping in there for. And as we are about to lock in, taking a look one more time at which heroes are going to be played by each of the teams, and it looks like only one team, SS1 and BIWEEK2 actually, have used hero points this round. They're down to 8 for both of them. The rest of these players still at 9 hero points. It's a little bit risky using a hero point right at the start, but if you want to come out on top, you want to have a strong game, taking a hero point away is not the worst thing that you can do.
Something that's also very different this season the phasing, the hero points have really forced teams to go deep in the tank. We've seen some Yodos coming out, and we've also seen Vipers transition into this F3v1 style. F3 providing that nice anti-heal and big nuke, and V1 providing that 5-second stun. Now, traditionally, we've always seen this Attack on Titan comp come in, use their silence to find kills. But now, the ultimate, from what I've gathered from 3 of the coaches in the league, is used defensively, almost like a support ult to win situations, rather than looking for a very, very precise silence wombo combo coming in with Tessa. Now teams just utilize one ult and try to drain the other team's ultimate resources in order to find the kill. Really, really exciting stuff. NARAKA's meta has been evolving over the 3 years. Now there's audibles. Now we can go this way and that way. It's no longer just a one-trick pony strategy. Now, looking at Predoria, at first, teams were landing very hot. Now, as teams have gotten accustomed to the timings, we're seeing a lot more varied strategies. This spread out strategy has become the new standard. Now to the north, BBE going with the red jade. Getting that red jade makes it very, very, very tough for teams to win against you inside Yang. That 1,000 health heal out of nowhere is such a ace card under the sleeve. But starting off, Spawn, first game of the day, Seb, Alliance versus Wolves.
Taking a look at the first fight of the day, we are going to be seeing Wolves putting full pressure onto Alliance right off the bat here. And it looks like Revenge taking a lot of damage already here. And Yuma also going down pretty low. People getting knocked back here. The F abilities are going to be coming into play. Wolf Zem getting knocked back as well, taken decently low here, but Revenge getting knocked down. Huge parry coming out on the side. Both Alliance players are going to get parries. Wolf Zem going to place that F ability out to try and get away, but Alliance coming out on top of this fight here are going to knock out 2 players of Wolves. As we flip over to our next scrap off starting here, SS1 reset is going to go down. Huge parry coming out from the SS1 player, trying to get out of here as fast as possible. JL hot in pursuit of him here. Rosemary is going to go down really quickly. Now they've got one more player as TE is deciding to join the fight as well. TE's Leo is going to go down, and JL picking up 6 eliminations right off the bat. Very, very explosive start from them coming out to start this game.
Like I was saying before, Viper and that F3 so powerful off spawn. The weapon rarity dealing a lot more damage with that nice AoE nuke. TXJ creating a ton of influence. Oh, Spawn already get WBG versus EWG. EWG having a great season so far. Swan is going to get Tessa ulted right now. Walker does get a peel off. He's going to make his way back in, checking out his teammates. Tessa ult. Jing able to get a massive ult here, dictating the fight, and EWG is going to fall to WBG. Sleepwalker, right as he comes in, immediately gets shredded again, but good job on WBG finding that opening and closing it out. This is one of the places that we're seeing Vipers on this map come back out. There was a little bit of it showing during Koi Cup. Nbpl started. A lot of teams tried it out and they moved away from it. Now we're seeing that same rise. I just believe the phases and the character points are so brutal right now with how critical you have to split up your Kurumi and Zipping. It's really, really tough to get the composition that you particularly would like on each map. And we're seeing these teams who are successful having a deep, deep playbook on every single composition. The days of being a specialist in one comp, I think, are over. You're gonna have to be good on multiple compositions if you want to be one of the strongest teams in the league.
Well, yeah, lots of times before we saw these players playing for the majority of the games one singular comp, and those would be the games that they had to perform, and if they didn't perform on those, they were sort of done for the rest. As when they played their backup comps, they ended up faltering. As we're going to take a look at this fight now, KLA fighting against BBE. Roy Shishi now, using that F ability to be able to get out, as the Wu Chen swords are going to be able to block most of that range damage coming through, giving them a chance to just back off of this scrap here. That looks like they are just going to end up going their separate ways, trying to stack up a little bit more before re-engaging into a fight. Both teams still with their resurrections available. So they do have the opportunity to try and aggress onto this fight, but no ultimates available for either team. As we take a look now, EWG running into KLA. KLA still only with the Kurumi ult available, and now EWG on the back foot, no resurrections available, so they are going to try and play it safe right now. 0 kills on the board for them so far, but they still do have a lot of ground that they can make up here as we're taking a look now. GG focusing heavy onto TE's Leo here. CJS getting the grapple onto him once, getting it the second time around here, trying to go with the focus attacks on the purple nunchucks, but is going to get parried here. Rest of his team doing a great job at the PL, able to get those nunchucks back quickly, as it looks like the TE player, Leo, is going to be just more focused on getting away than trying to get any kills at this point. The 3v1, we're going to see the jellyfish getting popped here, taking a lot of damage from all of those jellyfish. Now the range damage is going to be coming into play as Leo forcing himself to back out of this fight really fast, using that ultimate to get himself to safety. Does have to cancel here, where it looks like he did take a lot of damage from the poison, so it's going to force him to cancel the ult, but he's now gaining health back little by little here, as it looks like his teammates have used that ultimate to save him, but on the Ziping Yang.
A nice job getting away from GG. Now, GG known for this very, very slow, methodical style off spawn on their tried and true Siphon. I'm excited. Well, actually, no, it's Kylan Hottie. So even with the Kylan Hottie, GG is opting to start the day very, very slow. They're not really looking for that off spawn fight now. On the contrary, FPX does find a nice off spawn fight. Getting an off spawn site does have a ton of benefits. You get a little bit more power spike just because the money from each kill is significantly more in Immortal War. And the name of the game for Siphon, for this Takeda, is the weapon slots. You need weapon slots on each player on your team in order to pick up more weapons. The weapons increase the power of the Takeda, going from purple to gold. And ideally, you do want to get to purple before that first Yang. Now we're going to get Bauda, my GOAT, you versus WBG. Sleepwalker had a ton of success off spawn. Can they continue it? Getting the V1 off the F3. Temion's going to be invested for the peel, but Bauda is going to be stunned in the middle of everyone. You is going to get staggered, but the Temi ult, the Wisp, peels off Sleepwalker. He's not able to get any damage off, any value off. Nice job by Peak on the Kurumi to peel off Sleepwalker. It's going to force out the Wuchen port with the Wuchen port above. All the teams are going to be able to see. X1 is immediately going to see them pour down. Rosemary is going to pop ultimate, or Zen is going to pop that Matariel, chasing down WBG's Wuchen. Looks like WBG's Axio is not going to be able to get out. Sleepwalker's also going to get caught. The aggression from SS1 perfectly positioned to capitalize on this port out, and WBG is going to fall with 3 kills.
They were so close to coming away with the eliminations on to the team there. The Temi ultimate saving them just a little bit. They almost had, Sleepwalker almost had the double charge off. He moves a little bit too far backwards and does end up getting eliminated. Now we are going to see them after the port out getting caught out, getting eliminated, sorry. And they do have 1 player left, and they do have their souls, so they will be taking themselves to a soul altar to try and stay back into this game. Regaining their footing might be a little bit more difficult now, but we've seen teams come back from less. As we're jumping in, the Realm of Yangs are going to be spawning pretty soon, so be sure to pay attention for those, as those fights are going to get very interesting here. BBE looks to be taking some sort of scrap off up in the northern corner of the map, as we see them fighting against SS1 up on the top.
KLA, I'm excited to see whether or not they can bring their game back. They didn't have as good as a week 1. Week 2 is here, though. SS1 is going to keep up their aggression, though. It doesn't look like they're interested going into the first Rumble Yang. Rosemary's going to invest their Zai ult immediately. Matariel's going to go down, and BBE is going to be forced to port out. They did force out both offensive ults. I'm curious to see if they're going to continue fighting this. Oh, wait, they still have Viper ult, but no Matari counter ult there, but they are vulnerable. Looks like first Yang is going to be going down. Alliance poised to go in. They are top 5 currently. KLA challenging as well. We're going to get our first Realm of the Yang today, and it looks like we're first going to be watching EWG versus Alliance. Can't really see what Alliance or EWG's comp. It looks like it's going to be a nice mirror matchup. Let's see who Alliance is going to open up on. Taking to the skies, NY7, Zai's perspective, dropping down. Going to be mirroring onto the other Zai. The other Zai, Lowy, is going to bail out with his F3, but hot pursuit. NY7 says, where are you going? Let's get this action going. Kurumi ult is going to be forced out. The Zai advantage given from Alliance's NY7. He delayed his ultimate. Now his ultimate's going to be coming online. The ton of pressure going out onto EWG's Zai. EWG Zai's trying to get away, but he is absolutely staggered and locked down by NY7. Pushed against the wall. He's gonna fall. EWG just completely dismantled this first Realm of Yang, and Alliance is gonna continue their momentum onto day 2.
Absolute textbook play of the comp, getting their players low, waiting till the other team uses their ultimates before bringing out and answering with ults of their own, just absolutely overpowering the team as they come away with the victory. As we're now flipping over BIWEEK2 versus KLA. KLA now looking like they're on the back foot here. We're going to see the Furen coming out, taking out KLA's QGG now in the 3v1 situation here. We are seeing them dealing so much damage. CXZ actually still alive here, trying to back out, but the 1-2 getting too difficult for him to avoid here. And the 1-2 with the fan grapple coming in on the other side is going to be it for him. And now QGG, the last eliminated on the team, as BIWEEK2 take the next Realm of Yang. Wolves winning their Realm of Yang as well. Alliance being the winners of the realm that we witnessed happen at the very start here. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a game on our hands. BIWEEK2's you picking up himself a nice gold pole sword there, as all of these players are going to be given that Vermilion's Bird Might buff to be able to give themselves one extra chance at life if they do find themselves in a pickle and go down in the next 2 minutes and 50 seconds here. Going to do a little bit of shopping and take themselves back for a greater positioning in the next zone as we continue the game forward, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice job from BIWEEK2. Winning that first Realm of Yang is critical for Siphon. You get all those gold weapons, purple armor onto your main carry, Takeda. You with a gold weapon, a force to be reckoned with, especially you get the pole sword or the fist or fan, one of the ideal weapons for this Takeda composition. Funny stuff, seeing BIWEEK2's you going against his former organization's former teammates on KLA and making quick work with him. Now BIWEEK2 versus Alliance, buff team on buff team, both teams winning in Yang. NY7, can he repeat his success earlier? His Matari is instantly gonna get executed, no hesitation coming out from BIWEEK2, and they're gonna make quick work of Alliance. Just no effort at all for them. Wolves is going to be showing up for the third party. NY7 has the Vermilion's buff. He can just look to get any value he can, see if he can see if anyone gets low, try to pick off a kill, but you is going to close it out with his teammates from BIWEEK2. Now Wolves is going to come in and commit to this. Kylan also going to be coming out. XCM is going to take down Peak first. Now in a 2v3 situation, no ults to his name. Wolves is putting BIWEEK2 in the blender. Yao Rao is gonna fall, and another fourth party is coming in. JL's Fong and TXJ coming in hot, destroying the competition. EWG is here as well. Just a festival of oogliness coming in everywhere. XCM and Wolves are going to fall to the amount of destruction coming in to the north on Perdoria.
Is that all the Yang teams already eliminated here as we go into this game? The buffs have all been used up within 30 seconds. All of these teams dead, and now it's KLA versus EWG at the end of the scrap off here, taking the third and fourth party slots, fighting each other now, as KLA is going to end up picking up a kill here. I do believe they had the Yang depletion under their belts, which has now been cured for 2 of their players. GG needing to cure their Yang depletion as well. They've still got 2 players left who need to pick up Soul Blooms, and the rest of these teams, SS1 fully eliminated as well. Taking a look, we are going to see WBG picking up a kill onto GG's CJS. 330 now getting a huge parry onto Sleepwalker. We're going to see him try to come through with a purple dagger in hand. Sleepwalker now backing up. We do see the Tessa coming out from, I believe, this WBG's Jing. Tessa ult is going to proc here, as they are going to end up going for a bit of a reset. LXM now in a bit of trouble, going to use that Hottie Cube to get himself out of danger, but the rest of the team still hot in pursuit, and WBG is going to be eliminated from this game.
Wait, WBG eliminated?
Sorry, GG is going to be eliminated from this game.
Yeah, WBG. I was like, wait a minute, WBG is still alive. They did find the win onto GG, and we're gonna go back into the Realm of Yang. Wolves versus GG, both the Titans going at it. First Realm of Yang, critical fight right now, but 3-3-0 is gonna have already fallen. XEM is gonna be fighting against CGS. Nice half charge from CGS coming out, winning that neutral situation, but he's gonna get the nice reset here. Two are gonna be diving on him, Kylan and Zipping. The cube's gonna be coming out. CGS and LXM trying their heart out. Delayed ult from CGS coming out, but with no Zipping ult, how can he continue this pressure? He is going to go with 1/2/, putting XEM against the wall. Looks for the third one, but XEM, nice tap dodge, responding with the slash himself. GG's Hottie will fall. Now CGS in a 1v3 situation. He's going to get some nice chunky slash right there, but Zipping's heal is going to keep Wolves up, and Wolves is showing that the throne will be contested today. GG will fall, but this is only game one. Everyone's still warming up for the day. Looks like Bauda will be going in. I'm excited to see Wolves versus Bauda. Sand Siphon, the 2-year dominant composition versus the new dominant composition of Wolves. Who is going to take it this time? Wolves or Bauda, Seb?
Wolves and Bauda, this is going to be a very interesting fight. It's like a finals of the Realm of Yang here, as we're seeing Zem trying to come away with some range shots. Doesn't connect with any of his muskets here, but is going to bring out the purple pole sword for some extra damage here. F ability invested onto the Takeda. We are going to see him bringing around that stone form slash, able to come away with a lot of damage, forcing the cube out early here. You're going to see if he can get some musket shots. Flips over to the golden hung sword, is now going to bring out that ultimate really fast here, trying to take the Kurumi out as fast as possible, trying to take away their heals, getting a whole bunch of damage, able to group them all together as they're trying to hide in the Kurumi circle here, or play around the Kurumi circle, able to get a lot of damage in while grouping together. Them doing a really good job of trying to get away from all of these players with the ultimates. The Takeda fearing a little bit too much for him though, forced to take the cube again. Now no ult in hand. Bauda looking very, very powerful, or Wolves, sorry, looking very powerful as trying to come around. Bauda able to pick up another kill, and now Wolves ZK in the 3v2 situation here. Cube gonna come into play again. Bauda's you sending in the grapples on the pull sword, is gonna try and make something happen on to ZK, as now IHQ here trying to make something happen on the scale rush here. As we see him, he is going to use that F ability to try and get out of there, but the bow shot coming in from Yiran. Yiran able to make big damage here, but the nice parry is going to come out, and there we go. ZK going down. Bauda picking up the ability in the Realm of Yang, in the victory in the Realm of Yang, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, as Bauda victorious again. Gold armor, another golden hung sword for them, and they are going to be able to pick themselves up a nice little buff. And it looks like the name of the game is Draco Storm here, as these other players are using the Draco Storm. Bauda is going to opt for the Mystic Might, as the White Tiger's prowess has seemingly made a little bit of a disappearance.
Nice job from Bauda to secure that, showing that Sand Siphon is still super, super dominant. FPX now with the Draco Storm. We've seen Draco Storm a lot more in the league. BBE, tough break for them running into this Draco Storm. Sand Siphon, Iben is going to use that V1 to peel for his teammates, but now he's getting focus fired by this Draco Storm. He needs a port out right now, but no port will be coming. Fat Milk doesn't have port up, and it looks like JL is going to be coming in. Alliance as well. Alliance super stacked out of their minds. Double gold armor for them now. BBE, Fat Milk is going to get Tessa ulted, shredded from JL. Nice calculated assassination coming out from JL, but they're running into this juggernaut. Alliance and FPX. The Draco Storm hits are coming down. BBB will fall. Can they get out of here right now? Now, Wuchen's port is a lot more visible right now, so they're going to be able to chase down this team, and it looks like Alliance will be able to catch up to VVV. He's going down as a noble sacrifice, so TX, J, and Fong can live to fight another day, possibly get a res, but Alliance starting off the day super strong, already having 8 kills going into this endgame. JL having a good off spawn, getting 6, and a 3 more later, up to 9 kills. Now, the cool thing, Seb, about the current meta, it's the point system that NARAKA has set up. There is no more placement multiplier going out of the league. So all of the teams play a way heavier kill strategy. That means early and mid game, we just see non-stop action coming from these teams, because you can play the whole time, get 6-9 kills off spawn, and that might be a really good round, not needing to go to that last little bit of endgame to secure that placement. And we're gonna get Bowda finding TXJ. Will he be able to live with 3 players chasing him, Seb?
It might be a difficult one here, but we are going to see the ult getting popped. It looks like they are going to be able to avoid the ultimate strike here, as Bowda still heavy in pursuit of TXJ. The Storm dealing so much damage. It is very inevitable that he is going to go down, but will it be to the Storm or will it be to the members of Bowda? And that's what we're going to see happen here, as it looks like he is not going to give them the kill credit here, as Z-Ran's health getting very dangerously low. And like you said earlier, we were talking about the new placement system, as the only multiplier will be given to the first place team. So the amount of stress that is required to put onto placing first has been relieved from these players, or placing high. Now you need to place first, or it doesn't really matter where you place. The higher the better, obviously, due to placement points, but the multiplier has been factored out of play, so it gives these players more of a incentive to run for early game and mid game kills. As we're taking a look now, speaking of mid game kills, we're seeing Wolves trying to fight against WBG here. Huge parry coming up from ZK. Now Zem trying to get out of this down little cave area, as we are going to be seeing them trying as hard as they can to get out of this spot. The buttery rocks coming into play a little bit here, as these players are slipping and falling. Bowda here trying to see if they can pick up the pieces of this fight, as WBG's ACL has gone down, and now Wolves backing out to the other side. TXJ has gone down from JL, and I guess the entire JL team has been eliminated. WBG's Jing picking up that last elimination onto One Fang, and Bowda and Wolves go their separate ways for now, as they do not want to be going out this early. Bowda on 12 eliminations already, putting up huge numbers in this first game. BBE with only 3, Alliance with 8, Wolves with 4, FunPlus Phoenix and KLA 3 and 2 on the board for them. As we are nearing the closing of Circle 3 onto Circle 4, we still do have 20 players left, so this is still sure to be a very interesting game here, as NiHQ taking 3 scatter shot bows to the head with the burst arrow. That was not comfortable for him. He still keeps it moving, as we are going to see Bowda giving a little bit of pursuit here, as they are starting to follow closely behind to Wolves.
Yeah, 20 people left. Bowda up to 12 kills. Alliance up to 8 kills. We're going to be transitioning to that end game. Second realm of Yang is over. Now we're going to get that first Spirit Well. They're going to come up, followed by the 80% Moonbane, and finally the last buff Spirit Well will round out our game 1. Wolves playing consistent. They don't have the most amount of scale, but they did manage to secure some of their Yang depletion. Now playing for res. Will they be able to get their third up? Unfortunately for them, FPX smells something going on. They're lurking to pick up some kills right now, and nowhere is safe when you're looking for a res. It takes a lot of coordination to find a safe store in these stacked end games. Teams have become accustomed to hunting these situations for these scuffed teams. Rarely do we see multiple teams being able to get to these end games and surviving, and it looks like Wolves XEM has 2 reses to his name. He's gonna have double res right now. He does have max corruption, though. He is gonna fall after res. No, he's gonna use his Kylan ultimate. Smart play from him and providing that immortality. Now coming into zone right now, he is gonna see Alliance waiting for them. Are they going to be able to rest safely as they go in? Zone's going to be going in. Double white armor. If anyone checks this team, they're immediately going to get jumped on. But good job by Wolves to salvage this situation, salvage their loss in the realm of Yang. But now Alliance, as I was saying, they were scouting out the edge of zone. They're about to hold Wolves here in zone. Matari ult is going to be invested. F3 going in for NY7. Now they don't want to overcommit here. Another team can do the same thing back to them. Wolves has their work cut out for them. Are they going to sacrifice someone? It looks like they're going to cut right, and Alliance is going to give up some space, but NHQ is not going to make it out. The Matari of Alliance is chasing him down. They do need to get one hit on him in order to find this kill. Can he dodge? It looks like Yuma is going to get that tag, and Wolves will survive with 2 players as we transition to some endgame.
That was a very smart play. They did end up losing a player along the way, but coming away with 1 more player than they would have, as 2 of their players still did have that Yang depletion. And oh my goodness, big damage coming on to ZK here, getting caught by a wisp from Atemi is going to end up going down to TE's wash, as KLA CXZ is also able to pick up Fun Plus Phoenix's Xiaohu. Xiaohu is going to be eliminated. They are going to use that Temi ult though to come away with the resurrection, as we are seeing the Kurumi ult backing themselves up for the full reset. They are going to be able to burn 2 of their ultimates, but at the cost of keeping themselves in this game at full strength. So great play from them, very smart. They are just going to try and hold things out in this little corner of space that they've cut out for themselves here, as they do not want to be aggressing onto fights right now with only 1 ultimate available, especially not with their healing ultimate offline. As we are going to see BBE and Fun Plus Phoenix duking it out at the top here, just trying to take some space. Alliance's Yuma taking a lot of damage here, forced to heal up. Ibin, last remaining player on the team, is getting sharked on by TE, getting followed around. The blistering edge is going to come out from Leo here. Now Ibin trying to come with the scale rush, but Wash is going to pick up the elimination, gets the Soul Bloom, is going to be able to get out of there fast before the rest of Bauda and KLA are going to be able to send some range shots over. We are going to see KLA using that Temi ult to create some space here. They are also coming under some heavy fire. QGG getting absolutely demolished with from health right now. The cannon shots coming in, armor swap available for him. Godly dropping his armor and popping that F, so he is able to block those range shots with his F ability. Very smart play from them. Way to think on the fly to be able to come away with their lives. Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves 5 minutes left in this game. Circle 5 closing onto Circle 6 as we speak. The cannon shots are flying. The chaos is crazy. We're here for all of it. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a game.
16 people alive. Normally we've started out the days a little bit slower, but so many teams having successful off spawns with their Viper, and it looks like Battle is going to be jumping into the Spirit World. They're going to hard hold this from the very beginning. Kurumi Umbrella is going to come down to try to defend against some of this range attacks. Now the Dome does defend against range attacks on the outside. It's going to take a little bit of commitment for teams to come in if they want to challenge it. It looks like KLA is going to challenge their former teammates, jumping in with the Takeda on. Looks like Bauda is going to give it up just for a second. Yu is not going to invest his ultimate yet. Now coming back in, QGG with the Takeda has used a ton of shoves right now. Bauda's going to be coming in with their double ultimate now. QGG trying to push them back over and over. The Spirit Rails only have charge. The zone is going to be coming in though. Is it worth it to continue fighting for this? Bauda says it is. They're going to get a nice parry off, but FPX is now challenging at the last second. Double Takeda ult is going to be invested. Both teams are all in right now, but Junks of FPX, the Takeda is going to get juggled and fall. Bauda only using their 1 Takeda ultimate, baiting and defending against the entire lobby, dropping cannon shots from above. Alliance keeping up the pressure, and it looks like Yu is able to pop another ultimate again, getting this White Tigers above, and the Thanos snap is going to be on deck. They're going to find 1 hit, the AoE damage hitting the rest of the lobby. Can Bauda string this together? Can they find 1 more kill? Everyone's panicking right now. They don't want to give Bauda any more kills. They got to keep their health up, or else a chain reaction annihilating everyone will go down. Bauda's Kurumi's peak is going to pop that armor circle. He is keeping his team alive. Zai ult is going to be coming down, peeling off Yu, but put into the corner. Alliance's NY7. The Zai will fall for Alliance. The main carry will fall for Alliance. It looks like Bauda is going to be snowballing out of control. What can stop them, Seb?
Oh my goodness, they are going on a tear, ladies and gentlemen. 16 kills on the board so far. Alliance's Revenge as well has been eliminated from this game, and I believe that is all of the Alliance members now back in the lobby as Bauda look to take even more eliminations as we go. They do have that White Tigers prowess buff, just absolutely putting in so much work for them. Bauda's Yu already has his Takeda ult back online, is going to have that F1 proc grab coming through, stealing a weapon and dealing a little bit of damage as well. KLA's QGG going to go out to the zone now. CXZ going to be victim to the triple charge of the Polar Sword. Absolute huge damage coming through, but the Kylan ult is going to send Bauda's Yu into the zone here as TE's Wash doing a great job at creating space, but now stuck in the zone himself here. You picking up another kill on Nbpl is godly here. Oh my goodness. BIWEEK2 going on an absolute tear. WolvesM is going to get the kill onto Alliance's Yuma. TE's YZZ now becoming the victim of BIWEEK2. TE's Wash now as well. On the bottom side, BIWEEK2 trying to go for up the top. Gets a huge parry, but Leo able to peel for the rest of his team. Sending FunPlus into the storm here. BIWEEK2 still getting a lot of damage going down with that gold pole sword. Tries to send the blistering, but is going to end up getting knocked into the storm. TE's Leo just going for the finisher here. Is going to knock him right into the storm. Tries to go with the soul bloom, but Leo doing his absolute best and then getting himself into the tether to bring himself back into this game. The Z-ping heal F ability is going to give him a little bit more health back as well. BIWEEK2 now in a lot of trouble. They have a lot of eliminations though. It's going to be hard to catch up to them in the placement points. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a crazy game here. As we see, FunPlus Junks now coming out with the cannon, sending some damage onto Wolves' trying to go for the scale rush here. On the Buttery Rocks is going to be a little bit difficult for him here. Wolves has 1 player left. I believe FunPlus has 3 players left in this game as we see a couple more players up on the top. Wolves' trying to keep space. Last player alive on his team is going to get the kill onto BIWEEK2. Now it's TE, Wolves, and FunPlus as the last remaining teams. Wolves' is just going to let these teams fight it out here. Huge parry coming out as we are going to see Wash getting caught in the Temi ult, trying to go to the bottom side here away from the Tumult ultimate. Needs to pop his ultimate fast here. Is going to be able to get it, but it's getting stunned so fast. The rest of this team dealing so much damage to him, forcing that lockdown. Is going to be able to get the high ground here. Tries to send out one of his Kylan swords. Isn't going to be able to hit the first one. Hits the second now. Getting stunned. Getting himself into the zone. Is going to go down to FunPlus Junks. TE now on the back foot. Is going to get a huge parry here. YZZ not going to be able to get the punish damage. FunPlus Junks now trying to bring back up onto the top. Gets the kill onto YZZ, and now I believe it's Wolves, the last player alive here. Wolves' trying to make something happen in the 3v1 scenario. 3v1v1, TE's Leo still alive, knocking them back into the storm. 10 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen. TE's Leo, I believe, is going to be able to come away with this, having the most HP. He gets the kill, he gets the second one, and TE, the final members of this game. Ladies and gentlemen, what a crazy ending circle. The Hottie taking it for the MVP. I believe BIWEEK2 is still going to be on top with just how many kills they got, and yes, BIWEEK2 will be the MVP, TE being the last team standing. Wow.
Amazing play coming out from Leo, and an overheat coming out from BIWEEK2. I've seen this happen before when Yu is on Takeda. He gets a little bit too overzealous, overextends. Now, with his aggression, he's able to pull out 18 kills, but in order to secure that first place, Leo, veteran play by him, ends up knocking him into zone, using the zone as the enemy of my enemy is my friend, holds you out there. His armor doesn't matter as that max corruption takes him down on that giant cliffside. The power of Liam and Hottie so clear. They're able to knock you so much further than Takeda can off these ledges, and it becomes quite a difficult task getting back to zone. And with Hottie having that cube in the center zone, he's able to fall back to his team and leverage that. Leo, in that 1v3 situation, he's able to play that heal off perfectly, like he's playing solos, keeping his health really, really high. The other 3 players from the FPS, it looked like they had it locked down, but little did they know Leo was high up in the air on the Hottie, winning this heal off situation, knocking them into zone, picking up all those soul blooms, and he's going to salvage a really big win for his team, getting that first place plus the extra multiplier. I'm curious to see how this first game for this day 2 it has panned out.
Yeah, we're going to be taking a look at the scoreboards in just a sec, but first, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a couple questions for you, and if you're going to be able to answer them correctly in the chat, we will be able to give you guys some free stuff. And who doesn't love free stuff, especially in your NARAKA inventory? Which was the team that won game 1? Was it A, CD Wolves? Was it B, Alliance? Was it C, TE? And was it D, BIWEEK2? If you guess one of these 4 and you get it correct, and I believe everybody that's watching should have gotten it correct, all you got to do is watch the game to be able to answer the questions, ladies and gentlemen. If you get it right and you're the lucky one selected, you will be whispered and giving summer split random gifts. This will be something that you can put in your NARAKA inventory and you will be getting it. It is amazing. I highly recommend that you guys try and win for these treasures.
Now, for a hint, ladies and gentlemen, there was a little bit of overheat from this team, and we're going to be seeing the scoreboard. BIWEEK2 at 19.5, getting a little bit of replacement point, but 18 kills being the majority of their points. Alliance having still a super solid start to the day, but in endgame, unfortunately, not able to deal with the pressure of BIWEEK2 falling to them. 11.5. JL having a crazy off spawn in mid game, cannot even make it to the end game. They get executed and picked off before them with the Yang depletion. FPX almost clutches us up, almost steals it away from BIWEEK2, but TE's Leo with the veteran play. Now, if you didn't know this, TE did win Worlds. Leo was part of that team. Half their team went to JL, the other half stayed behind. TE has been struggling as of late, but still, two of their teammates have been there before. We have to see whether or not they're going to be able to bring this back together. Looking at the overall stats, good googly moogly Seb, you with 37k damage. You're around with 19k and a ton of healing coming out from Peak at 30k. Going into this last endgame, man, wherever you goes, success follows. When he was on KLA, they were a top 3 team. They almost won Worlds on the back of his 2v1, almost clutched it up, and then he moved over to OUG, and OUG jumped up from a top 8 team to a top 3 team for the season. His Wuchen, his Cicada, just super strong, and we're gonna get the highlights of BIWEEK's game 1 on their Sand Siphon.
And a beautiful job coming through, winning 2 Realm of Yangs, giving them so much advantage with the loot coming into this mid and late game. They were able to do so much more because of the fact that they won these Realm of Yangs. The great peel coming through from the teammates and seeing it from their perspective just gives you so much more of so much more of a vision on how they were able to come away with this victory here, as BIWEEK2 able to deal so much damage, and the fan grapple coming in to confirm the kill here, as the 3v1 is always something that this team is going to be able to come away with here. And as they were going, the push through for this Spirit Well, one of the biggest reasons they were able to pick up so many kills near the end there, they were able to capitalize onto the Spirit Well, picking up kills as the Spirit Well was dropping, getting themselves all golden armor, all golden weapons, all their ultimates back right away, being able to give so much more pressure than any of these other teams could possibly imagine. Non-stop action from them over and over and over again. They were able to come away with these eliminations, and here you can see it yourself how they were able to pull this together. They did unfortunately go down not super early into the game, but with a little bit of time left, they could have pushed it a little bit further, but they did themselves a spectacular job at coming away the MVPs of game number 1.
Yeah, 18 kills, just absolutely ridiculous. You're seeing this cliff side, man. There's just not much room, and Kylan and Hadi, when they hit you, you just go flying. And what's crazy is they said they nerfed the Kylan knockback, and you're still flying a mile away. We're seeing BIWEEK's Peak going to be falling to FPX right there, but it's not going to matter. Kills still reign supreme, and BIWEEK is gonna secure that MVP for this game 1 of today. On the back of you on the Takeda, looking at his loadout, he did have that focus slide, unlosable neutral, as Frostbus likes to joke with me. That sliding focus eliminated from solos from how strong it is, but in trios it's still there. When you pair that with a pole sword, especially a gold pole sword, Yu's gonna go absolutely crazy. He also has Overlord, Blistering Edge, and Juggernaut plus Phantom Step. My man was cooking, plus solos. I believe this is actually the best possible Jade loadout for the pole sword. You're seeing that 22k damage coming out. No surprises here that he was able to go on and apply that pressure, impose his will onto that end game lobby, and the only thing that can take him down is Leo's play to put him into zone. Hopefully you will learn his lesson, not to overheat in these end games, because getting first place is so critical when you have a ton of points, that 1.2 multiplier and also denying it to anyone else becomes so critical. Now, the phasing, the new point system, the league is still getting used to it, but we're starting to see the likes of GG and Wolves adapting and setting the trend of what NARAKA will look like for this coming Worlds as we crescendo to Nbpl finals and NARAKA Pro League or Worlds finals later on this fall.
Yeah, and Worlds is definitely going to be an interesting one this year. I'm super excited to see it happening. But as we're about to jump in here, we're going to be getting ready for game number 2 shortly, as we like to do this back-to-back games. And yeah, that Kylan ultimate knockback, it just gives you a one-way ticket to the Shadow Realm. If the circle gets that close and you're able to connect on a Kylan ult on multiple people, you're sending these players flying, especially with the distance of the top of the hill to the bottom there. As you saw, a couple of these players got knocked back so far, Hottie going into the zone to chase them. There was no way they were able to get back up. They've got somebody guarding the edge of the zone, making sure that if you're got out, you are not going to be able to get back in. They're like that annoying bouncer at the club. They don't want you to come back in as soon as you leave. And that's what happened about, unfortunately, they got the tail end of that, and the Hotties keeping them out. The Kylan's able to push them out of the zone just so fast. It's 1 second you're there, 1 second you're gone, and unfortunate to see it happen. But like you said, if they don't overheat, if they keep their cool, if they keep their consistency throughout these games, they are sure to come out on top of this day.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see some more matchups. I really want to see Bauda versus GG before the end of the day. I've already gotten my first matchup in. I got the Wolves versus GG. Now, technically, GG was on the Kylan composition. Maybe they're not as accustomed to that rotation right now. Still, one of the newer compositions coming out. The cube rotation plus the Kylan and Zippy ult is really interesting to fight on. I'm still curious to see whether or not the Xiphon composition does counter it, just because zipping is extremely vulnerable to Zai, but with Hottie being paired with zipping, you have that cube, that second out, and zipping is already a very difficult support character to load onto. Her F1 gives her an extra dodge, her V1 gives her another parry trap that she can go with, plus the gold frames, and with the added value of a cube, rotating those cooldowns makes it very tricky to lock her down. But when you do connect to her, when Zai connects to anyone, you're in for a bad time. As we saw from Alliance, we saw NY7 able to put people against the wall, hold them in place while his whole team comes over to help out. FPX the victim of this. Positioning is key in these high-end fights, and we're seeing just how critical this new composition and how it changes the landscape of what's possible in position. How these teams are going to adjust is going to be a sight to behold, Seth. But I am curious. The one composition I want to see more of, because all the coaches told me that the strongest Yang composition was Takeda Monk. It just struggles on the outside. Will one of these teams show me how it's done, or is this just pure theory? I'm really curious going into game 2 if anyone pulls out the Monk, or we're just transitioning to the tried and true Viper meta we've seen in the past.
As someone who's been casting since the first Worlds and somebody who's seen the 12-16 Monk games, I am a very huge Monk enjoyer. So seeing a Takeda Monk comp, Takeda being one of my other favorite heroes in the game currently, that would be an absolute dream of mine to see come true. And one thing that you were touching on earlier about the new Kylan comp, I love how they're able to cover for Kylan's disadvantages. Kylan being a very busted hero, but if you do mess up with Kylan, you are coming out of that ultimate at a huge disadvantage, losing a lot of HP. The Z-Ping coming in, being able to heal you for the HP that you lose per Kylan slash is just... the way that they're able to cover for their teammates is absolutely amazing. I love what these pro players have come up with, and I'm so excited to see how these other teams are going to be able to adapt to it and how much more this comp is going to take over the game. As Hottie being a character that everybody is knowing and loving, the cube coming in so well into play, saving a lot of these players from most certain doom. You see a player, you're like, okay, it's over. All of a sudden, boom, he's cubed out of there. He's on that hang glider and he is gone on the other side, ready to go for a reset. The Justina comps, or the Viper Tessa comps, we did not see too much of them succeeding. We saw WBG trying to make it happen, but the Temi ultimates countering, doing such a great job at countering the composition, as well as the Xiphon comp putting them in a box with that Matari counter.
Yeah, JL did make the Viper composition work. They're not able to survive to that end game. Predorio is really, really tough because there's not a lot of good terrain situations for these teams that don't have either a ton of mobility that Hadi provides or a ton of durability that Temi provides. So moving forward, Holoroth was the testing grounds, and we've seen many iterations of the meta go through here. At first, in NARAKA, there was a ton of Sandmech, that Faria, Temi, Monk on Holoroth, and then it transitioned away from that, going to Viper, and it finally settled down with the Sand Siphon. Now in the modern day NARAKA, we're seeing Zai poke her head out. After 3 years of NARAKA, Zai was never really utilized in the meta, but she found her spot as Matari got changed, became a lot more offensive as a support character, and it was discovered just how powerful F3 Zai could be in team fights. That extra opener that goes through most moves can only be dodged, but the power of the liftoff allows her ultimate to juggle characters where their combo break may be already utilized. Now, one of the exciting things I wanted to see is BBE and how they're going to do today. Now, they're also playing the composition that I wanted to see. Now, my team did get the scrim against BBE while we were over at Worlds. These guys, excellent team play, guys. Heavy parry campers, just super good on their timings. I'm curious to see how their Monk game is gonna go. Now Roy he busted out onto the scene with his crazy 1v3 on the Monk. It's legendary. Everyone on the foreign side, on the CN side, knows him for that play. So will we see that success with the modern day Takeda Monk Harumi? We'll have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has the hands, and that is the one thing that you're looking for in a Monk. If you're able to make those grabs, you are going to be set. And the scary grab Monks, Sleepwalker being an honorable mention for a very good Monk player, GG's 330. All of these iconic Monk players that have played in the Transformers comp throughout these past seasons, bringing that back into gameplay is going to be something very interesting, especially with the changes to Tianhai that they have been a little bit more recent, making his V2 a little bit stronger. It is going to be interesting to see how it's going to come back into play, or when or if it'll be coming back into play. I think we will see it on the Morris Isle. I don't know. Do you think we're going to be seeing it on Holoroth?
Well, I know KLA has been playing this composition, their Monk Faria Zai on Morris. So we might have gotten the maps mixed up. We'll have to see. It's hard to keep track just because solos and trios are different, and so are the bi-weekly finals. So I'm curious to see how this composition plays out. I've been watching it very closely just because KLA had 2 games where they were the sole Monk composition in the lobby, and they had a ton of success twice. In the bi-weekly finals, they actually didn't do super well with it. They ended up getting killed early in the game, so we don't really get to see them in Yang. We'll have to see now how it plays out with having another Monk. Now, having multiple Monks in the lobby buffs other Monks because it forces other teams to not poke their head out, to not start frying the Monk. Too many grab. There's like a critical mass of too many Monks being alive at the same time. The days of old would have 5, 6, 8 Monks all starting a chain reaction. It was something out of like Attack on Titan, but rarely do we see now more than 2 or 3 Monks in the lobby. I don't think I've seen a 4-man Monk endgame this entire year. And
it is unfortunate that we don't get to see that very often anymore, as when you see 4 or 5 monks go up and everybody's just running around, it's like a snipers versus runners game, as everybody's trying to avoid the hands. As they dodge one, dodge another one, they're out of stam. The third monk finally is able to grab them, and then another monk comes in from out of nowhere, grabs their teammate, the double slams, the double grabs, everything coming through so fast. It's absolutely chaotic, and it makes for some great entertainment. The competitive side of it has moved away from that as we are progressing this game into brand new heights and brand new horizons, but hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more of the chaos coming back. With the spirit well being added as well, it's going to be interesting to see how the monks are going to be able to utilize to take that space in the spirit well, if they're going to be using their ultimates to try and capture that right at the very end, like we see happen with the Temi monk, or the Temi ult and the Takeda ultimates. Hopefully we'll be seeing a little bit more of that coming out as well. As we're getting ready into game number 2, we're going to have our hero picks shuffled around a little bit. So the players that were in the first selection are going to be now the last selecting teams for who gets to pick their heroes. The players in second selection are going to be into first, and the third moving up to the second selection. Each selection has 3 teams, or each selection has 4 teams, and there are 3 different sections.
Now, I'm curious to see. There's looks like the round hasn't started yet. Usually we've started right now. There's probably some tech problems going down. Alliance going with their Zai compositions. Back to BBE, my man. Fat Milk closing 9, and that's something I've seen a couple teams doing now. Multiple players in the league have been closing their eyes before things go live. Maybe they're visualizing, maybe they're setting the pace, taking mental notes of what exactly they need. Now, this new season, we've seen a change of rules where it's no longer just 6 rounds for finals. It can go all the way to 8 rounds and go the distance. Those extra 2 rounds, I know a lot of players are fairly exhausted after 6 rounds of play, so 2 more has been very, very demanding for some of these players, and we see some of the strongest players still thrive under this pressure. And with it being match point recently, we saw a 4-round win coming out from Wolves on the back of the Thanos snap that we're calling in off the Spirit Well, where they get that White Tiger buff, they get a couple kills, and the amount of AoE damages clears the rest of the lobby. We've seen as many as 13 players immediately get snapped out of existence. Now, moving forward, I'm really wondering, the Nbpl has always done this throughout the years of its existence, that when they start a season with the patch, they do not switch from that patch until that season's over for competitive integrity reasons. All the teams get to practice on the same one, although on the live server the patch does change, and recently there was a big patch for the fists. Now, on the current patch for NBPL, the fists are not actually nerfed, and what's surprising to me, actually, Seb, is in trios, less in solos, not every team actually use the fist as much as they could, given that the damage is still way overtuned. The moveset is very, very fast. They're still opting to use higher rarity weapons, a lot of the crowd control weapons like Spear, and a lot of the bursting weapons like Pole Sword. But I'm curious if any of the teams will use this unique mechanism that we're on this patch and use fist plays. There's definitely some min-max where we're going to see squeeze out as the season progresses.
But yeah, I believe at the start of the game, the fist blades are going to be coming into a lot more play in trios, especially. But as the games start to progress to the end, these players are definitely opting to go for the higher rarity weapons. If they have to take a purple weapon over blue fist blades, they are going to opt for the purple weapon. We are seeing a lot. Pole Sword has seen at Pole Sword, if you have to have at least 1 Pole Sword on your team, otherwise you're not going to be able to capitalize on a lot of these kills in these final rounds. Another weapon that we've seen a lot of is the Hang Sword. When Aurora Burst is coming out, that is a Jade that lots of these players are coveting. The amount of space that it's able to take, the silence that it gives, and the amount of damage and control that you have over these players while the effect of the attack is happening because it is such a long duration attack. You're able to do so much in that time to be able to hold down these players and deal extra damage follow-up attacks from your other players. So I believe that the Fist Blades might come into a play. If somebody gets a Cloud Weaver, we might be seeing a little bit more of the Fist Blades, but closer to the end of the game, I feel like the Clanks are just a little bit too much and they need more guaranteed damage coming through with something like a Pole Sword.
Yeah, bursting with spear, pole sword, a lot of these traditional trios weapons, super important. And I think one of the considerations with the old fists that most people didn't realize pre-patch is just how much damage the RMB1 charge actually does. Now, it was adjusted slightly. It still does a lot of damage even with the newer patch, but on this older patch, a white fist almost does as much damage as gold weapons like longsword, like not really spear, close to pole sword, and it's a white/blue fist weapon. Now, you don't get that scalability based on your ultimate. A lot of characters like Hadi, like Kylan, the higher rarity weapon does increase the actual damage of their ultimate when they hit, but one of the easy ways you can get around this is having a very high rarity range weapon, swapping to it right before you ult. No problem, you still get that same min-max. Now, as we move forward, it's cool that the trios players haven't been taking advantage of the fist change, but definitely in solos, all of those guys for sure know how powerful the fists are, and it's a complete different ball game when it comes to the fists in solos. Everyone is using white and blue fists moving forward. Now, for this next game, now we were talking about how dominant this lobby is. I'm looking at this lobby today, Seb, and it's a lobby of death. I love watching the strongest teams go at it, especially during group play. Now, what's surprising is BBE is finally hitting that form, and so is Alliance. A lot of the time, for the past 2 years of the NARAKA Pro League, the same 5 teams have been at the top. GG, KLA, TE, which is now JL/TE, FPX, and sometimes Wolves. That 5th spot has always kind of changed between FPX, Wolves, any of the very defensive teams, but the same 5 teams have dominated the league, and it's very rare that anyone has been able to challenge. Usually it's only been 1 team at a time, but now we're seeing the likes of a foreign team, BBE, come in there starting to compete. Foreign orgs, Alliance, the EU orgs, and Wolves, both of these organizations showing up big, even though they have pure CN teams. Nice to see that the EU orgs finally getting some momentum. Will they keep it up though? This is only the second bi-weekly. We're going to have 2 more bi-weeklies before the actual NBPL finals. It's a long marathon. It's not a sprint, just like we go from day to day. 6 more games to go. And I just can't wait to see these Monk compositions, Seb. It's been 3 years of, well, 2 years of just Monk every single meta. It used to be a staple of trios, and all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, just a full drought. No Monks really to be seen, and we've really seen this more scrappy meta evolve, where it's a lot more hit and run. There's a lot more movement and dynamic, and it's less endgame heavy with that nice Monk double grab coming out. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I think the changes are definitely better from a viewer standpoint. From a casting standpoint, everything is a lot more hype right now, but nostalgic side of me wants to see Monk come back into domination. There's just so much tech that was not utilized right now that there are no Monks in the lobby.
And yeah, I mean, from a nostalgia standpoint, definitely we love seeing the Monks come back. We saw the Viper comp coming in that first Worlds to counteract the effects of the Monk, and then the Sand Siphon composition came in to deal with Viper, and then the Monk comp became obsolete because the Sand Siphon comp was just so much better than anything that could counter the Viper comp. Sand Siphon was able to deal with Monk in some ways if you played it correctly, and these other comps just took their evolutions even further, whereas the Monk comp sort of plateaued and stayed where it was, as opposed to how all these other comps were able to change and evolve. Hopefully we'll see something come out in a couple years. Maybe the rotation will bring the Monk back in, or even in a couple of bi-weekly splits. we'll see the Monk make its way back into the game. But for now, we're not really seeing any super significant changes coming in, as we've got our little problems sorted out, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 is about to get underway. I'm excited to see how this is going to get ready. These players have got their picks ready to go. We're going to be dropping down onto the map very shortly, as all of these players are locking in, getting ready, and it looks like a couple of them are taking some naps, getting ready. You know, sleep is very important, ladies and gentlemen, and this is what you got to do to be ready. Some of these players amp themselves up, some of these players take a little nap, as we're seeing Fat Milk here taking his little shut eye as much as he can get before the timer hits 0 and the game begins.
I feel like Fat Milk and a couple players are using this shut-eye method to visualize exactly what they're going to do. Now, on these big stages, even the best players of the world still get a little bit of nerves as you start up. I always say game 1 and 2, butterflies are in the stomach. Even though you've been here before, it takes a little bit to warm up and feel comfortable to just really focus on your game. Now, visualizing is one of the few ways that you can deal with that fear and anxiety. And Fat Milk's not the only player I've seen this season do this. I've seen Spire do it. I've seen at least 1 or 2 other players start doing this. So definitely a good method to keep yourself nice in the zone. It's a marathon. You don't want to burn out all of your energy. The early games, very, very high stress, and then just slows a little bit down in the mid game, heats up in the realm of Yang, and then you start out with this super, super hectic end game. Adrenaline peaks, then you get a nice break between it, just a full adrenaline dump. So keeping in form is tough. So I'm not surprised Fat Milk sitting there closing his eyes, keeping his energy high. SS1 also on the Takeda Monk. A lot of Sand Siphon's gonna be coming out. That's one of my curious matchups, is how Sand Siphon does go against the Monk. I've seen how the Hottie Kylan zipping does go against it. Now, what will the last phase be? Still a lot of indecision within the CN side of where and when you should play certain compositions. But one thing that is rounding out in this current meta is the third phase. A lot of the time it's now going over to Viper. It looks like because of the point system, Viper doesn't really have any overlap with the 3 strongest compositions. So we're seeing a lot of teams use that Viper, but it's still within contention of whether or not the third character in position 1 should be Yoda or Tessa. Now, I was wondering why Yoda did come back in the meta, and we saw it. OUG actually utilized Yodo in order to defend against the Thanos snap in endgame. The Spirit Well is really, really tough to hold when you're going against these very, very stacked Takeda teams. But the one thing that Yodo has always done well is that her ultimate ignores all of Takeda's ult, and her F3 is one of the few abilities that's more oppressive than the F1 of Takeda. So I'm curious to see if this Yoda does pan out over the high CC rotation of Tessa. It still hasn't been figured out, but one thing's for certain, Viper is definitely going to be that third phase pick.
And it's interesting to see. I'm loving to see the Yodo come back into the meta. We haven't seen Yodo in competitive play for a very long time, and we did finally get to see a Monk. I'm so excited for that. Big up to Rosemary for running the comp with SS1 here. This is also a team that is new to the NBPL. I believe we've seen Rosemary play on KLA, I do believe, before. So Rosemary, not a new player to the NBPL, but Gen 1 and Reset here, players that we have not seen play too much in the NBPL. And the look at that, the Monk running F1 V2, the V2 having some changes to it very recently, making it a coveted play now instead of a play that people have usually steered away from. Taking a look at the abilities for most of these other players: standard F2 V1 for the Matari, F3 V2 for the Zai, Karumi F3 V2. We're seeing the Silence run on the Viper for KLA, which is a different play that we've seen so far. Typically these players are opting for that F3 with the damage and healing debuff, but the Silence play, I guess you're running that instead of the Tessa, you're running the Yodo, so the Silence is coming into play a little bit more. You do need to have that to be able to lock down your opponents with the Viper ultimate.
I'm sad that BBE does switch off of the Monk composition, but traditionally on this Holoroth, Sand Siphon has been the most dominant team for a while now, so no surprises here. Sand Siphon is going to be chosen if they are allowed to. Definitely begs the question for me is that truly, do we play Monk or do we play Siphon? Looking like a Siphon angle, judging by how CN has decided which comps are the current strongest. Now, there have been a couple changes to NARAKA that have shifted people's theory a little bit. Biggest change was the Jade system and the Glyph system. Now, in trios, which traditionally you weren't going to go in with a lot of stamina, it was very, very ability and ultimate based. Now every team has a ton of stamina and every team has a ton more durability, with melee and range resistance being combined. Before, you used to divvy it up between your Monk, Takeda, and Karumi to see who got what. Now, going into game one, Holoroth is finally going to be starting. We're going to get BBE versus EWG. Who is going to have a good start started on Holoroth?
We're seeing these players start to go for a little bit of stack here. No fights have happened just yet, as these teams are pretty spaced out from each other. Nobody too close in proximity, as we are going to see the first fight starting pretty quickly, though. Bauda versus SS1 here. That Monk comp coming out very early here. Bauda able to pick up, getting eliminated here. Yiran is going to go down, as now Rosemary fighting against Yu in the 2v3 situation here. Yu is going to be backed into the corner in the 3v1 now, and it looks like Yu is going to get eliminated. One player remaining with their life on Bauda right now, as it looks like he has decided to well, he has been eliminated here, as we did not get to see the first elimination happen. SS1 picking themselves up 3 eliminations early on into this game, as Wolves' Nai HQ is going to go down to WBG's Jing. They do have the control of the Ballista here, and it looks like Wolves is the team in control of the Ballista. Jing gonna try and go off and prevent the Ballista damage coming through, as ZK getting dangerously low here. 3v2 situation for WBG. We are gonna see them bringing the Fist Blades out. 2 Fist Blades, 1 Hangsword for the team here, as Alliance now coming in on the third party. Wolves' Zem is gonna get parried here, and Alliance picking up 2 of these eliminations. Now WBG in a lot of trouble, as Alliance came in and perfectly cleaned up these eliminations. Jing now, last man standing for his team, gonna be in a lot of trouble, as we do see a Hottie ult coming in as well. I do believe that is another player of WBG, as they are going to be able to escape here. The ultimate from the Temi is going to be able to save their team a little bit, as we see Sleepwalker trying to do as much peel as possible on the Hottie ult. The Kylan ult dealing so much damage to Revenge here, forcing himself to back out of the fight a little bit. F1 gonna get popped here, trying to see if he can get the proc off onto Jing. Jing now very low in HP. F1 invested now for Sleepwalker. Sleepwalker trying to back out, does have those Fist Blades, is going to get a parry off, isn't going to be able to get the punish damage though. Huge parry for Revenge now, and the elimination comes out, as WBG Sleepwalker does get eliminated here. And now Wolves are going to be sent back to the Soul Altar, as well as the match continues. Alliance picking themselves up 5 eliminations right off the bat.
Nice job from Alliance, able to fight the 2-team difference right there. Now going over to Plume Castle, KLA versus JL, going at it, but JL has gonna have the advantage, has the ultimate advantage. KLA will fall quickly. Now with JL, the founders of this composition, this Hottie, Kylan, Zipping, we've seen them push the meta further and further. TXJ known for his tactics, setting up the rest of the teams. Now Bauda as well on this team. Now one thing that I haven't seen as much is how good Yu is on the Kylan. He's known for how dominant he is on the Takeda. He's known for how much value he brings as a support on Wu Chen and Karumi, but how is he going to do with Kylan? Now Kylan's execution is what most say very, very simple at first, but I feel like because he has so much omnidirectional potential in team fights, there's just so much you can do as far as lining up multiple targets, getting the double slash over and over. I'm curious to see what one of the most talented mechanical trios players, Bauda's Yu, is going to be capable on doing it. I haven't seen a lot of him on it, but GG is one of the goats of this map in particular. Now, they were in phase 3, so they're not going to get the sand siphon that they're known for. They have a crazy win rate on this map. They are going to be running that F3 Viper with the V1, so I'm curious to see who they're going to be hunting and what scenarios they're looking for. Traditionally, Viper really looks for that off spawn situation and then those Yang depletion situations. We haven't seen a lot of Viper comps going for any Yang griefs, preventing teams from going in, but we have seen them going for Spirit Well consistently.
We do see GG already having that Cavalry Bloom Jade, something that is very, very nice to have, especially in the early game, pushing players back with the Cavalry Bloom, as well as giving you a little bit of more opportunity to take space rather than the regular LMB release of the dual blades here. As we are going to take a look by Plumed Castle, BBE, as well as a couple more teams like Wolves and Fun Plus Phoenix, still trying to stack loot. Only a couple of gray armors for NIHQ and XEM of Wolves. They are going to be wanting to stack themselves up a little bit more. We do see that the purple fan onto ZK, and I believe Zem also has a purple fan in hand, so this is going to give them a bit of an advantage in the weapons department, but they are still lacking with the armor, which is a crucial part of everybody's game here. Is GG already getting into a scrap off with TE here. Range shots coming out from the cannons and the bows on both sides here. TE's Wash trying to send out some shots as he's backing up onto the lower side of this field. They're trying to get more of an even playing field out as TE looks to be backing off from this scrap off here. Do not want to engage too quickly, but GG is not going to let up the chase here as LXM with the purple dual blades in hand going to be the front runner of this assault here, as they are still keeping a great pursuit, not wanting to engage too fast, but wanting to keep them within distance. As they do get the first grapple on here, are going to try and get the engage onto now, waiting for that F ability to come out from the Viper to be able to get things started here. They are running the F3 as opposed to the F1 because they do have the Tessa into play. I believe the only team that's running the F1 or F2 ability is going to be KLA, running the Yodo composition as opposed to the other one. We are going to see the healing debuff come out onto Wash, but the ultimate is going to get invested early here from Wash, trying to make something happen. We are going to see the Tessa Charm coming out onto YZZ. LXM going to push everybody backwards here with the Cavalry Bloom. F3 coming out from Wash. Not able to make too much happen, though. TE's Wash is going to get a little bit of health back. GG's CJS is almost going to get eliminated as the Viper ultimate comes out. We are going to see them backing off here with the Wu Chen port to be able to bring them to safety. 330 going to bring himself into the zone as the ultimate ends for Wash. 330 is going to pop that no ult zone and bring this fight back around. Sends the charge attack off with the fan. Wash now forced to back up. The 1-2 coming in. LXM. Wash is going to use that F3 to be able to back out here as 330 sending in those bow shots. Leo taking so much damage now. CJS just holding on the pressure here, able to come away with the elimination, but now we are going to see KLA waiting in the wings to come in for a third party. QGG here, able to come through with some fistblade action, but the F1 is going to be able to come out to save CJS from almost certain defeat here, as KLA is just going to go for a little bit of body loot before they re-engage onto this fight, as GG and the rest of his GG's 330 and the rest of his team decide to back off.
Really, really good play from GG to find that no ult zone, ice off the pressure. They did have ult disadvantage, but that's one of the powerful things of the Wu Chen. You can position yourself well with that portal, go into a nice no ult zone. But we're gonna get EWG versus KLA. Both these teams lurking on the outside, hoping to pick up some free kills. Now going for a raw fight versus each other. EWG's Wu Chen's gonna port them out, get the reset, and now the V1 from Zwan is gonna come out. Nice job from the enemy team to pour down to deny that V1. We're just going to get a full cooldown exchange, and FPX lurking on the outside, but this is where the action's going to be at. Wolves versus Alliance. Alliance had a lot of momentum the previous game. Wolves came up a little bit short. Will it be different this time? And HQ on the Zai looking for the flank. Revenge is on Alliance's Cicada is going to be opened up with the ult, has the jabbing staff looking for an opener. Matari zipping through, gonna get onto their prio target, and looks like Temi trying to get that ultimate out. They do get it out. They are gonna have to respond with the Kurumi ultimate. Now Revenge though on the Takeda, putting so much work, so much damage onto them with the CC
goodness.
and the Temi ult. There's nothing they can do. The Kurumi circle can't keep them alive. Too much damage. Alliance is gonna take down Wolves.
Oh my goodness, that Takeda from Alliance, absolutely disgusting. As Bauda's you in this next Realm of Yang fight, we're going to see coming out with the Kylan ult already gone down here, as we are going to see Fat Milk now taking a whole lot of damage. Huge parry coming out here. Fat Milk getting a parry of his own as well. They're now focusing the damage onto Fat Milk, wanting to take away their healer from the fight. Roy Hehe is going to go down. They have lost their Takeda. Huge parry coming out from you here. Heavy damage coming out. And now the 3v1 situation onto the Temi is not going to be good for them. The Haughty ult is going to get invested. The parry coming out, and that's going to be it for Ibin here, as Bauda winning their next Realm of Yang, undefeated so far in their Realm of Yangs, 3-4-3 as we come into this game. As now we're taking a look, Alliance versus Fun Plus Phoenix outside of the Realm of Yang. Alliance with that Realm of Yang buff. We do see the Vermilion's Birdmite coming out here, jabbing, trying to happen from Revenge, as the Wuchen port is going to be invested for them to escape this fight. They do not want to be the ones to be eliminated this early. It looks like SS1 able to get that Draco Storm buff. I'm not 100% sure if they went into the realm or if they were able to. It looks like they were able to pick up that Spirit Well Draco Storm. They are the Monk team. They're supposed to be the ones who are going into the Realm of Yang and trying to perform well there. But it looks like they were either not able to make it in or just opted out of it, as they're going for the Spirit Well instead, picking up that Draco Storm. And it looks like they might try and aggress onto players in this mid-game.
We're seeing BBE and Wolves both with that Yang depletion highlighted in the red. Same with WBG. EWG's been making their way around the map on the Viper cons. There's like Marauders looking for some pickoffs, looking for these Scuffs teams trying to play low-key as they scale up. Zwan does have a lot of money. With the new changes on the store, they're looking out to get their scale game going. Looks like FPX versus Alliance inside zone. It's gonna be a tough break for FPX. It's a situation you don't want to be in. They need to land a nice F3 with their Viper if they hope to outlast the durability of Alliance's Kurumi with the Takeda. They're doing a good job so far, but the zone is ticking away right now. Zhao's gonna get parried. Tessel's gonna be invested. No more combo break. Junks on the Viper is down to his last leg. He is gonna fall, but they will trade out one kill. I believe Alliance has one down. These two teams are all in. Bauda does have a Vermilion's buff though, coming in hot, wants to pick up some kills. NY7's gonna pop the F3, but the zipping support on support action, trying to claim this kill onto the Kurumi. Alliance has nowhere to go. They will fall to Bauda's you. Bauda up to 6 kills on this Kylan compositions, climbing up the lobby right now. Next, we're gonna get Wolves versus EBE. No ult zone is gonna be activated. Will these two teams engage before the second Yang, or are they gonna try their hand, wait it out, try to get in that second Yang? But more action gonna be going down in the zone. Bauda versus WBG.
Where is everybody coming into the storm from? Everybody just said, oh, there's a scrap off going off in the zone. I want a piece of this action. Jing using that port to be able to get out of danger very quickly here, as Bauda now peak in a very sticky situation, losing almost all of his HP. Sleepwalker are going to be able to pick up the elimination with the Kylan ultimate here. Looks like he did use that F ability to finish off that last little bit of damage here. Stoneform going to be kited perfectly here. Yiran, last remaining player onto Bauda. He does have that Vermilion's Birdmite buff, but WBG's Jing is somebody who does not have the buff, so he is going to be able to pick himself up a kill, but I do believe he's the last remaining player on his team, so he's going to have to do a little bit of work to get his teammates back up. Fat Milk now trying to kite out of this fight here, as now Wolves them in a little bit of a scrap off here, as we're going to see NiHQ going to pop that F3, does miss the connection on the F3 here. Huge parry coming up from NiHQ, able to save his teammate from most certain death here, as Zem, NiHQ, and ZK pick up their second kill of the game. Alliance on 10, JL on 7, Bauda on 9. The heavy hitters are hitting just as hard as they normally do. JL's One Fang now is going to get sharked down. VVV trying to do a good job of covering with the Kylan ult, was able to make sure One Fang didn't die, but TXJ now is going to get parried. We do see the cover coming in from the ultimate again. Wolfzem is going to die to that Yang depletion, as they did only get 2 soul blooms, then not the third one that they needed. VVV going to cancel that ultimate, go for a bit of a reset here as JL decides to back up and not continue the scrap off.
Crazy stuff right now. Alliance has taken the lead up to 10 kills on their Siphon. BBE will fall, slowing down a little bit. They do, I believe, have their Temi up. He does have Yang depletion though. We're gonna get JL versus EWG. BBB and TXJ and their crew have invested a ton of their ultimates already before this, but BBB with the parry is going to be coming in, possibly taking out the Tessa of EWG. TXJ is going to confirm the kill, and now JL with the lead, looking to clean this up. Looks like EWG, though, has his Viper route, is going to be getting juggled by TXJ. The air support coming out from TXJ, too much to deal with. EWG is going to get cleaned up. JL looking surgical on this game to Hollowrath, doing that, what they're known for, setting the meta with this Kylan zipping Hottie composition. And what's surprising to me, Seb, is the lobby is getting thinned out a lot faster than usual. We saw a lot of slow play in that first weekly, on even the first day of the second bi-weekly, but now it looks like caution is being thrown to the wind. Everyone is going for kills, and the lobby is absolutely getting decimated before we get to the end game.
Yeah, and it's going very, very fast here as Zen 1 getting decimated here by 2 of these players from GG, and it looks like we don't even get to see a single Monk ult before the game ends, as SS1 has already been completely eliminated. We've seen FPX, WBG, SS1, and Wolves and EWG all already completely eliminated from this game. Wolves having a little bit of trouble trying to get back into the circle, doing the revive strat that they did last game, but TE saw them and caught them out, were able to pick up that last kill, preventing them from doing their revive strategy, which needs absolute peace and quiet. Unfortunate for them. Bauda with the Draco Storm, GG with the White Tigers prowess. Some crazy buffs coming through for them. JL now tying the score up with Alliance for 10 eliminations, Bauda and GG on 9. So we've got some high kill teams with some high energy players right now coming into this game, and 16 players with 13 minutes left. Last time Circle 5 was closing on to Circle number 6, and we still had 20 players remaining. So this is definitely going to be a faster game. We might see a little bit more of a slowdown as we get into Circle 5 and Circle 6, as these players are going to be a little bit more nervous to engage into fights. But one team that isn't nervous to engage into fights is GG, who just took KLA out with 0 kills on the game for them. Unfortunate to see them go so fast, but now GG up to 10 eliminations, tied with Alliance and JL. And this is a crazy kill race, given that there are no multipliers for second place to the last place, only first place getting the multipliers. These teams with 10 kills are going to have to fight extra hard to get to that first place. And wow, what a game. We've already seen so many teams fully eliminated with 15 players remaining. This is a fast one.
Yeah, 15 people left alive. GG. And this is a really cool part of this meta. We're seeing every single composition being represented. The only composition we don't see represented this game is the Matari Zai Karumi. Only one team left alive. TE is going to be going out, but we see 10 kills on Battle's team, that Kylan Hottie zipping, 10 kills on GG with that Viper, Wuchen, Tessa, and Alliance with 10 kills on a traditional Siphon. Now we do have double Kylan compositions, JL and the likes of Bauda doing super well this round. Now going into this endgame, it's one of the things I like seeing with this current trios meta is the variety going into these endgames, and to see how things shape up and how teams are adapting to try to control this chaos. Now, JL is slowing down. I've actually never seen this hiding spot, using the thorns here on Hollowrath to hide. Traditionally, people use bushes, but JL in the previous Yan was fighting against moving too fast for me to see right now. Looks like
WBG.
WBG. Kylan on Kylan action right now. JL's VVV setting the pace for his team, keeping up the slashes. Bong is going to be popping that ultimate to keep his health alive so he's able to do more and more slashes. He is going to get juggled up, but that cube coming in big from TXJ, allowing VVV to take that reset, come back in, close out who's left off. He's gonna find the mirrored Kylan down to his last leg. WBG's Jing trying to survive right now. Nice shot coming out from VVV, closing that out. 2v3 situation. Sleepwalker trying to find his way out of there, but the relentless pressure of JL will secure that win. And we are down to 15. And surprise, surprise, we're gonna see Bauda again. Super stack going to this end game. Will you be able to keep it under control, keep that horsepower under control, not overheat? Will Bauda be able to take this win, secure that big placement multiplier, or will it be JL up to 10 kills as well with this highly mobile composition? We're going to get a Plume Castle endgame, a lot of verticality right here, and I'm going to have to give the edge to these highly mobile Kylan compositions with their Hottie. 2 of them are left, Alliance and JL, I believe. Who is going to take it?
And yeah, this is going to be a very tight game, given that there are a few players left. A lot of these teams are very close in kills. Usually we see one team running away with it, like we saw Bauda on the 18 last game. But now that we've got 3 teams on 10 eliminations, and we've got another couple of teams on 8, 7, and 9, we are going to be seeing a closer kill race for the finals. A lot of these teams are going to start playing a lot safer coming into this. The Spirit Well fight is going to be a crazy one, let me tell you, for this game here, especially with the way this circle is panning out. Being in Plumed Castle for this Spirit Well is going to be very, very interesting, especially if the circle closes on a building with a lot of levels. It is going to be an interesting one, especially with the amount of mobility that this Kylan comp has. The levels in the building are going to come into a huge factor into play when you have the amount of mobility that Kylan has versus a Zide, Karumi, and Matari composition. Even against the Takeda Sand Siphon comp, I believe the advantage is going to go to the Hottie Kylans if the circle decides to close onto Plume Castle. As we are coming in, Circle 4 is going to be closing into Circle 5 in about a minute here. We've got 8 minutes left to decide who is going to be crowned MVP for game number 2. As none of these players wanting to aggress onto each other, but everybody taking very, very close. And it looks like the circle is going to end up closing more on a pretty open area here. There are a few nooks and crannies for these players to hide, as it looks like GG taking a lot of damage here. CJS going dangerously low. The Wu Chen Spirit Swords are going to be their saving grace right now, as they are using them to get themselves a reset and block some damage. Bauda almost getting caught in a wind wisp there. The stray wisp from the other side. Great awareness from him to be able to dodge out of there before he's able to get it. And look at Raven, you've got yourself a Fist Blades into this final circle. Purple Fist Blades on GG's CJS. Hopefully we'll be able to see a lot coming out of that. And Alliance Revenge still only with a blue weapon in hand. I don't know if he's got much in the back pocket here, but the blue staff could do a lot of work for him. Hopefully he'll find a little bit of a better weapon, but the Spirit Well is going to start to spawn here as GG go for the capture.
And GG have been spectacular claiming the Spirit Well throughout this new season. I wanted to see Wolves contest them, but we're going to get Bauda contesting them this time. It looks like you and the crew have so much loot going for them, and Alliance with the blue armor is going to be contesting Tricky, and GG fakes that they're going out. They're going to pop that Tesla one. Yu's going to get hit from all angles. Alex is going to commit the V1. Yu is in a ton of pressure. Can his teammates save him right now? He's going to pop that ultimate. He's going to have that immortality, but he's getting hit by range from all sides. He's going to keep him alive for now, but he cannot survive the onslaught coming out from the rest of the lobby. Nice job with the ult rotation coming out from GG, but they did use all of their ultimates, and it looks like Alliance to sneak on in. All ultimates still online with this Sand Siphon. Revenge with that jabbing, able to hold the line, but JL is going to be in contention around. TXJ smacking, looking for that purple armor. He's not going to be able to get it. Yoma is going to scoop it up. TXJ and JL are not able to scoop it up. GG, though, with that execution on to Bauda. Absolutely insane. Will Bauda be able to pick up you on the Kylan? It's not looking like that. Tough break for them. They overcommit to holding the Spirit World. They are super stacked, but they do fall victim to the lobby. The days of teams just letting you claim that Spirit World for free are over. It's very, very interesting. All the new strategies coming out, and look at how stacked GG is now. They get so much out of assassinating you. They take his armor, they take the extra gold armor, and now they're sitting pretty, looking to be able to claim this game 2 on Holoroth.
Yeah, and they did a very good job. They had the help of the rest of the lobby all trying to shark down that elimination. I believe there was more than 10 or 20 cannon shots that hit him. The ult giving him a little bit of sustain to try and stay alive, but it just wasn't enough. The ult got canceled out by the amount of damage that was dealt, pouring into him at that one time, and he was unable to survive the onslaught. And look at this Bane. All of these players going to have to play on the outskirts. Alliance going to be forced to move as the Bane is going to drop now. Everybody running to the middle of this circle. The Spirit Well is going to have Mystic Might, so we will not see the White Tiger's prowess jumping in to this game. These players won't get that aggressive buff, though they will know where everyone is on the map, which gives them a good knowledge for spacing. They won't accidentally run into another team. It looks like JL are going to be the ones opening for it. GG trying to go for their second Spirit Well here. It looks like they are going to be able to start the hold pretty well, but the no ult zone has been popped, so it is going to be difficult for any of these teams to be able to come through and come away with this loot. And it looks like since the ults are not available, they are going to just give this up to GG. Being Mystic Might, it is not as coveted of a buff, so they are getting it for free here, as they don't want to invest too much of their resources without having the ultimate abilities to fall back on. GG now, all 3 gold armor is going to be a super huge dangerous powerhouse to contend with here. As the no ult zone is still up, it is going to be very difficult for these players to make anything happen until that drops. LXM parried here, though, as we are going to see them jumping right into a scrap off. It looks like he is just going to go for the reset.
GG, triple gold armor now, looking very, very stacked. If Viper Comp can't win it here, can they win it ever? This is the most stacked you can possibly leave. We don't know what Jade's GG has right now, but still, armor, weapons, looking very, very juiced up. They got the best positioning as well on the high ground. Nice wind walls coming out from 330. Known for his monk play. What's interesting in the league is that a lot of the best monks also play at least one support. GG's going to claim this top rock, but it looks like Bauda's Euron, the remnants of the last 2 players, will be sitting, scale rushing, trying to stay alive, avoiding the other trios teams by rotating around. We're going to get JL holding that ultimate low ground. They are sitting pretty with gold weapons and purple armor. And something that I've always thought about is gold weapons are a little bit better for these endgame situations. Now, obviously, having more health is good, but doing a ton of damage when you pop your ultimate, especially on the back of Kylan and Hadi, ends up being a little better to hold positions. But Alliance is gonna get the bow shot onto JL's VVV. He will fall. JL losing their carry character, their main damaging character, going into this last leg. Will they find an opening for themselves? TE claiming that body as well, and GG cannibalizing it as well. 13 players alive. Bauda still kiting on the top center, now joined by JL, the safest place for these duos and solos, but GG lurking on the ground. Viper, the Viper of GG, LXM looking for anyone caught lacking. Bauda on the bottom, Alliance on the Sand Siphon. Who's gonna take this game 2 down? Take it away, Seb.
Peak's getting dangerously low there, guys. We see the Tessa Charm coming out. A whole bunch of people are about to get stunned. The damage is about to get in very crazy here. Baoda's Peak is dangerously low, as well as Alliance's Yuma here. We're seeing the ultimates coming out, and now the Temi ult is going to get invested from Yuma. The jabbing coming out from Revenge on that golden staff is going to be a huge factor coming into play. Karumi ult invested to give them just a little bit of extra HP here, as the resets are going to try and come in to be able to keep them at high HP. Nobody eliminated just yet here, as the duo is still kiting up at the top. We see the ultimate being invested from Wash as well on the Zai. Huge parry coming out as well. We are going to see Baoda's Peak now back to full HP. JL's TXJ now the one lowest in the lobby. On the low ground, we see TE and GG, the high ground, being taken over by Alliance as these duo teams are starting to get pushed up even further high. We do see, I believe the no ult zone has been popped. Yes, it has. So none of these teams are going to be able to invest their ultimates until the zone drops here, which is going to be a bit of a problem for these teams that have full strength. Huge advantage for these duo teams, though, as Baoda's E-Ran is going to go out. Huge pull sword slash coming in from one of these players to be able to deal a little bit of damage on LXM. LXM forced to take a pot really quickly here. Baoda's Peak, 1 HP in a dream right now, kiting and scale rushing away from all of these players. Does have that Z-Ping ability to be able to heal himself up. 28 seconds left in the game here, and the no ult zone still popped. I do not know if we will see these ultimates coming into play here. Huge detriments for teams like DG, who's trying to use that Viper ultimate, unable to make anything happen. LXM is going to go down first here, as we are going to see these players starting to get washed out to the side. Speaking of which, Watch is going down, Leo's going down, Peak's going down, Revenge is going down, CJS is going down, and who is the remaining player? It's TXJ from JL. Ladies and gentlemen, one by one, they all fell like dominoes in a line. They all knocked off the top of the mountain, and I believe Alliance was able to come away with the most amount of eliminations. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the MVPs for game number 2, the closest game we've had so far. Alliance coming away MVP.
Crazy endgame right there. I didn't realize there was a no ult zone put in the mix as well. I don't think I've ever seen such a small area left for an endgame. Just the tip of that little piece of the mountain holding the whole lobby up. Everyone scale rushing around over and over, and normally you see Sand Siphon be able to dictate the pace on the low ground with their Takeda, but now we saw JL's VVV fall away earlier. So for TXJ to find the clutch versus how stacked GG was, how stacked Alliance was, absolutely insane stuff coming out from TXJ, but Alliance was able to pick off a ton of kills, holding their low ground, navigating the Spirit Wells. The name of the game are these kills. It's going to be the bulk of your points, but still that coveted heal off situation. Really cool stuff. Seeing the top of that mountain and how the lobby tried to adjust, tried to survive, and it just goes to show that NARAKA, being as dynamic of a game as it is, it's not just about the traditional lineup where you're just standing mano a mano, team versus team. It is a battle royale. It still gets crazy. After 3 years of playing and watching and casting NARAKA, that was the first time I've ever seen that scenario happen.
And it was a very crazy endgame indeed. And I do believe GG ended up losing their position in that game because of the no ult zone. They were trying to go for that Viper tactical nuke at the end, but the no ult zone was just preventing that from happening. We do have a question for you guys though, ladies and gentlemen, as we do at the end of every single one of our games. How many players chose Wu Chen in game number 2? Was it A1, B2, C3, or D4? And if you did your homework, if you were watching the game, you watched the hero picks at the start of the game, you guys should know the answer. Answer it in chat and you will receive a summer split random gift if you are selected the winner. But we can only select one. Just like the game, only one can remain, only one can be MVP, and only one can win a summer split random gift. So get to typing in the chat, we'll pick the winner, and we will be seeing who's going to win that. Congratulations to you.
Game 2 in the books. Holoroth, new Viper meta coming out in response of the new zipping Kylan Hottie. The V1 super powerful because the Hottie composition doesn't have a true counter to it. It doesn't have a Matari, it doesn't have a Yueshun, it doesn't have the Temi ult to peel off for his teammates. Instead, it really relies on the cube. Now, once the cube is used, the comp is very vulnerable. So the F3 of Viper getting a ton of value onto this team. Looking at the scoreboard, Alliance is going to be taking down the MVP with 17 kills, 19.5. JL in second with 11 kills at 17.2. GG with 13 kills at a score of 15. Bowda with 11 at 12.5. SS1 3. WBG 4. EWG 3. BBE 3. We're getting a little bit more stacked on the top end, and I think that's because this lobby is just super brutal. All the strong teams are in this lobby. When FPX is struggling, when KLA is struggling, when Wolves is struggling, you know everyone has shown up with their A game, and everyone is fighting tooth and nail for some points. Looking at the stats, Revenge 15k damage, Yoma 20, almost 20k damage, and this is something I've seen consistently with Alliance. Is Yoma, even though he's position 2, he does the bulk of the damage for his teams. Now the overall standings, Seb, take it away.
Taking a look at our overall standings, where we sit. Keep in mind, not all of these games have been played, so this is bound to change a little bit, but we can get a look at who is going to be completing in our bi-weekly finals. 521 GG, FunPlus Phoenix, WBG, SS1, and KLA are in the bottom 6. Taking a look at the mid 6 is going to be DRG, X1, JDG, who are not playing today, as well as ASE, TE, who have, this is their second day today, so they do need to put up as many points as they can, and they will not be able to put any more points up at the end of the day. Bowda, this is only their first day, and they've already got 32 points. They are looking very good, as we are going to take a look at our top 6 now. 88.5 points for Alliance, 77.9 points for JL, 77.2 points for BBE, 75.9 for Wolves, 67.9 for EWG, and 59.5 for OUG, who have only played one day. And as you can see, the trend, a couple of these teams are starting to take off a little bit more. It was looking a little bit closer together after day 1, but this lobby of death, as you called it earlier, is starting to show, separate the weak from the herd and bringing the strong away with the victory. As we can see already, a whopping 88.5 points from Alliance is an absolute insane start to their bye week.
I think the cutoff for the top 12 will probably be around 70, 60, 70-ish points. So this is day 2. Look at the highlights, brought to you by Born for Gaming. GG showing their mastery of Holler Up. They're just so dominant on this map. It doesn't matter if they're Siphon, it doesn't matter if they're Viper. They just know how to pick up all these teams. Now Alliance just keeping up their dominance and slowing down Wolves, who had a dominant week 1 performance. One of the most dominant we've ever seen, but we're seeing just from week to week how competitive the league can be. WBG was fighting against Battle in the zone. We just saw non-stop action going here. We're seeing the optimalness of the new slap unarmed, able to slap through the stone form of the likes of Pole Sword. Now BBB with JL having a nice cleanup onto EWG. We did see BBB fall before this ended up going down, but still on the back of TXJ, they're able to secure that win, secure that placement points. Alliance, no room to land on. Takeda just limited by the lack of ground to stand on, but it doesn't matter. Alliance leading up to it, get a ton of kills, and Yoma is going to be your MVP on the Temi.
I believe jabbing was the real MVP of the game there. As you saw in that first Realm of Yang, it was able to knock all 3 of the players outside of the Kurumi circle, and they weren't able to put it up fast enough in the reposition to prevent the damage. Jabbing being a huge part of the game here, as the fan dealing the most amount of damage for Yoma, though, 5,984 with 19k total damage, 7 kills, 7 assists. Thunderstorm Jade as well for that melee resist. Focus Slide, a essential Jade it seems to have when you're playing in trios.
Yeah. Yoma with the focus slide, the unlosable neutral, able to just do that big damage. Usually you see some key components that lead to team successes. The big one for the longest time that most people didn't see was that group heal advance heal. Offensively, focus slide is one of the most oppressive things to control space. The second you see that blue slide coming out, you know you have to give up space. Now you can fight it a little bit by having the likes of Merciless, Aurora Burst, Dragon Roar, any of the nice crowd control Jades, but focus slide has no startup, so he's able to weave in and take that plate. Now, we are going into game 3, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be going back to Morris, but before then, we're going to be taking a short back, and we'll be back for some more NARAKA Pro League trios.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Summer Split of 2024. This is BIWEEK2 Trios Day 2. I'm your host and caster Seb, and I am joined alongside Raven Nbpl. This is the coach of all coaches. He's your coach's coach. He's got more hours in the game than most people have in their life. Ladies and gentlemen, the master analyst is here. How's it going? How have the games we played so far? And what do you predict for the future?
Oh my goodness, I love seeing the best of the best go at it. Wolves and GG and JL in the lobby showing up big, but we're seeing the likes of Alliance showing up. But first, ladies and gentlemen, Twitch drops are happening. Free stuff just by showing up, checking out the Pro League, watching this beautiful play. 50 minutes for some Tay, 30 minutes for some Silk, 60 minutes for the gift of your choice. Now, you can only get these once a week, but something that you need to be tuning in for are these weekly finals. Every 2 weeks, there is a finals. Coming up this weekend will be the bi-weekly 2 finals where you have a chance at that Nbpl background. The next 2 weeks will be the Dragon's Grave, and finally we'll be ending with the kill leader strike. So if any of these drops interest you, make sure to tune in, support your favorite teams, and get some free stuff.
I know I love free stuff. I know everybody here loves getting free loot. It adds to your NARAKA collection, and it can put you up on the collection points leaderboard. So, you know, if that's something that you're grinding for, I know a lot of players are loving the new leaderboards that they've put into place in the game. So, give yourself a shot at some extra free stuff for your game. It'll be lovely to have it in your inventory. Now, taking a look at what we're going to be seeing for these next games to be played. We've got game 3 coming up. 4, 5, and 6 will be coming after that. First 2 games down, we've seen a lot of crazy action. We didn't get to see the full fruition of the Monk composition come out. SS1 did play it last round, but we did not get to see the Monk ult even one time on camera. So unfortunate for us, but hopefully we'll get to see another team try and make something happen with it. Morris Isle is the map for the Monk. It's where it originated. It's where it's going to happen, hopefully. Raven, what are you thinking we're going to see for the Morris comps?
What surprises me, Seb, is the meta is shaping out, and it's surprising that what's being phased out is that the Zai Matari. Now, it's mainly because the new comp, Kylan Hadi Zipping, is just doing super well. And because it's doing super well, the Sand Siphon is coming back. Now, Sand Siphon started phasing out slightly just because of how much burn damage, how many Zais were running around. It was very hard for this composition to get off the ground. But now that Zais are seeing less and less, that more defensive play that Kylan and Hadi are like really benefits the Sand Siphon. These 2 compositions kind of keep each other alive. Now, in response of that defense, though, the Viper comps are back, and they're back in a very different way. We're getting that F3 Viper coming in with the nukes, trying to pick off these Hadi compositions and that V1. A lot of teams thought that because Wu Chen was changed, that the Viper compositions would disappear, or she would be moved somewhere else. And at least for this bi-weekly, this second bi-weekly, the CN strategy has become very clear to me. Monk is out, Matari and Zai is an alternative to Viper, but we want to keep that Karumi and Zipping fresh for either Siphon or the Hadi Kylan composition. Really interesting stuff. I'm hoping there's that third mix in it, that more teams play that Monk. We did see KLA run the Feria Zai Monk. We did see BBE hover the Takeda Monk. JL has played that Takeda Monk. We just haven't seen a ton of success out of it. Only really have we seen success from KLA. So the good thing to look forward to on Morris is KLA doing some innovation, moving Zai over to Monk and Feria. We'll have to see if they're going to have some success, though, with this new meta.
I'm really hoping that we're going to get to see a little bit of more, you know, we saw a couple of these comps phased out. The Cannonball, the Ice Pick. We're not seeing very much of these Feria Yushan comps coming in anymore. They sort of came and went pretty fast in this meta. I would love to see the revival of an ice pick type composition into the Pro League play, which is probably something we're not going to see very much of. But, you know, getting into game number 3, we are going to be on Morris Isle, and it is sure to be a very interesting game.
Yeah, Morris Isle, the tried and true map. It's been here since the very beginning. A lot of terrain to work with. A lot more can be done on this map. It's not as limiting as Hollerath and Predoria, where you get these really, really wide open spots where you cannot stay alive. A lot of compositions that struggle with being focus fired or getting caught out in the open have a chance of being played on Morris. Not only that, because it's been played for so long, a lot of these timings based on Fireflies have been figured out. So all these teams are so accustomed to playing the counter strat, the counter of the counter strat. We've seen for literally 3 years GG land in the Firefly cave in the north, JL, VVV, and TXJ land in the Firefly cave in the south. There isn't more staple of a landing position from these two teams other than those two. Now, moving forward, I'm curious to see, though, how these new teams are going to be stacking up against these veterans. Alliance has been doing super well. BBE has slowed down a little bit, same time with Wolves, but they're still doing super well. There's still a lot of NARAKA to play. Are they going to be picking it up moving forward? What do they have to show me? Now, BBE last time, early on this first bi-weekly, for this end game, they showed a good strategy in response of the Spirit Well. The end game Spirit Well with that White Tiger buffs has been a big question that I've had. It has to have been a big question the league has had, just because one team can essentially pick up all of the remaining players by snowballing out of control. Now, today we've seen on Hollerath and Predoria, all of these teams are massively going forward and contesting it, but BBE was one of the first teams to go in, utilize their range, and kind of hit and run, keeping their ult for as long as possible. They also made sure that even if another team did get the buff, they all in them immediately to guarantee that they wouldn't be eliminated from them. Now, that does put them in a vulnerable position if they're not successful, because the rest of the teams who have been watching will be able to jump on them. But something that none of the other teams figured out was BBE was holding their ults the whole time. So at most they were going to go against one ult in the end, but it did guarantee that the game was going on. I'm wondering with VOD review, did the rest of these teams did pick up, whether or not they did pick up on this, and it is the result of these Spirit Wells going very differently in this end game. Now, as the games progress, I'm sure we're going to see more and more meta decisions being made. Now, I'm hoping that one of those new meta decisions will be the tried and true Transformers coming out. Being as durable as they are, it is very hard to get Transformers out of a Spirit Well. Something we saw earlier in the NARAKA that was very powerful was Temi, Takeda, and Monk able to secure boxes before. Will Spirit Well play the similar way, considering you get your ult back? Who knows? There's still a lot more that can be figured out. I'm sure we're not even close to the peak of this current meta. I'm excited to see, though, how things are going to shape on this next Morris.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see who is going to be picking what on this next Morris as we're getting ready for game number 3. These players are about to start locking in their heroes. We're taking a look at some of the teams and what their most favored hero picks are and what their percentages and a little bit of stats give you a little bit of insight into what they might be playing or what they might be doing for these next couple of games. This is JL and their most played comp. We're going to be seeing this in just a sec. They play it there. I believe JL is a siphon heavy team. I'm not 100% sure. Raven, maybe you could shed a little bit more insight on this, but this is a team that they perform very well under the pressure but there's a lot of times where they do end up falling short, like we have seen in the first couple of games today. WBG, another team that we haven't seen very much out of in these first couple of games, but usually they are a team on the top of the leaderboard.
What was your question directly about JL?
Sorry, JL's team, their most favored comp, I do believe, is the Sand Siphon comp.
Oh, no. JL was really known for their cannonball.
Okay, yes, my mistake.
And they've always just played, I would say, off meta to everyone else, very contrarian to what the rest of the league playing. Right, they're generally way more aggressive than other teams, and what complements them, or their opposite, would be GG, who's very conservative. KLA and Wolves instead. JL, on the other hand, is very aggressive. They're actually more known for their Viper gameplay, their cannon gameplay, and then just switching things up at the last second for the league. We saw them in Koi Cup open up with a Takeda Monk, also trying out Zai Viper Matari, doing really innovative stuff. They end up moving away and going back to the traditional 3 compositions, but they're one of the first to always try things to see if they work, and when it does work, the rest of the league does follow. Cannonball was their idea. This Kylan Hottie zipping composition is their idea, and I'm not sure which team was the first one to adjust for the F3 V1 Viper, but that's something very unorthodox as well. JL is known for switching up their Tessa ultimate, their Viper ultimate, to adjust for the compositions of the lobby. For the longest times, people did not believe Siphon could be executed by the Viper comp. It's just the amount of heal that zipping did provide was just way too much. And then F3 was changed, and the anti-heal became one of zipping's banes. Now we're seeing that arise again, but on the back of combining it with V1. The Viper composition, known for bursting teams down, is out sustaining the most durable compositions before they get to that power spike they desire. When in the early and middle of the game, they're not as geared up as far as Jades and armor, so they are susceptible to getting out sustained early on. Now, once the second Yang is complete and a lot of these teams get online with multiple purple armors, gold armor, and gold weapons, it becomes a lot harder to execute them. So when do you catch them? Early and middle game, and JL is definitely known for these type of strategies.
Okay, thank you for the answer to the question here. A little bit of confusion going on, but I think I understand it now, and this is why you're the master analyst, Raven. You know every single thing about every single team, and the details are fine pointed out. Taking a look here, first round selection is going to be given to WBG, BBE, Bauda, and JL, as they are going to be given the prime picking spot for the hero selection at the start of game number 3. And the first round selection popping off is going to be, we're going to see the original Siphon, we're going to see the Zai Siphon coming out from these teams. It's going to be 2 Siphon with Takeda, 2 Siphon with the Zai Matari. Going on to this next round of picks, we're going to see EWG locking in the Siphon, the Kylan comp coming out for KLA, Karumi locked in for Fun Plus Phoenix, and it looks like they're going for the Siphon comp here, as well as GG. Looks like they might be burning a hero point, as we're going to be running down to the third pick. Karumi is going to cost 2 hero points, while the rest of these heroes are going to cost 1. As these teams fill in these last picks, we're going to see a lot of Tessa coming out. We are going to see a Kylan comp, a couple of Kylan comps actually, and the other 2 will be our blind date Tessa, Viper, and Wu Chen coming out on to this third round pick, as these teams are getting ready to go. KLA's 17 getting super excited to jump into this game. You can feel the energy in the stadium right now. Everybody amped to get into game number 3, back on the OG map, back into Morris Isle, and this is where it starts to heat up, ladies and gentlemen. Some of these teams, this is their last day to make points. If they don't come away with enough points to qualify at the end of the day today, they're done for. They want to put themselves as high as possible, so when the last teams come to play their games on day number 3 for this BIWEEK2 trios qual, they are high enough above them that they will not get surpassed and in turn fall out of favor for the bi-weekly finals. Keeping in mind, we will be seeing some of these teams trying to make a comeback who have only played one day so far today and will have a chance on day number 3 to make themselves prominent in the top 12. Getting ready to go, we see these players locking in. We're going to take one more look at who these players are playing and what abilities they are using. Before we hop in, we'll give you a quick forecast of where they're spawning, and then we will jump right into the action. Ladies and gentlemen,
looking over at the character picks, and this is what I was saying, Siphon seems to be back. We had a little bit of experimenting, and it looks like we're going to be settling in that Zipping Kylan. Hottie is a really good pick as well, but Sand Siphon, still the tried and true. Its dominance, just it won't go away. Now, we've seen a different iteration of it now that Kurumi has been put onto it to deal with just how oppressive Zai is. It looks like GG is going to keep going with the Xiphon composition though. SS1 gonna go with Kylan, EWG also on the Siphon. We're still seeing a little bit of disagreement between some of the teams of whether or not they're going to be running the Matari, Zai, or the Viper. Matari with that V1 is a decent counter to the F3 V1 Vipers running around, but it looks like TE is going with the F3 V3 ultimate on the Viper. Wash on the Viper. V3 allows Viper to attack while her ult is going down. It doesn't AoE silence for that duration, but it does have a little bit of startup. Before the tether gets onto your opponent, you can reaction Matari ult or Yushan ult in response to it, on top of the fact that you can go around a corner. Now, at the end of it, there is a small stagger that allows you to time a perfectly timed focus attack at the end of it, but the duration is very, very short. We'll have to see of whether or not TE's gamble going with the V3 does pay off. And looking at the landing positions, very, very spread out. We got the JL landing in the south that they're known for, but surprisingly, I don't see GG in the top right. Balda's going to take a nice isolation fight to the right, but most of the teams are going to be on the top left. In that Sunwing, so much loot in Sunwing. It has the highest concentration of loot next to mine. FPX and Wolves gonna be going at it, looking for that off spawn fight. And looks like Bauda's Uran is gonna score the first blood onto TE's Wash. TE versus Bauda. No armor to anyone's name. Uran's gonna be jumping in the middle. Everyone just has no weapons. Only you has a weapon. Everyone's just slapping left and right. Kurumi's slapping his way through this. YG's gonna get a little bit of help from TE's Leo on the Wuchen, but not enough. Yu is going to get Tessa ulted, but Tessa will fall before the stun ends up going down. Nice cancel coming out from Leo, and now the slaps are coming back to try to stagger Leo. 2v1 situation. Leo can still win this, but he's gonna get juggled by you. Armby, shift Armby, gonna keep the stagger up. Nice cross up, gonna stop Leo from fighting back. Nice team play coming out from Bowden, and they're gonna win their off spawn decisively.
Taking a look now back to Sunwing as KLA CXZ struggling to make it up into the huts here, as we are going to see Fun Plus Phoenix on the other side of this area as KLA waiting in the wings. FPX's Xiao got hit by a poison mushroom here, and that is one thing you do have to watch out for in Sunwing's Rest, is there are a lot of poison mushrooms that if come into contact with, you will start losing health periodically, and that is not something that you want to happen. It takes a while for the effect to end, and you are basically losing HP every second, and it's very detrimental, especially if you find yourself in a fight while losing HP from not only the poison splash and the damage that players are dealing to you. As WBG's Axiao is going to go down here, Sleepwalker and Jang are going to try and wait in the wings until it is safe to go for a Resurrection. Alliance already picking up 4 eliminations as we start this game off. KLA taking to the skies, seeing if they can spot out some of their enemies here. They do know that there is still a team waiting around Sunwing's Rest. GG here, already pretty stacked on loot here. Blue armor, purple weapons, blue weapons all around for the team here as they are trying to jump in to this first scrap off of the game. No kills on the board for them so far, but They are looking very promising. 63% on the Karumi ultimate, which means their teammates' ults are not far behind. They will be having themselves a great start to the game. Wolves ZK here trying to make something happen with the bow shots. Isn't going to be able to connect on the bow, but tries to bring the fan out, seeing if he can get some damage. Team does start backing off here. Fun plus Phoenix are not looking to engage into this fight right away here. Oh my goodness, Zem with a crazy bow shot here as these teams starts to try and capitalize on the damage that they've dealt with the range weapons. It looks like ZK first to engage into the fight as Wolves Zem now trying to see if he can get the grapple off onto Xiaohu. Now the scale rush coming out. Zem taking some damage here. We're seeing the space being taken by Zem, using that staff to keep space from FPX, using that lunge to come through. The fist blades dealing a lot of damage, but the F1 is going to come into play for Wolves. Now going to use that time to just heal up. Huge parry coming out from Junks. Now going to go for that scale rush off the top of the tree here. Now we're going to see the Bane's Breath being invested here by FPX. They're going to still keep going on to the fight, but Zem going to get losing his prio in the combo straight from that Bane, and it looks like he's going to have to use that F ability and the ultimate from Zping just to stay alive here as FPX is regain their footing in the fight and forcing Wolves to back off as KLA comes in for the third party.
Moonbane is like the bad signal. The rest of the map can see that two fights are going down, and you're going to be able to look and immediately see who is in the kill feed. But I've heard that they've made the adjustment that for the first time, there will be no more names in the kill feed, but you do see the Moonbane on the lobby. Wolves are coming in with already investing that Kylan ultimate. Junks on the Matari going to respond, but the Kylan all just so oppressive, getting the juggles going down. It's going to force out the Krumi ult from Xiaohu of FPX, but everyone on FPX is taking so much damage. The Kylan just zipping back and forth, not allowing them to fight back. Wolves just doing so much damage to FPX, but they're going to stabilize, get all of their armor up, and now Sem under a ton of pressure with the Zai on top of him. But Kurumi's going to get really, really low. Cube is going to be coming up. Xiaohu will fall. Junks on the Matari now down to no armor, stuck in the middle of everyone, and KLA is going to be jumping again with that Kylan ult, trying to pick off both of these teams around CXZ. Showing his dominance, imposing his will with this Kylan, but everyone's gonna skedaddle, get out of the way. Wolves NHQ down to no armor, but it looks like CXZ is gonna be able to close the distance. His teammates are able to connect. Hadi under a ton of pressure. NHQ will fall, and now Wolves ZK is left to KLA. Now KLA does have white armor on the Hadi and still has ultimate. Can they fight their way out of this? Wolves, though, is going to get surrounded, and Alliance is going to be dropping down with the V1. NY7 coming out of nowhere. And
oh my goodness.
17S first, and then XEM. FBX is going to be joining in with a four-party. There is just an absolute melee going down on the north of Sunwing, Seb.
Oh my goodness, the tactical nuke surgical play to jump in, ult up, get some kills, and pop out. And now they do have the Bane that we could see waiting in the wings just in case they need it. It looks like they're going to save and hold off on popping that here as we're flipping over now to CJS from GG fighting against Bauda. Now the F3 getting invested, knocking all of these Bauda players back. Fan is going to have the overhold come through. Huge parry coming off onto Bauda's U now. The jump LMB coming through to be able to take away that final little bit of damage. Jump LMB. I sound like creatives right now as CJS just doing the absolute most with the fist blades coming through. Yiran now trying to run for his life. Purple fist blades in hand. He is going to have a little bit of extra movement coming through, but it looks like they are going to just let him go before re-entering into this fight. It looks like they are actually chasing him now as they want to finish off this squad's kill. As now we take a look now again, Alliance back in the middle of the action. Wolves ZK, last remaining player of his team, is going to get sharked down by Alliance. Mortal Defiance from the Zping ult came out, saved him for just a second, but still got taken down as Alliance picking up so many eliminations already at 10 kills, and we're not even 5-10 minutes into the game yet. This is absolute insanity, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, I can't believe they're already on 10 kills. Like, we haven't even started the game. Yang has just started to spawn in 90 seconds, and they are already ahead of the action here. This is peak NARAKA gameplay, ladies and gentlemen.
F3 V1 Viper, that V1 with the drop down threat is just so much value. Alliance be able to run that Moonbane strategy off spawn. Third party, all these teams on the north of Sunwing, and now you can see that concentration of so many teams resetting after their fights off spawn, and they just happen to be on all of this congestion in the north zone. Now TE and WBG did make their way to the center, originally blacked out. Same thing with KLA, but the majority of the lobby is concentrated on the northeast. Now, first Remo Yang is going to be coming up right now. Who is going to be taking it? This is one of the important factors this is carrying around. That first Remo Yang really allows you to snowball out of control, but we are seeing multiple teams now going for the Spirit Bow. Earlier this week, we didn't see as many teams go for the Spirit Well. A lot of the times, there's a scuffed team who happen to just get it for free, uncontested. But now with so many people in the Northeast, we're seeing a ton of teams descend upon them. We are going to see JL's VVV in the South playing a slower strategy with the Zyphon comp. VVV is able to get that purple armor before the competition is running discount, one of the hidden tactics of the Pro League for the longest time. Still, with the adjustments to the discount, it's not as much as it was before, still very necessary with how expensive all of the store items are. Now, first Yang fight, we are gonna get Bauda versus TE. Seb, take it away.
JL's VVV here is going to be fighting onto SS1, as we are going to see the F3 getting invested here, connects onto two of the players. We are going to see the Haughty L getting invested from SS1 early here. We're going to see trying to go for the overhead slam here, as VVV now taking so much damage. Rosemary is going to get parried here. Use the cube to get out of that fight here. Gen 1 trying to make something happen with the fan is going to end up just scale rushing away here. Scale rush, focus into him here, but the F1 is going to come out. F3 invested from VVV again, still has ultimate available. Kylan ult coming out from SS1. Rosemary here trying to deal as much damage as possible, but Karumi ultimate is going to be invested from JL. Rosemary sending it back and forth. All these players are grouped up, but VVV now in that Zai ultimate, going to send that F3 out, is going to connect here, bringing it back around, does not connect on the charged attack on the burn damage here, as we are going to see him try and make some damage. Does get the stagger across though, gets two of these players into stagger, and the follow-up damage from his teammates helping so much. Reset now getting dangerously low, is going to go down. Gen 1 in, tries to put the cube up to save his teammates, but it's to no avail here. Is going to have that burn damage available again. VVV trying to make something happen on to the Haughty, is going to get knocked back though. The spacing was not at the right moment for him. He brings out the F3 again, does not connect, as the cube is going to come into play again. Rosemary still in full HP, is going to get taken down very low here, and the jump LMB is going to be the one to take him out. Zen 1 very low HP, using the cube to save his life, but to no avail. He is going to go down very fast. No HP remaining, 1 HP in a dream, and he's got a kite for 20 seconds, tries to go for the parry, and the animation he holds in is not going to be enough to save his life, as one player just comes in with one light attack and ends his career. Ladies and gentlemen, the Realm of Yang goes to JL.
JL still doing it big with the Zyphon composition. I still remember the first time they played this on Holoroth. Just absolutely insane that they were making the meteor work even within all the cannonballs surrounding them. They were to get so much value off this composition. Now I'm curious to see whether or not this composition is going to be able to continue its dominance with the like of Zyphon coming back. Temmie really puts this composition in a tough place. Now, Matari's ability to give the Zai multiple meteors, 3 of them exactly, she is able to meteor and get out of dodge, but Karumi, on the other hand, can't really do anything if a Zyphon connects her. She's stuck inside the sand mud. Now, to the south, we're going to get EWG with Yang depletion, 2 minutes 30 seconds. We're going to get an isolated fight versus S1. Low you onto Takedo, able to get onto the zipping. The slap is going to be coming down. Whoa! Zipping, or Karumi comes in with a flank onto the zipping. Zipping's ultimate is going to already be popped. She gets absolutely shredded, pushed into the zone. She is down to 1 HP. She's able to create some space. Nice peel coming out from the teammates, but now Luyo is going to be able to get the Haughty isolated to himself, but the building is going to provide some cover for the Hottie. Now Loyo is going to be moving over to his Temmie and his teammate. The 2v1 from the Liam and zipping allows them to pick their health back up. Now Loyo going back and forth, being pulled left and right. Just really good peel coming out from the team of SS1. Lots of bait and switches coming out. Gold F's going to be coming out. Hottie's going to be able to pop all. He's going to be able to get out of dodge. Siphon's not able to connect where they want. The defensive ult is going to be coming out, picking their health up. They are going to have to survive the burst of this Hottie, but it doesn't matter. SS1 gets the reset that they want. Great recovery from them. Their zipping got pushed to 1 HP, and now they're all heavy, healthy, and back up, and we're back to even. No more ultimates to anyone's name. Who's going to be able to take it? SS1 is going to be surrounding the likes of EWG. F1 on the Takeda going to be popped. No more focus attacks to his name. Hottie Cube is still up for SS1. Nice RMV going to be coming out from Loyer, but Zwan, the Temmie, is down to his last health. Vress is going to fall for EWG. Zwan will fall to Rosemary. Though we're down to a 2v2 situation, fighting inside the zone. Below on the Takeda is able to get his ultimate back up. So is the Kylan, though. Ults are gonna be flying. Hottie versus Takeda. Rosemary on the Kylan, doing a ton of work onto the support blade, but he's gonna get uppercutted away. Rosemary has to find the kill onto Takeda right now. Slap's gonna be coming out from the Hottie. Loyo is gonna get joking right now, down to his last leg. Zone tickets gonna be coming down. We're almost up to max corruption, but Rosemary will fall. Nice Obel gonna be coming out. SS1 Zen is gonna have a 2v1 situation. He does get parry from EWG's Cookie, and EWG does come out on top, but at the expense of their Temmie's life.
Oh my goodness, the peel from SS1 at the start of that fight, the 1 HP escape, the 2v1 peel, absolute perfection coming out from them. The target selection went a little bit haywire, and the communication from EWG was a little bit rough at the start, but they were able to pull through and come away with the victory in that fight. They are going to be able to get their teammate back up later on into this game, as they can purchase their teammates back from a Rift dealer here. As we're taking a look at our kill leading team, 14 eliminations on the board for them right now. Alliance off to an absolute tear, past the 100-point threshold already. And this is insanity, ladies and gentlemen. The stack is already pretty good for them as well. I believe we are going to see Wolves coming in here. Taking a look, we are going to see them trying to jump into this realm of Yang. But it looks like most of these players are going to go for the Spirit Well instead of the Yang on the second time. They do see that Draco Storm buff, and it looks like they'd rather go for the Draco than risk a fight in the Yang here, as it looks like Alliance are going to start taking this here, pushing onto the outside to see if they can purchase a couple of things that are going to get that golden weapon buy from the shop before anybody else is able to, and it looks like they're going to be able to cop that Spirit Well before anyone else has the opportunity. They're pushing out far, leaving one player in to protect themselves, to protect the Spirit Well, and we are going to see a Yang fight. WBG versus BBE, scrapping it off in the realm of Yang. I believe this is Siphon versus Zycom. This is going to be an interesting one, Raven. Take it away.
BBE looking super stacked. Can they continue their dominance on to the likes of WBG? Jing is going to get down really low on the Temmie. Looks like they're going to try to force out this Temmie all right now. In response to the Kurumi all is going to come down. Sleepwalker with the Takeda all is going to have to pop and peel. They have to slow down the amount of pressure coming out from BBE. Batari ult and Zai ult will be popped, but Fat Milk still has his Kurumi ult. He still can take this and delay his ultimate. Now Roy he is going to get shredded up. He needs to pick up his health. You see him burn all of his stamina to dodge around, but the Temmie ult still wasn't used at, and Fat Milk is going to follow the Kurumi. Kurumi just has such a hard time versus Temmie, but Roy he still has a little bit of ultimate. Can he bring this back for his team? WBG is going to slow it down. F1 going to be invested by Sleepwalker. He's going to jump in. F3 on the Kurumi, delaying the damage. BBE's Fat Milk is going to get staggered right now. Sleepwalker going to hold down Roy He with the double crouching MB, goes for the triple, not able to get it, and it looks like his teammate is gonna fall. 1v3 situation. Can Roy he pull off the magic? Jumping LMB is gonna be surrounding him. Roy he cannot fight back the stagger, and Siphon is looking to be dominant again. Siphon, if you remember, they were super underscaled compared to that Zyphon composition, and they were still able to win it out, finding that execution onto the Kurumi.
I think the main reason why they were able to win that fight in the Realm of Yang, every single time the Zai would go for a burn charge with the ultimate, every single time they got the charge, the Furin Blast was timed perfectly to prevent the charge, but not stagger them to the point where he's able to just recharge the attack again, have the attack start, and the Furin Blast cancel out the attack, which was done so perfectly to the point where they weren't able to send the attacks out, and they lost so much value on that Zai ultimate. WBG now with the Mystic Might buff. This is the second time, I believe, that they've picked up Mystic Might over the other two buffs in this Realm of Yang. So I believe they have some strategy that the rest of these players don't know about, running that Mystic Might over the Draco Storm, which seems to be now the favored buff on this patch. Before, we had been seeing a lot of White Tiger's prowess, and going into those ending Spirit Well games, we definitely do see a lot of that coming out when it does get selected for those Spirit Wells. As Alliance now taking a look at Celestra, trying to see if they can make something happen with the rest of their buff here, as BBE and the rest of their team here, they are on the Yang depletion. They've got 3 minutes and 42 seconds to find a team, as GG waiting in a bush. Let's see if they're going to try and pop out. They could just be waiting here. 3 eliminations on the board for them. They're laughing, and looks like they're not going to engage here. They do not want to start the scrap off here because they have something that the other team doesn't. They don't have the Yang depletion, and so they don't need this fight. If they get caught out in a fight and a third party happens, GG could lose themselves and very well cost themselves the game.
Yeah, really, really conservative stuff coming out from GG, and they're known for their end game strategy. Now, it is their first day one. They're already up to 19 kills. BBE, super stacking. This is what I was saying versus WBG. Their Zyphon, they had everything they could possibly want. Good weapon on their Zai, gold armor on their Zai, and still they're not able to find the success on this composition. Now, it might be a strategy difference, but BBE is going to be finding wolves with the blueberries, all the blue armors. Can they find a kill onto them? It looks like Zeb is going to activate on the Kylan. Jump in immediately. It looks the Hottie is going to put down the cube, and now BBE, it's up to them to generate some type of offense right now. It looks like they are going to switch over to the Kylan, who's going to cube out of that situation. Boy, Hehe on the Zai. He's going to be put into Invis. Muftari ult is going to be leading this, and they are going to catch XEM. Too much damage coming out from that purple fist on Roy Hehe, and now Zai ult's going to be coming out. He's going to be chasing down this Hottie, but Hottie with a lot of mobility, he's going to be making his way into zone. ZK has the space created, the zipping ready out of here. Now can Hottie make his way out of here? Tons of mobility on HHQ. He wants his second ult to be coming on, but he's going to be getting juggled by the Zai and the likes of BBE. Tap dodge roll, not able to get out of there. Fat Milk will be able to pick up the kill. They do get two soul booms right now, and they do have 24k, so they can opt to slow this down, get the res. But on the outside though, Wolves, JL sees this happening, and this is the dangerous part of fighting in zone. A lot of these teams who are playing conservative will be on edge zone. If they happen to hear or get any type of Q, you can just get executed for coming out, and still in the kill feed you will see players dying to zone. So BBE does find a little bit of opening right now. JL lurking on the outside, looking in, and they do spot them. Tough break for BBE. They don't have any ultimates to the name. JL has tons of ults to the name, and the poison's going to be coming out, Seb. Will BBE be able to survive this?
I don't know if they will. Roy Hehe making it barely out with just a little bit of health remaining here. That poison berry almost did a number on him. As he is able to get the reset though, JL not putting enough pressure on. They didn't want to overcommit, as there are a couple other teams waiting in the wing. They, as like you said, they are playing very conservative here, as now they do have the full reset, and their strategy did end up working. We didn't see it work for Wolves, but Roy Hehe and the rest of Bamboo Esports were able to put on a masterclass and show us how it's done. 10 eliminations on the board for them. We're starting to see them pull up back, but oh no, Fat Milk was not able to grab any of his Soul Jades in time, so this could be a little bit of trouble for him, as hopefully we'll be able to see him get his loot back up to stack. He does still have purple armor, does have his weapons, but Soul Jades were left behind in the storm. They might try and go back for them. I don't know if that's going to be the play for them so far. They might need to get a little bit of heat off of them first, because all of these teams are still waiting around to make sure they can capture one of the teams that are going to falter. GG now holding on the top of this hut here. They do see VVE. You're going to send a couple of pop shots. They do see JL's VVV, and they are going to take a couple pop shots at him. And the rest of these teams are starting to close in. Circle 4 closing onto Circle 5. This is one of our longer games that we do see, ladies and gentlemen, because at this stage of the game, last game, we only had 15 players left. Now we've got 25. An extra 10 players is going to cause for a lot more chaos, as this buff is going to start to drop on the Spirit Well. WBG seem to be the first players to start to take it. GG trying to come in. VVV as well, waiting on the side. TE, KLA, and Alliance also in the mix here, as we do see Phoenix Blast and Hepta detach here on the Xiao. WBG's Xiao here. We are seeing a Jing now getting hit with a Tessa Charm. This could be very detrimental to them now, as the enchant isn't going to do too much. But oh my goodness, the tactical nuke again, ladies and gentlemen. The stun's going to get everybody. Oh my goodness. Nobody's got time to lose. Xiao goes down. TE's wash gets the elimination. VVV goes down. Sleepwalker. Oh my goodness. Alliance is doing it again and again and again. Oh my, what an amazing play here. TXJ getting a crazy parry here. They're trying to get VVV up, but it's very difficult. The Wisps coming in. TXJ taking so much damage. VVV was almost up. They weren't able to make it happen. They've got to evacuate the area. WBG gets fully eliminated. They were poised to take the throne today for this game, but now they're completely out of the game. CJS now getting almost completely eliminated as well, but the Kurumi ult coming in to save his life, getting pushed out of the Kurumi ultimate now, taking so much damage. This could be it for him here. Able to use that F3 to be able to save himself a little bit more. Now getting hit with a Tessa Charm. This is so difficult for him. Now he's in a Temi ultimate. How is he able to survive this? Ladies and gentlemen, he's going to get hit with the stun. Pops that ultimate, uses the F3 to get out of there as fast as possible, scaling up the tree, getting chased on by all of EWG. Is going to get grappled on now, as the rest of this team trying to give chase onto him. Now is tethered with the Kurumi, so he will have the chance to be able to get saved. Gets an armor swap as well, able to escape with his life, but just barely. CJS doing a great job of staying alive, and his teammates doing an amazing job at keeping him that way. Wow, what a crazy fight going on. Oh my goodness, the Aurora Burst coming in. Alliance now taking to the skies here. The Wu Chen ult saving them, as now TE trying to scale up to the top with a Pull Sword Scale Rush, dealing so much damage, knocking them out of their positioning here, trying to find themselves a good high ground spot, but Wolf ZK not letting them have it.
Oh my goodness. Alliance with the instigation. They just come in and drop that B1 and then immediately peel out, making everyone in the lobby pop their ultimates. Still, ultimates are going down. TE with that V3. Viper holding their ground, forcing the Siphon away from them. TE on this quarter, 19 people left alive. Alliance does have 14 kills. BBE up to 11. EWG up to 8, but still the Viper of Alliance just being a menace to this lobby, this tree endgame. I've always said on the left side of the map, there's an upside down L of these tall trees, and that's what I call Viper territory. You're always under the threat of that V1 drop down. It comes out of nowhere, and it's absolutely devastating. We see JL going into this endgame super stacked, and it just gets absolutely devastated. Now GG was playing very conservative, and it's because of things like Viper drop downs. Even with their Matari, they barely make it out alive, only at the likes of going through that Moonbait. Now second, Spirit Well is going to be up. This one is for all the marbles. This one is for the buff. I can't really see which buff it is going to be, but it looks like BBE is already going to be going in, going to pop that Zai ultimate on Roy Hehe, defending the area right now. The rest of the zone is still licking their wounds from,
and it's Tigers
mayhem from Alliance. Now Tigers buff, Roy Hehe and the crew is going to have a chance to do a Snap. There's 4 minutes left to go. Can they find enough kills to kill everyone in the lobby? There is a ton of trees though, a lot of mobility for this team, so as long as no one gives this kill, the lobby should be alive. But Roy Hehe and BBB have a ton of momentum to their name. Double gold armor, and we can see here, Seb, everyone's taken to the trees. Squirrels everywhere. No one wants to touch the ground. The floor is lava.
It's typical gamers not wanting to touch grass, I tell you. BBE's Roy he is going to get hit with the Tessa Charm, though, forcing himself to back out of this fight. Going to go for a quick reset here, as the Matari ult is going to come out to counter TE's Wash's Viper V3 here, as we are going to see the Wu Chen port coming out to take TE out of danger. BBE did invest the Kurumi ultimate into that fight, though, so they are going to have to watch out. They will not have the Kurumi to fall back on, as well as the Matari ultimate. All they have is Zai up right now. They're going to need to gain that rage back fast, as they do have the White Tiger's prowess, though, so it's going to give them a little bit of an advantage. Now they spot onto TE's Wash and Wolf ZK. NY7 coming with another tactical nuke here. He's going to get... Oh my goodness, he's going to take Wash out with the ultimate alone here, sending out that F3 onto GG here, able to deal so much damage. Roy Shishi here now on Alliance's Yuma, trying to deal so much damage, knocking him away and away. The Wu Chen ult is going to come in for the saving, tries to go for the grapple, unable to connect here, sending the F3 out, misses the F3, but Yuma now going to go down. Tessa Charm tried to come out, but they killed him before it was able to proc here. Alliance's Revenge now trying to make something happen, is going to get parried here. Oh my goodness, the Aurora Burst coming in from KLA. Roy He now in a huge... Oh my goodness, all the cannon fire coming down. Now we see GG's 330. Ivan gonna go down to CJS here. GG picking up a kill. KLA CXZ trying to make something happen. CXZ on the ultimate here, trying to get a kill. He gets the kill onto 330 here, gets the Soul Bloom, avoids the Aurora Burst, brings it back around. KLA 17 is going to get the kill onto 330. CXZ now trying to send some more shots in with the Kylan Slash. CXZ trying to run away, and now Revenge getting dangerously low here, is going to be able to pick up the kill onto Revenge. ZK trying to back off now. CXZ trying to make something happen. A huge pair coming out from the other side. Alliance's Revenge going down. Roy He picking up another elimination, but now it's stolen by EWG. EWG is going to pick up one more elimination. Roy He needs one more kill, tries to make something happen, but his teammate is going to go down. Ivan been eliminated here, sends Liu Li into the zone, doesn't get the elimination though. CXZ is trying to come away with the kill. Roy He wants to get this elimination. CXZ is going to be the one to pick it up though, as Roy He trying to still make something happen, but KLA CXZ on the Kylan ult is doing so much damage, but BBE still alive into this game, as well as JL and KLA. GG and TE still alive. There's still so many players alive. I thought it was over, but no, it's not, ladies and gentlemen. We still got so much more action-packed. Raven, oh my goodness, what's happening?
50 seconds left. The trees are just giving everyone the amount of survivability. BBE's not able to get the Thanos snap. They're not able to secure the kills, but they do come up with 12 kills. Roy He last one left alive, but it looks like JL did get executed earlier, but TXJ is keeping their dreams alive. He's going to find a kill onto TE's Leo, his former teammate. KLA 17S, GG's LXM, Roy He all left. 4 1v1v1s, all left alive. Everyone's taken to the sky. Just one singular tree in the center. Everyone's trying to keep their health as high as possible, but 17S has the Aurora Burst. He's keeping everyone off the low ground. He's trying to take to the sky on the zipping, gonna be popping that V1. He has a ton of health working to his favor, but LXM is coming from the top, comes dashing in with the F2 on Matari. 17S is gonna come with the Aurora Burst, but LXM looks like he has the highest amount of health. He's gonna get the last seconds of tags. GG is gonna be able to clutch this out, but 17S is gonna tie them, and it's gonna be a two-way tie for this third game on Morris.
I don't believe what I'm watching. Like, this is... Oh my goodness. My brain is in so much pain right now. That was the craziest thing I've ever seen. The tactical nuke after tactical nuke. BBE picking up insane eliminations. Huge damage coming through from Kylan. KLA CXZ just griefing all of these other players, stealing so many kills from underneath the belt of Roy Shishi. EWG's Luo Yi coming through and picking up a few more eliminations. TXJ doing a beautiful job at coming through with a couple more kills, and the 1v1v1v1, you love to see it. This is prime NARAKA action, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we've been waiting for. The Morris games do not disappoint. I am bouncing in my chair right now, Raven. Oh my goodness, it gets me going, man. Oh my gosh.
It's been a while since we've seen the hype V1 drop down plays. In CN, they call it the Ning drop. In NA, we call it the AC 130. You're calling it the tactical nuke, but it is absolutely devastating when it comes out of nowhere. You don't get the sound cue as long as Viper starts the ultimate really high up, and with the ability of these really tall trees on Morris, he has such a big blind spot. You see NY7 going with that slow fall V1, just slowly landing into everyone, and that first spirit well, not the buff spirit well, but the first spirit well, he lands in the center of just 12 people, everyone contesting the spirit well, and then as soon as the stun is finished, you see just an eruption of ultimates, Temion's going down, Kurumi circles going down, you see JL trying to keep his teammates alive, but then the whole lobby just focuses in, starts ranging everyone, and surprisingly still, again, this is the second time today TXG is able to clutch up in the solo 1v1v1 situation. We get 4 solos go into this end game with that tree situation. Such a classic end game for NARAKA. Rarely do we ever see that heal-off situation within trios. Usually it's one trios team dominating the rest of the lobby. We see BBE set up perfectly. They're able to get that spirit roll. Everyone else is in ult disadvantage, but unfortunately the trees just provide too much mobility for these teams to run around, and BBE ends up overheating. We saw you overheat a little bit earlier today, but this time Roy Hehe's team a little bit of overheat. Roy Hehe's not able to cover his team. He ends up being last man standing, and Zai is a lot more vulnerable when he doesn't have, or when she doesn't have her teammates backing her up. But still, BBE comes out big right there. It's not always going to be perfect. You just got to scrap off and find the kills. That tree endgame was spectacular though, Seb.
By far the best game of NARAKA I've seen in a few seasons. Like the way that these players were able to come through with creative plays that we haven't seen in a very long time, show these tried and true scenarios. And like this Viper ultimate, it's a very situational ult, and it just happened to have the perfect ending circle with just the right amount of trees, just the right amount of cover to be able to come in and stun so many players. Usually we see it work on one team, or it happens where one team will get stunned, another team will try and come in third party, but everyone got stunned, and that was the game changer for the end game here. They did end up overheating. Alliance did end up going out pretty early, but we are going to take a look at the scoreboard to show you exactly where these teams placed and how much value they were able to pull out of this play. Alliance still hitting MVP with 15.5 points, 15 kills. They did go out early, but it was still enough to put them just above BBE, as BBE was not able to get the multiplier that put them in the top points. The multiplier ended up going, I don't believe it went to anybody, since there was a tie at the end. Yeah, so because of that, Alliance is still able to get the MVP, but BBE in second, down by 1 point. But the MVP going to Alliance. NY7 with 17,000 damage, Revenge with 10,000 healing, and for a Wu Chen that's still pretty nice, and Yuma with 21,000 damage. Absolutely insane, especially on the Tessa. Perfection gameplay coming out from Alliance for this game. Absolute insanity. I'm in love right now, man. This is some perfect gameplay.
Now, what's surprising, I was saying, at the top of the leaderboard, we're seeing new teams coming out with this new rule set. We normally would see the veterans dominate this lobby, KLA, GG, JL, but we're seeing BBE, Alliance, EWG, teams we normally don't see at the top coming up big, especially with the new phases and everything. So much changes have been made to this Pro League season that we're seeing the likes of these newer teams. Looking at the leaderboard, ASC not playing today, but at 32.5. BLADEPOINT playing today, 35.5, having a stellar performance. We're past that halfway point now. Game 3 in the bags, so still a lot of NARAKA to be played moving forward. OUG also not playing it, but EWG 16.5. They had a little bit slow start, finally getting their groove going in this game 3. Wolves 14.5. not having as monster of a game that they did game 1, but it's not going to matter. They're already in the top 4. They've pretty much secured their spot. But JL keeping up the momentum, having another solid round. BBE coming up big, keeping up the momentum of their first day. And Alliance, same thing. These two guys, two teams holding the top. Now, these points still do matter going into the weekly finals. You do take a percentage of your overall score going into that weekly finals. It does give you almost a full round win if you do get a ton of points taking that first. Bowda off spawn, having a ton of fun. And this is where we saw NY7 starting to cause the havoc. Off spawn in the north, Sunwing finding the third party onto Wolves, Alliance, KLA, and cleaning up everyone. Now going into Realm of Gang, Siphon having that dominance versus the Xiphon comp. At first, Xiphon had the edge on this composition, but it looks like within that isolated 3v3, it's been figured out. You get put against the wall, the Temi ult is going to come down, your crewmate is going to be very vulnerable. This fight was absolutely insane in the south. EWG versus SS1. SS1 with the craziest banana peel I've seen, just absolutely keeping his team alive, dragging it to distance, but they're able to clutch it up, and we're seeing NY7 and the crew just cause absolute havoc for these teams. Now, they don't end up capitalizing as much as they could because of the adjustments from all the teams, but still, they were the catalyst for all these ults coming out. TXJ losing his teammates earlier, still finding assassination plays on the Botari going into this last little bit, and we're going to get KLA's and GG able to keep up their health going into this last little bit. LXM almost gets 70s out of there, but that sliver of health, that little bit of health gauge allows him to tie, denying that 1.2 multiplier. But the MVP is going to the Menace NY7 on the Viper. 70,000 damage, and looking at his Jades, my man is full attack and melee resistance. He's trying to nuke you with that F3, trying to get that big damage down. You're seeing how much damage his abilities do. Almost 10,000 damage, let alone just from him doing his F3 and his V1s on that lobby.
It's crazy that in a melee focused game, a control ult and skill are gonna do more damage than you're able to do with a weapon. That is some real skill coming out from NY7, being able to make that happen. 9 kills, 6 assists. Absolute crazy. Not some crazy Jades either. He had mainly blue defense and attack Jades. He had that Hexa Harmony for the spear, but he didn't see very much damage output coming from the spear. Just having that for an extra attack buff. Absolute insanity. I still can't believe what happened. This is textbook gameplay coming out from Alliance there. They did end up overheating at the end, that we did see, but beautiful gameplay nonetheless. The ending could not have been better. And the one thing I wanted to touch on was that Realm of Yang WBG, when they were fighting against that Xiphon comp, the timing of the Furen shoves, to be able to time them as soon as the Xi would release that burn, the shove would happen to cancel the effect, so they weren't able to recharge it afterwards and have another chance to output the damage. They weren't able to throw a single one of those Xi attacks. But we'll talk about that a little bit more later. First, we're going to go towards an interview, and we'll be right back after this.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have Alliance NY7 come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 请到机先跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 A 队的 NY7。
Okay, welcome. So how does that feel like got the first MVP of yourself, and how does that feel like leading the total points list so far? 那第一个问题给到NY7，那肯定是拿下自己第一个 MVP 是什么样的感受，以及目前引领着我们积分榜的 A 队又是什么样的心情呢？
就是非常开心啊！作为一个新人来到赛场上，表现的这样，对自己很满意了。
So I feel really happy, and as a newcomer for this stage, I feel quite satisfied with my performance today. Well, we know you are the new players for Alliance, and also we can see the huge improvement of Alliance after you came. So how do you feel about the performance of Alliance, maybe compare with the last day? 那其实我们也能看到，自从男友7来到 A 队之后 ，A 队有了非常大的进步。你怎么看待就是今天的表现？对比一下上一天的表现呢？
今天的表现比上一天来说相对好一点，但是上一天我们打的 也比较符合我们队的优势吧，就是喜欢一直找人劈一下刀。
So I think it's better, but for the last day's performance, I think it's good as well, and it's just like our style, and our team like to fight with the other team facing face. Okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. So this time our question is, how many kills did Team Alliance get in the game 3？ 那这次我们的问题是第3把当中 A 队拿下了多少个击败分呢？ Well, so in game 3, I noticed there was 2 perfect Viper jumps in the game 3. So how did you decide at that time？ 其实第3把我也注意到了，有2波非常完美的宁红叶跳水，跟我们讲讲当时是怎么去决定的吧。
劝森龙谷那波是因为他们那2队打的并不知道我们过来了嘛，我们就直接天降，就能把能收的头都收了。决赛圈那波是因为我们红湖在决赛圈没有优势，就想着开大能多杀1-2个就多杀1-2个。
So for the first jump, at that time, that 2 teams are quite busy fighting, so they didn't notice us. So we choose to use a Viper jump and to try to get more kills at that time. And the second jump was in the final circle, and I think for our combinations, is not quite good in the final circle to get some points. So we just try our best to use our ult to get the kills in the final circle. Okay, so please count on the time. 也请拿手机给我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot everyone. So could you please tell us the answer? 那可以给我们公布一下正确答案是哪个吗？
C.
Yes, the answer is C. Well, so today is our Chinese traditional festival, the Mid-Autumn Festival. So, could you please tell us what do we usually do today? 那其实今天也是我们中国的传统节日中秋节，可以请男友去告诉我们一般的中秋节都会干什么吗？
吃月饼啊。
We will eat the mooncake. Also, we will enjoy watching the moon, right? Because today the moon will be really beautiful. So, did your team try to maybe ask for some help from our moonbay? 那其实我们知道，我们一般都会在中秋节赏月，因为月亮今天会非常的漂亮。那就想问了，有没有向我们的地煞符去寻求帮助？
肯定有啊，地煞符。它存在肯定有它存在的道理，肯定是厉害的这个东西。
Okay, of course, yes, because I think the moonbay is quite strong in the game. Well, we can see every team they will use their money to buy the moonbay to help them to win the fight. Okay, thank NY7 come to our interview, and that's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for some NARAKA Pro League Trios bi-weekly 2. I am Nbpl. I'm going to be bringing your expert analysis of everything trios for NARAKA. And Seb, I am joined by one of the OGs, Seb. You were asking what the new meta is like. It's the most exciting NARAKA I have seen in all of my time playing this game. New maps, new meta, all leading to the Road of Worlds of the autumn season over there in China, and it's looking beautiful right now. Game 4 coming up. We're going back to Predorio, I believe. Seb, out of all your time being one of the OGs of NARAKA, what are you loving about this new meta that you're seeing today?
The craziest thing I'm loving about the new meta is the fact that they're bringing stuff back from the old meta to combat stuff that's coming into the new meta, like we just saw with the Viper V1, which is a classic play from season 1, developed by J Teams Lee. Shout out to one of my favorite teams who's no longer with us, but developed by that to counter the monk composition, and now we're seeing it back in play for our newest season. And I'm loving the Kylan comp. The Kylan comp, just high damage, high control, high movement. It's such a fun comp to watch. They're just zooming back and forth with the Kylan slashes, zooming back and forth with the Hottie, and then they've got the Z-Ping to come and cover for health and heals. It is just such a perfect composition, and the way that these pro players execute it, it's so beautiful to watch. This is what I'm loving, and it's so funny that I'm an OG in NARAKA now as for casting, because I am the youngest one here. It's crazy how long I've been here. When I started this journey out when I was 16 years old, casting the World Championship for the first time, and now we're here 4 years later, and now we're casting the Nbpl again and again, and I love that it's still here. It's done nothing but grow and improve, and it's just fabulous. And love that we've picked up so many new faces along the way. We've seen hardships, we've seen greatness, and it's all come to keep improving the game, keep growing the community, and making this world a better place because NARAKA is in it.
Yeah, speaking of better, Alliance, DBE, we're seeing the foreigners pick up the pace. We're seeing the thrones being challenged. GG has been one of the most dominant teams throughout NARAKA, dominant this whole year, but for the first time in a while, looking mortal. Now, we are just in the weeklies right now. We can't jump to conclusions, but it's looking good for a lot of these teams in the league. And I really think it's because of the new rule where you're not able to see everyone's name. There's a phenomena that happens when you're dominated by these strong teams for so long. They almost have an aura when you see their names in the kill feed. But now when you just see default characters, Zippy Ying going down in the kill feed, you don't know who you're fighting against. This really allows for the bottom half of the league to, instead of worrying about how they're going to appear, what they're going to be looking like, just concentrate on their game. Instead, we're seeing the same thing happen even within our foreign scene. Because the names are being turned off, players who would normally weren't as dominant are doing a lot better. This is really, really good for the future of NARAKA. New blood is always a good thing for a healthy ecosystem. Now, that doesn't mean that GG is remotely out of it. It's still way too soon to call. They still are going to be a lot more adjustments going into the actual Nbpl finals. But for this weekly's finals, super exciting to see EWG, this team, doing super well. Same thing with Alliance. And we saw Wolves first weekly, the most dominant performance I've ever seen within the league, ending the match point within 4 days. I don't know if that's ever going to be replicated again, but they're struggling today. Adjustments are being made, and this is what I always tell people. It's easy to rise to the top. It's very hard to stay there once the strongest players make you, give you the credit that you are now one of their equals. They're going to study you, they're going to break down your gameplay, and they're going to take what you're doing well and use it against you. Do you still have it in you to evolve? We'll have to see if Wolves still has it in them to evolve. Now, BBE, you see their coaches super locked in. You see this team always locked in. They have a super thick binder of strats. I've seen these guys hard at work, and I hope to see them continue this work ethic all the way going to Worlds. We'll see what they have on game 4. I'm still crossing my fingers for some Monk gameplay, but it's looking like Sand Siphon is going to be the new replacement. We was slowly going towards some Monk, but it doesn't look like anyone believes in that anymore.
And it looks like we are going to be playing on Holoroth at dusk, ladies and gentlemen. So get ready for a lot of jam-packed action right off the beginning, as Fun Plus Phoenix, GG, KLA, and EWG are going to be our first round pick for our hero selection, as they are going to be getting ready right now to lock in their picks. We're about to be able to see who is going to be playing what and who is going to be getting the brunt end of the picks. It's usually how it's going to go. We're going to see the Siphons coming out. We're going to see in the first round, and then the picks for the very end are going to be the Vipers. Siphon and Siphon coming out right off the rip here. EWG and KLA have yet to pick, but we are going to see the Siphon coming up from them as well. An interesting note to see is the Siphon picks are now running strictly Kurumi, as they have to save that Z-Ping pick for the Kylan comp now, I believe, if that's correct. David?
Yeah, that's 100% correct, Seb. And it's mainly because of the Zais that came out of nowhere. JL bringing the Zai onto the scene, and it just made it so hard for Zipping to survive. The second Matari and Zai connect to your Zipping. She cannot get away. There's triple movement F on the Zai, triple movement F on the Matari. Even with perfect play, you still cannot get away from the other teams. But there are some solutions to this inside the isolated fight inside Yang. There is like a critical mass of Zais that allow you to survive. We're seeing a lot more defensive compositions coming out with this Kylan Zipping Hottie. Now, the Hottie doesn't have any burn, so you don't have to worry about that. And now Zai is on the flip side, because there's so much sustain around them, because these teams can hit and run so well. It's not allowing them to find those nice little burst areas where they're able to quickly get some kills, get the ultimate back onto Zai. Instead, they're getting dragged to deeper waters and drown. Now, we're going to have to see if this trend continues moving forward, but it looks like Kylan Zipping Hottie and Siphon is going to be the staple for the top 2 strongest compositions going forward. Now, I'm still crossing my fingers. This is Holoroth. This traditionally has been a day where teams or compositions that are very suited for open ground, cliffside endgames have had their dominance, and that's why we've seen Siphon work so well here for so long. So there's a ton of open area endgames. The Temi allows that sustain, the Takeda allows that burst, so it's just one of the best terrain situations for this comp. But one thing that's definitely changed over the years that was different in the past, normally Temis were running around with that B3 using that wisp, but you're seeing in trios a lot of Temis are running that F1 B1 now for that extra 2 seconds of duration for the wind wall. Now, I had the pleasure of hearing from GG's coach exactly why they do that. The V3 of Temi's wall doesn't allow your combo break to reset, and Temi's job in this composition is to keep everyone alive, and the only way he can is by taking the aggro, taking the risk by throwing parries, throwing focus attacks to keep his Takeda and Kurumi from being flanked. Now, if he hits that wind wall and he's looking offensively for these wisps over and over, he's not able to really take risks. He actually is going into a more support role instead of tank. So slowly, the league did move over to what GG was doing instead of everyone else, because they had the most amount of success. Now, cat's out under the bag. If you happen to get lucky enough to be here to hear that Temi tech, it's been going on for the last year and a half, and it's the reason why GG has been as dominant as they are.
One thing to note as well, ladies and gentlemen, if you did take a look at the hero points, Wolves is already on 0. So that is going to be a huge detriment for the last 2 games for what they're going to be able to pick. They are not able to use a single other hero point. So if they're in that 3rd selection, they're going to have a lot of trouble. I believe they were first in selection as well. So having 0 hero points right now is going to be very, very tough for them. They might have to play some super off meta stuff coming into these last couple games. So, it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen coming from Wolves. This is one of their last games on the favorable comps, so we're going to have to see them put up some huge numbers. Otherwise, it could be it for them today. Taking a look now, Fun Plus Phoenix jumping in. We are going to see them coming up pretty close to Wolves here. It looks like they are going to take some time first to go and scale up a bit before they re-engage into this fight, as it looks like they are going to hit Bell. Take a look at who's around them. And we already do see 1 kill coming up on the kill feed. One Fang going down to BBE's Ibin. Bamboo Esports picking up the first 2 eliminations in the game so far. TXJ is going to go down as well. I believe that could be the 3rd elimination for them. Full squad wipe right off the bat for BBE, coming out strong. SS1 down on the other side of the map here by Matab. We are going to be seeing Rosemary from SS1 and EWG as well as WBG coming around in this area. They are going to be scaling a little bit first before they decide to scrap off here, as we are going to see one fight already start to get underway here. WBG battling against SS1 here. The rest of WBG entering into the fight. Jing with the Fireflies is going to have his ultimate available early here. Going to try and send the first Kylan slash off. Isn't going to connect here. Getting caught on some rocks. A little bit of a weird terrain to happen for him here. Tries to send out another slash. Isn't going to connect. Gets the 3rd one. Gets the 4th here. But he is missing a lot of potential damage here. Is going to be able to hit on the 5th, tries to connect on the 6th, does connect on the 6th here, almost getting the elimination, misses on the 7th, is going to have a pretty unsuccessful ult, has to take the cube to be able to get out there, but Reset is going to die due to the pressure from his teammates here. Xiao picking up that elimination, purple staff in hand now for Jing. Now they're fighting on to Gen 1. The rest of his team, Rosemary coming back into this fight, trying to do some peel, great parry here onto Jing. Now going to jump right back into it, now into the 3v1 scenario. This could be very difficult for him. Does have that Kylan ult available. Is going to need to pop it fast here, but could go down really fast. Is going to pop the ult here, seeing if he can get this happening here. Gets the first slash, misses the 2nd here, and this could be a lot of trouble for him. Tries to get the kill onto Xiao. He gets the kill onto Xiao, so he's not walking away empty-handed here. Dodges is going to come out by Sleepwalker here, avoiding that secondary slash here. Gets the 3rd slash on, gets the 4th. Jing now in a dangerous position, is going to have to try and scale away, but he's going to be able to connect. Gets a little bit of his HP back. Jing now in a bit of trouble. Tries to go for the parry. The slap coming out here into the combo. Jing trying to come back around. The huge parry. Is the 2v1 going to happen? Ladies and gentlemen, Rosemary putting in some absolute work. F ability coming out, but it's looking a little bit too late. Now, the salty reset here is going to come in clutch, and now Jing goes down. The hotties take to the skies as Rosemary falls down. Sleepwalker now in the ultimate form, as one of his teammates took the res. He was able to hold the fight on for long enough. This is absolutely amazing. The tether comes out into the cube. Rosemary now trying to go for the kill onto Sleepwalker. Very, very low. The 1-2-3 coming out into the overhold here is going to get the overhold. Rest coming out, but a huge parry, and Sleepwalker is going to get eliminated here. Oh my goodness, SS1 with the revive tech. Absolutely amazing.
There's nothing wrong with a little bit of sodium in your diet. That salty respawn does pay off under the right circumstances, and we're seeing SS1 in the 1v3 situation with the Kylan able to bring that back. But first, we're going to have TE versus FPX, two of the goated organizations of the league. Kurumi also going to be invested. Takeda ult as well. Zai's Wash is going to be taking a ton of pressure from the likes of FPX. Both ultimates going to be invested into them, but the Kurumi F3 is going to keep him alive. Now he's going to try to impose his will into the center, but the Takeda is going to come out trying to crowd control him out of the situation. Wash is going to be looking in. He is going to be able to get that light attack off in order to secure the kill onto Zhao. Now Takeda is going to be getting juggled, but he does get the F1. Big heal's going to be coming off, but the burn is going to be coming down. Wash is going to use his F3. A little bit of a misclick there, flying out of the situation, but now Takeda looking for the cross parry, not able to get it. Junks now in a 3v1 situation, but the stagger play is too good on TE, and they're going to clean it up versus FPX. Zai Finn still proving to be a menace for Siphon. Now, one of the things that's really strong about this composition is its budget nature. Takeda needs so much investment in order to get going, to get to that purple ultimate, to get to that gold ultimate where he starts becoming an absolute juggernaut. But off spawn, if Zai's able to get a purple weapon, that's all she needs to be super, super oppressive. It greatly increases her damage. And if you just add a purple armor to her and a little bit of support, she becomes absolutely unstoppable. So we're seeing during that early off spawn, if Zai is able to get a nice time in onto these Siphon compositions, she does have the edge, and we're seeing some of these Siphon comps getting cut down before they can really get going on Holorath.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see how that is turning out, as we are going to be jumping into another scrap off really quickly here. SS1 on the back foot as they are trying to create some space in between them and Wolves. ZK trying to go for some damage with the purple pole sword in hand is going to end up just climbing up the buttery rocks here, letting S1 back off as they are going to take to the other section of this map. JL now on the back foot from Alliance. It looks like Alliance dropped a Bane onto JL, and they're hot in pursuit. JL with a huge armor advantage, purples all around, the gold fan from the Salvation podium. It looks like they did solve the puzzle to get that gold weapon off the rip. Super huge value coming out from that. Having that gold weapon so early, giving the ultimate a buff in the early game is something that is super coveted by all of these players, as it looks like Alliance is going to take no chances and just back off here. They do not have resurrections on 2 of their players, so they are backing off and living to fight another day, as WBG getting into it with Bamboo Esports down on the bottom here. Gonna send some range shots off. Sleepwalker has decided to take a little bit of an exit route here, as Roy Hehe and company are just going to be holding their position. They do have a Valiant challenge activated, so they have a small version of the Mystic Might buff, giving them a little bit of an active bell effect, as they do hit a bell as well, just for good measure, to see who is around them. And if they do survive the time, they will be given a lot of gold, which is going to be super helpful for their scale opportunities in the future of this game. Fun Plus Phoenix down by the Salvation podium, coming up near Wolves as well. Not really wanting to aggress too hard. Fun Plus Phoenix is out of lives, so if they are out of the game, if they do go down, they will be out forever in this game number 4. As we continue to go, 36 players are still remaining, but the game has slowed down quite a bit compared to our other games.
Now, looking at the overall map, right before the first Realm of Yang coming up, really spread out. Everyone's settling into a nice groove, settling into that second half of today's group play. We got Wolves in the south with KLA, FBX as well, but EWG Alliance contesting for the Realm of Yang. Same thing with BBE and GG. And to the right, Baudo and WBG descending upon that other Realm of Yang. All Realm of Yangs are going to be contested for. And surprisingly enough, the Spirit Well not going to be looked out for. Everyone wants to get their Realm of Yang going. The Siphon comp, the Xiphon comp both need that loot to get going. We're gonna get SS1 versus Alliance right outside the Realm of Yang, and instantly it fails. No hesitation. We're gonna get TE versus EWG, KLA versus Wolves, GG versus Alliance. Oh, that's exactly who I wanted to see.
That's the fight you've been looking for.
Old School versus the Challengers, Alliance NY7. NY7's been having a great day. Drop down into the F3. Tricky. Haven't seen that one before. Going for the drop down. Focus Act not able to go to CGS. So one to Takeda is going to be able to get the slam onto the Matari. Zai also going to be invested, peeling for his Matari on the slam. NY7 keeping up the momentum is going to be able to hit LXM and CGS at the same time. Temi Wall is going to be coming out, splitting off his damage. He's trying to peel for his teammate to get out of there. Zipping All is going to be coming out. Nice job from NY7 to get revenge out of there, out of that center. But in this, Matari is stuck in the middle. Out of all characters, she does have the most amount of ability to get out of that situation. All 3 ultimates are going to be invested from both teams. We're back to neutral. Takeda does still have his ultimate off. How many shoves is CGS going to be able to go with? He got 2 more out. NY7 is trying to flank him, hold the ground. F1's going to be popping for the Takeda. No more focus attacks can go to his aim. He's going to keep zipping, locked down with Temi, and now NY7 is going to get juggled by the fan. Nowhere left to go, but GG is going to let the challengers know, not today, guys. Not when we're on our dominant composition. Xiphon will fall to Siphon.
And the sustain on GG in so many positions. Alliance looked like they were coming out on top of that fight, but they just managed to regain their health. The Kurumi doing an amazing job at keeping them alive, and CJS doing an amazing job at holding on to those Furin shoves until absolutely necessary to throw them, instead of waiting to try and get the most optimal. He did wait to get the most optimal performance out of those shoves instead of just throwing them as fast and as recklessly as possible. TE now, the winners of their Realm of Yang, are going to be coming up onto Bauda Ziran, trying to make something happen. The F3 going to be invested from Wash here. Gold dual halberds in hand. Switching over to the bow to try and see if he can get some damage off onto Yiran while in the air. Misses the grapple, and it looks like they are going to fall behind a little bit here as Yiran forcing himself to back out of this. Very nice play from him too as well. He's able to kite away, but it looks like this team is going to be coming up very close. Might try and go for a bit of an armor swap here. He does manage to capture the armor swap, does have that cube away if he needs the option to. We are going to see him taking a lot of damage now. Has the F ability available as well. Huge parry coming out. Tries to put the punish onto YYZ, but YZZ, sorry, but it's not going to happen. The cube is going to be his saving grace here. Still has the F ability available, doing a great job at kiting out, but his team saw where he was going and decided to kite it out. The F2 and F3 coming out from both the Matari and the Zai, doing a great job at the scale rushes here. Fan being one of the best weapons for movement and scale rushing, is going to end up getting caught out though. TE's Leo doing a great job of coming away with that, and the scale rush from the dual halberds just putting in so much damage as Yiran is going to fall. Baoda, the rest of their team here fighting against KLA. It looks like Yu is going to get eliminated, and Baoda, who had such a strong start to the day, have gone down with only three eliminations on this game so far. 2 of their players on their souls, 1 player left standing. This is a very unfortunate start to game number 4 for them. EWG now closer to the Salvation podium. We see a no ult zone getting popped, and it looks like NY7 and the rest of Alliance are going to try and capitalize on the confusion here, going in for a third party, and it looks like Ibin has been taken out by GG's CJS. 330 now coming in, and looks like NY7 was not able to make anything happen. GG's 330, absolutely amazing dagger tech coming through.
Yeah, no ult zone is going to be getting hit. GG with 25 seconds. Always an awkward position as Vermilion's buff is going to be fading away. It looks like GG is going to just give up the kill. Doesn't want to force it. Doesn't want to risk dying here. They're so scaled up. They want to keep this going. But EWG is going to be able to get some soul balloons out of this, cure some of this Yang depletion. But Loey is going to be able to get Yoma juggled right now. Alliance needs to find a soul balloon for themselves. Yoe is going to get jumped on by FPX. He's going to use his F3 to dash out of there. But can he get away? Alliance is still there as well. Everyone's depending upon this position. FPX is going to get a parry onto Revenge. Heavy is going to be coming up, catching that zipping ult proc, and FPX is going to pick up a couple kills right now. FPX up to 2 kills this round, finding a nice timing attack. The no ult zone does benefit you to cut out when you're in ult disadvantage, but it also does warn for the rest of the map, letting everyone know. It's one of the few things in the game that shows across the map. You can see it from miles away. Looks like GG is going to come back, probe to see if there's any straggler, to see if they pick up any kills as they transition to this second Realm of Yang. It looks like BBE was able to find a rebirth, but 2 of their members did fall all the way up at 95.2. Alliance at 106, JL at 88, Wolves at 85, EWG at 82. It's looking like the cutoff is probably going to be around 60 to 70 points, but it's still very, very close between all the teams. Now, remember, this is only game for day 2. There's still going to be multiple days. We're going to get a 1v1 Kurumi versus Matari, Alliance, Yoma versus Kuki, and we're going to see EWG coming in as well. But it looks like Kuki is going to be able to find the last hit on Yoma. from that Yang depletion, picking up that last little hit, and EWG is going to be able to look for a res for their fallen comrade.
Taking a look now, we are seeing the second realm of Yang about to get underway. GG, the powerhouse of this game so far. KLA actually the kill leaders at the moment with 9 on the board. 5 for Wolves, 5 for GG. And like we said, GG has 0 hero points, so they do need a pop-off game here. Otherwise, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. The Realm of Yang has dropped, and it looks like not many of these teams are wanting to go for this right away, as we haven't seen a single team entering the Yang just yet. It looks like GG has gone for that gold armor before trying to enter the realm. We are going to see Wolves camping the first realm. We do see one player going in. They're going to try and see if they can snipe the free Yang, as hopefully another team will join in before they have to enter. They might, at the end of it, say, what the heck, we will decide to take this fight, but unknowingly, they will end up fighting against GG, the powerhouse of the day right now. They are going absolutely crazy, but it looks like JL is going to be taking the fight. Wolves and KLA both tried to snipe, both to no avail. They will be going at it at the very end in the second realm of Yang here. GG versus JL. Raven, take it away.
This is one of my favorite matchups. New composition versus the Titans of the old composition. CGS with the gold armor is going to get parried by TXJ. He's going to pop the ultimate. Delayed cube. Nice job from TXJ. Is he going to be staying in his ultimate? He does stay in. He's not canceling right now. CGS is going to be holding on to his Takeda ult. Kurumi ult is going to be invested by GG. Forced out by JL. 2-1-1 are going to be coming out from CGS. Nice crazy tech, keeping up the pressure. Now he's going to switch over to Fong on the zipping. Fong trying to bail out, get to the outside. Juggling going to be coming down to BBB. He's going to have to pop his Kylan ultimate. He's taking a ton of damage right now. B1 going to be invested from his zipping. They're trying to stabilize right now, but CGS doing a good job of keeping the crowd control up, keeping BBB pinned against the wall. He's not able to get his slash going. His Temi ult is going to be invested, but Fong with the parry is going to be peeling for BBB to reset and get out of here, but now Fong is stuck in the middle of a Temi ult. Kato is going to move him back inside of it, but BBB now coming in to the help. His comrade zipping against the wall, but BBB getting put back against the wall, looking for the jump cramps, but Fong coming in with the cavalry boom, getting CGS off of him. Everyone's armor is stripped on GG. No more ults to their name, no more shoves. F1 is on to Kato. No more blues can be going into it. Fong has been doing a good job of keeping him at bay, but now he's going to be surrounded. See, TXJ on the hottie ult coming in for the peel. GG at 1 HP. He is going to get a second Kurumi ult to stabilize for his team, moving it towards everyone else. LXM down to his last leg, though, is going to get pushed out. TXJ is going to pour it out, and now BBB is trying to create some space for his team. F2 to shove CXG away, but the Kurumi circle is going to pick him all the way up, and now 3-3-0 is going to go down with LXM. 3v1 situation, and JL is going to clutch it up. New comp beats old comp on the Titans. The world champs letting GG know that they are still on the thrones, even though GG's been having a good year. JL is up in form. Interesting stuff, too. Grabbing the Draco Storm.
They saw 2 Kurumi ults. 2 Kurumi ults. And they still said, you know what? No, we're still winning this. You guys are not getting all your shield back every single time. 2 Kurumi ults in the game. 4 repositions of this ultimate. And they were still able to come on top. Absolute amazing gameplay coming away from JL there. Perfect lockdown of the other players. CJS having to use his ultimate in the perfect timing, was not able to come away with any eliminations, and the sustain from the Z-Ping was able to keep them alive long enough to be able to push through all of the ultimates of GG, and they were able to capitalize in the no ult play. Absolutely phenomenal. KLA now as well on the Draco Storm. It looks like Draco Storm is the one buff that does not give you the restoring rage after you pick up the buff. So these players have to find another way to get their ultimates back after picking up this buff. So how do these players then regain rage? Is it aggressive fights right off the rip like we're seeing here? VVV already has his ult back, and I'm guessing since this could be a Firefly map that we did see earlier, I'm pretty sure we saw the Rage Cage coming into play. that they were able to get their ultimate really fast early on in the game, that they have the same strategy for this mid game here, and now they're aggressing super fast onto EWG.
I haven't gotten to touch base with the coaches of why exactly this has been the trend, but I've been doing this myself just because the way Draco sort of ends up playing out is you're so durable with the amount of heals and AoE damage that you're able to win neutral and build up your ult quickly. Normally, you're going to have one ult coming out of the realm of Yang anyway, so that one ult can sustain you to getting that second ult. This also allows you to pick off the weaker teams quickly. We're seeing EWG, a bunch of blueberries on that blue armor, going to be running into JL's super stacked team. TXA going to be popping up that hottie ult, putting on the pressure already. Wolves trying to fade out of this situation. They do have Yang depletion. JL has to be careful right now. Wolves are sitting on the outside. The no ult zone is going to be pressed, and this is a really good spot for Draco Storm. No ultimate can really hit them. The ult disadvantage does not matter, and they're going to be able to find this ISO fight. Now, with zipping being part of this composition too, you're able to pop that heal outside the realm. This no ult zone, multiple teams coming down, showing up here. GG is going to be showing up. They do have Yang depletion, and now JL is going to be able to sit in this no ult zone, sit in nice and comfortable with 1 minute left on this Draco Storm. Now, Wolves, they were looking for a cheeky third party. Then they realized the no ult zone is going to be coming out. They do get forced out by JL, and now they're in a tough position with KLA as well on the outside, looking for kills. Multiple teams showing up here. KLA on the outside, there's another Draco Sword team. On the inside, there's another Draco Sword team. Godlay is going to be putting pressure onto NHQ. He does have the Hottie ultimate. He can put a cube down, but multiple teams still alive right now. A lot more stacked up in endgame. 22 alive, and GG on the Ballista, laying down some artillery. Wolves, spooked from this, is going to be backing off, but they need to make a move, Seb. 2 minutes left before they go down to Yang depletion.
And yeah, they're going to have to pick up some kills really fast here. It's only a matter of time before they decide to take this onto the offensive here. And it's already starting to happen as they're starting to see that KLA does not have the buff anymore. They are still stacked on loot, but this is their opportunity to come in and deal some heavy damage. Looks like they are going to try and back off really quickly, though, see if they can try and find a weaker team. But they only have 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, so they can't be too picky with what food they're going to try and munch down here, as they just need a kill and they need it fast. It looks like they've spotted FPX out. They're going to get hit by the Banes, though. This is going to be unfortunate for them, as they do need to take a reset before re-entering into this fight. Wolves Zem now almost getting hit by another one, forcing them out completely of this area, and now BBE has become the target in their crosshairs. They're going to try and see if they can focus onto Fat Milk here. The F1 comes out for Fat Milk to be able to try and get away. The ultimate coming out as well. Everybody just sending in heavy damage now. Scaling away is going to be Fat Milk, trying to kite out all of these attacks. Zem not giving up pursuit, but is going to be losing him fast. The ankle breaking is going to be very real from Fat Milk. He's able to get away. He's bringing him right into his other teammates. The ultimates are happening. 40 seconds left. This is going to be very close to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. If they're not able to get a kill soon, they're going to be in a lot of trouble, and this is their game they need. SS1 fully eliminated from the game in the feed, and Zem needs this kill here. One good slash could win him the game right now. All he needs is the kill onto Fat Milk. He's not able to hit it. The Furin slash comes out. FPX is going to come away with the kill. Who got the Soul Bloom? We're not sure. As I does believe, two members of Wolves have gotten some Soul Bloom. Zem, the only player with Yang depletion right now, is going to be going down in 7 seconds here. Unfortunate to see him go like this, but it is bound to happen sooner or later, as he's going to try and get away without giving anybody the kill credit. Fun Plus Phoenix is going to be able to reap the loot, though.
Nice shot from Sam to deny the last hit, just dodging every little bit of stagger and damage, able to deny the kill. And one kill for match point definitely makes a difference. So practicing good fundamentals, super important in the modern 2024 NARAKA. Now we're going to see Wash coming in with the pole sword on the side, leading the charge, seeing what's what, checking the vibes over here. Everyone's piling into this roller. I feel like deja vu. There's a lot of roller end games in NBPL. Roller for that roller, as you see right there, splitting up the lobby. It's a little bit deceptive that you feel like there's a lot of terrain to work with, but you actually don't. It's mainly hazardous. Now, we may get this no ult zone to influence this endgame again. 6 minutes left. One of the weird endgames we did see earlier today on Holoroth was a no ult zone coming into play. Will it happen again? Will ultimates not really matter? Now, terrain is really flat right now, so the compositions being left, the Takeda, the Siphon, the Xiphon, are going to benefit from this terrain situation. But JL is on their Kylan Hottie, zipping already up to 8 kills. KLA at 13, TE at 9, ASC or GG at 7. Now, I still think the team to watch in this situation, GG always finds a way to win this situation. They had Yang depletion. They're not out yet. They got to this end game, and somehow they always pull it out, a rabbit out of the hat, finding some magic to stay on top of each other and navigate these end games perfectly. FPX is also here, so we're seeing an only veteran end game right now. What a classic we're going to see, and what a real treat we're going to get to see, Seb, as all of these 3 years of experience on every single team are going to be going at it to secure this game 4 on Holoroth.
And as the Spirit Well comes up, it's right by the Thorny Roller. I want to see a roller kill. That is the name for me so far. The goal is to get a Thorny Roller either hit or elimination. Something to do with the roller would be absolutely amazing. As the roller does decide to come down, it makes its way through everybody here, and it is going to be able to catch the players who are trying to capture the Spirit Well at the specific time that it comes around. Hopefully we'll see it happen. GG now trying to be in full possession, using that Merciless Havoc to try and peel away from all of these other players. We do see a couple of these teams getting extremely low in HP. The roller is going to be passing by here. Everybody doing a very good job at avoiding it, to my great disappointment. But 330 doing a great job of peeling, and it looks like they might be able to give this away to GG here. They are going to take this out. LXM takes to the skies as they back off. They do have full ultimates available. They're going to try and make use of the ultimates they popped while trying to capture the Spirit Well, because they do have a second ult available if need be. They're going to have 3 more Fear and Shoves, and he could ult again right away if he wanted to here. Sends one out. He's got 2 more available. Could just send him out for the fun of it. LXM going to use that F ability to get some space. 330 using the staff to be able to create much more space and peel for his teammates with the Merciless Havoc. Doing a little bit of weapon trading with his team. Gold Pole Sword coming into play as well. 330 Merciless Havoc is going to be a huge space taker, and oh my goodness, I believe Leo did get hit by the Thorny Roller there. I'm not 100% sure if it wasn't just his F ability being used, but I think we'll have to take a look at the replay there, as oh my goodness, I do believe we've got one of our other caster creatives' favorite Soul Jade coming into play here. The Pride's Fall for the Hidden Lotus to come out, ladies and gentlemen, could be a game changer for JL. TE on the side getting battered with cannon fire from KLA. FPX on the high ground here as GG holding on to this last little bit of zonage. Gonna try and engage. We're gonna see the F1 coming into play, followed up by the Merciless Havoc from his teammate, able to do a little bit of damage, but CJS now forced to heal himself up. We do see the Dragon's Roar coming out as well from the Nunchucks on Team KLA. KLA now forced into the corner. Godly now bringing himself high up. CJS getting a huge parry onto those nunchucks now. LXM putting in some huge damage with the pole sword onto these attacking players here as they're holding this ground very well, but it is difficult for them to keep holding because they're so far out in the open. And Leo F-Watch! Oh my goodness, the Thorny Roller! Junks is going to capitalize on that and come away with the elimination. I'm happy my day is made. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen it all. You've seen it here. Raven, take it away.
FPX unlucky, gonna get rolled on like some dough, but GG with 330 on that staff, holding the bottom half of the circle, keeping everyone at bay, 40 people alive. KLA taking to the sky right now. JL, as always, playing the terrain perfectly, sitting on the high ground, but KLA sitting with FPX, getting all in right now. GG's able to pick off TE's YZZ, fallen victim, and again, another roller is going to be coming down. TE's wall is going to fall, and now we are down to 11. GG poised to win all this. CGS is going to activate, popping the Takeda while shoving everyone into zone, forcing out KLA's Kurumi's ultimate. Godlike trying to stabilize, has Kurumi ult on top of him. 3 teams still left alive. FPX in the sky, JL in the sky, VVV trying to stall out for as long as possible. Going to pop up the F2 in the middle of GG, but now 330 with the Merciless going to send VVV into zone. He is going to pop his ultimate, getting that nice defiance from the
Roller's coming back around.
All this is going to be coming down, and another roller is going to be coming through. Everyone be careful. TE is going to survive. Leo on the outside, but now KLA is going to jump into the fray. Merciless from 330 is doing so much work, pushing everyone into zone. VVV though at 1 HP all the way back to full health. KLA in shambles right now. LXM pushing him into zone over and over. QGG will fall. 8 people left or right. Cube going down for it. JL taking to the side. GG holding the low ground right now. BBB's trying to make his way in, gets a kill, but not able to get the soul oblivion. Now CGS at almost full health is going to try to hold the center right now, but we've seen it all day. TXG coming in with the hottie, pushing everyone to the zone over and over. He's going to be at max health going into this last leg. CGS is going to pop his Takeda ultimate, but everyone's dying to zone right now. TXJ with the clutch up again is going to get a lax hit onto LXM, but it looks like GG and JL will tie it. The 2 titans of the league, showing everyone how it's done on Hollerock.
Oh my goodness. MVP Thorny Roller, ladies and gentlemen. That was the play of the game for me so far. Absolute craziness. And KLA is actually going to be our MVP. I believe they had a couple more eliminations that happened in that game. Absolute insanity here, as we did get to see the Thorny Roller facilitate a bunch of eliminations. I believe FPX TE's wash did go down. Made my day. I manifested it. I know it's kind of a caster curse saying I want the Thorny Roller to kill the players, but you know what? It happened. I'm happy. And this is why we play the games, ladies and gentlemen, for the absolute craziness of entertainment that we see given to you live right here. Raven and I have been absolutely astonished by what's been going on today so far. And GG holding the circle down very well, but unfortunately at the end, not having a hottie was what caused them to end up falling short of that first place finish. The hotties were able to do so much up in the skies, keeping themselves a little bit more sustained than everybody else in the lobby, giving them the last place placement. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, we got a quick question for you guys, as we always do, and then we'll get back to talking about the game. Which player used Ziping Ying in game number 4? Was it GG's 330? Was it NY7 from Alliance? Was it JL's VVV? Or was it WBG's Ace Yao? Answer in the chat and you will be entered to win a Summer Split random gift. You will get picked and your UID will be needed, and then we can give you some free stuff. And who doesn't love free stuff, Raven?
There's nothing more satisfying and spicy like free. Now, which player was using Zippy Ying in game 4? I feel like these questions are always really tough. Unless you're very aware of each team's position 1, 2, and 3 and the staple of it, it's very hard to tell who is going to be Zippy Ying. Now, position 3 is generally the support character, and I can tell you right now, free hit NY7 we've been talking about all day. He's been on the Zai. Which position is Zai? VVV. Also, kind of on a tricky question. A lot of the times he's position 1, a lot of times he's position 3. Did he play zipping this round? Now, WBG's Axial and GG's 330. Now, we did see 330 on the staff. Which hero was he on? So this leaves Axial of the question. What character was he? Now, remember, submit your answers on Twitch. See if you're going to be your lucky winner. Keep an eye on your DMs. We're going to get the scoreboard here. KLA with 18 kills. Massive amount of kills coming down for them. GG showing up to the end game with not a lot of kills. Also losing that second Yang and still fighting their way up into the top 2 at 14 kills. 16.5. TE with 9. JL with 8. Wolves with 6. FPX with 5. EWG with 4. BBEs with 3. SS1 with 3. Bauda with 3. Alliance with 2 and WG with 2. No one going with the goose egg. Everyone getting a little bit of something. Now looking at KLA's MVP performance, we got QGG 30k bomb on damage. Godlay running that V2 Temmie with 25k. CXZ keeping his team alive with 22k healing. Now V2 on Temmie. Interesting counterplay to the Temmies would be one, you're able to have a little bit more stamina than the other enemy Temmie while you're fighting it at the expense of 2 more seconds in the win wall. So in the mirror matchup, you have an edge, but against the lobby matchup, you lose those 2 critical seconds. Which one is more important? It really depends. I've seen GG run both variations. Now looking at the overall leaderboard, Seb, any surprises for you?
Not too much. It's a little bit disappointing to see FunPlus Phoenix and WBG down at the bottom. They still do have one more day to play, so all of these players down at the bottom will have a second day to keep on making their point run. But the teams that have day 1 and day 2 played, those are the teams that are not going to be able to keep playing. So TE, being the lowest of the double day teams, is going to have only 2 games left to put together as many points as possible before their point run is going to be over, and they're just going to have to hope that not all of these teams are going to pass them. OUG, the only team that played 1 day and is still in the top 6. EWG, Wolves, BBE, JL, and Alliance have their final stand in these last 2 games as well, but since they're already in the top 6 right now, they're pretty much secured a spot in the finals going into these next couple games. They could do pretty bad, and their 83 point score is still leagues away from the 59 that OUG has in number 6. Taking a look at some of our replays brought to you by Thunderbot, Born for Gaming. Here we are going to be seeing SS1 Rosemary coming through with the Kylan ultimate, hitting the 3v1 basically. It was a little bit of a 3v2. We'll call it a 3v1.5. He was able to hold up long enough for his teammate to go to a soul altar, revive, and bring his fight back to an even 2v2 and come away with the victory here. As we do see in the realm of Yang, CJS coming away with a beautiful elimination against Alliance's Revenge. This was the first Yang that they did end up winning. They did come to lose the second realm, but they brought it back and still had a phenomenal game. KLA picking up a kill onto Bauda. Bauda, a team that had a very explosive first half of these games, but has started to fall off the face of these games coming into this second half. The slats coming away from VVV, absolutely amazing there. And the final circle, huge, battling it out for the end. CJS just putting in so much damage with that Takeda ultimate. Unfortunately, burned it a little bit too quick, was not able to come away with the victory. There was a tie for that MVP, so they weren't able to get the multiplier that would have maybe set them a little bit above KLA. But our MVPs for the day, for game number 4, KLA. Takeda going to be the MVP. QGG with 8 kills, 30,000 damage, with the majority coming from his cannon. 12k damage coming from the cannon. Stormstride in hand, repair roll, Rupture Gale Orb, and Burn doing a lot for his cannon damage. Tuna Jade in case he needed the heal, and Benthic for the melee resist.
And Rupture Gale Orb plus the Burn has been a question for a lot of players of whether or not it's a little bit too strong. Combining those two Jades creates a giant AoE that does so much damage. That's why you're seeing Cannon do 12k damage, more than a lot of weapons in the game, especially when you're getting into these highly contested endgames. It's one of the tricks to keeping ultimate on your main ult farm going into these endgames. You see a lot of these teams grabbing a ton of repair kits and feeding them to their Takeda, to their Monk, to their Zai, to make sure that they can just keep that ult rotation going and going and going and going. That Burn, though, also doubles down as a really high pressure tool. Now, the reason why teams like KLA, GG, JL dominate in these end games is it's not by luck. They force a lot of teams by dominating them with Jades. Now, before, it used to be random. Now it's actually not random. You can buy specific jades as you transition to the end game. So now you have to weigh, do I go armor or do I go jades going into this end game? I've seen some interesting strategies going with it, but one thing is very clear. If you have the range jades, you can force people to fight. If you have a good melee jade like the Merciless on 330, you can force people not to fight you. So whichever side you end up being on, you got to be able to leverage in order to win these rounds. Now, something that I thought was very, very important to point out for the day, TXJ has managed, even though his team has fallen due to the great play of other teams, to clutch up and force a tie by playing the height game on his hottie. Now, this is something you traditionally only see in solos where the health actually ends up mattering. As the zone closes, more and more players get pushed out of zone, especially on the ground, and how chaotic Takeda Ulta is pushing everyone in and out the zone. And because he's been hottie, because he's kept so many grapples in the bag to stay up there grapple stalling, he's able to get to these last little bit of end games and survive on the hottie. Now, I wonder how teams are going to adjust to this moving forward, just because if you're KLA, if you're a GG and you're having this massive game and you get denied the 1.2 multiplier going to these last end games, I feel like we're going to have to start sniping these hotties out of air. We're going to have to start saving some of these shoves to put him back to the ground before it gets to this point.
Yeah, having these hotties in the air has caused a lot of these games to end in ties, and this is not what these players want. In an ideal world, they're able to take the hottie out, but the amount of health you gain and the damage reduction you gain from being in the hottie ult is just so much that these players aren't able to take them out, especially because the storm is dealing so much damage to them and so much less damage to the hotties. They're unable to keep up with the sustainability, and the hottie just automatically takes over and comes away with the victory. And hopefully these players will find a fix, and that's what the NBPL is all about. Adapt to the problem, find a solution, capitalize, and come out on top. And that's what we've seen time and time again. The players who don't, it's survival of the fittest out here. If you don't adapt to this, you're going to fall behind, and you're not going to be able to play as well as you used to. You're going to fall behind in the standings, you're not going to make the finals, and you're going to end up washing out in the bottom 18 every single time.
Now, going into game 5, game 4 in the books, I always call this championship round for the day, was 6 games. It's a game before the last game of the day. Now, for some of these teams, this is their day 2. They need to secure that top 12 finish. Now, I think the cutoff is going to be around 60 to 70-ish points, so they want to make around this magic number, because once the day 3 comes around, your destiny is no longer in your hand. Game 5 is really, really important for all these teams. It's the last game that people are going to play very, very conservative. Almost always the last game, because the bottom half of the lobby becomes very desperate, it becomes very volatile. And it's very easy to get all in situations normally you'd be able to survive. So game 5, usually a lot of these teams come out with their best strategy, their most conservative strategy, because this is when you need to set up for the clutch. If you don't set up well, your game 6 is pretty much irrelevant. It's more of just a last hurrah. But if you set up well in game 5, it could put you back in striking distance so you can play a nice, safe, solid game and clutch up on your game 6. Now, game 5, I believe, is going to be played on Morris, and we're going to be closing out the day on Perdoria. Last time we were on Morris, it was super exciting. We had tons of V1 Vipers dropping down from the skies. Now, I'm still holding my breath for this. Maybe there will be some Monk, and maybe I still think if F3 V1 Vipers are running around, that composition really falls to the traditional Transformers. Now, will we see a full circle of meta before the end of this season? I'm curious to see whether or not KL is going to show me again that Faria Zai Monk composition.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping that we will see this Monk composition, because there are some of these teams that have very few hero points left. Wolves have 0, so they are going to have to play whatever the lobby dictates them to play. They can't add a single point over top of anything. So if there is one thing picked even just the slightest bit too much, they are going to have a lot of trouble. I'm pretty sure they are first round picks, so this game they might not have trouble, but the last round pick in game number 6 is going to be very, very hurtful for them. Yeah, they become first round selection, so they have the chance to play meta here. But the last game, with 0 hero points on the board, we're going to see some pretty cool comp coming out from them, hopefully, unless they just fall back on a safety option here. Taking a look, we are going to be seeing what these players are going to be playing in just a second here. But like we said, Wolves on 0 hero points. This could be very interesting for them. Lots of these players are going to go down to 0 with this game here. Alliance making their last picks, bringing them around to the Xiphon comp. The Wolves yet to pick their heroes. And the other two are going to be playing on the Xiphon. It looks like they haven't used their picks for the Takeda comp here, and they are going to be able to play on the Xiphon comp one last time before having to play something off meta. Unfortunately, I was hoping to see them play something off meta right now. Taking a look at these next hero picks, we're going to be seeing the Xiphon comp coming out 3 ways here, and the Hadi comp with the Kylin coming out by Bamboo Esports. Taking a look at our very last round of picks here, hero points are going to be used up by a lot of these players. KLA with 9 points available, so they have freedom to play whatever they want, and they're playing Monk. Yes, this is what with Zai, and oh my goodness, this is looking spicy, Raven.
Now, they did this earlier, and they've had success. I've seen success in the weekly finals. It fell short, but could be just like off spawn didn't go well. We didn't get that Realm of Yang. I still wanted to see the exact line that this team goes for when they go Realm of Yang. Now in endgame, I feel like a lot of the lobby has gotten fairly lazy versus Freya. The reason why she was phased out before was with F2 Monk or V2 Monk and Temi coming around on these very, very defensive maps. All of the Farriers were getting focus fired with range. It's just the Farrier V3 doesn't have a lot of health, so there's kind of a lobby agreement to adjust for that meta that let's just every single time someone gets put in that mech, every turn and shoot them. This way, that mech doesn't make any of us snowball out of control or get one of us to force ultimates out. So we saw Farrier pretty much get phased out. Now, from what I've seen, a lot of the lobby have forgotten how oppressive Farrier can be, especially when Farrier gives her mech to another player. And the way KLA has been playing it is they've been dropping the mech for Godlay over and over. QGG has been running around, setting up, covering with the Zai, but Godlay has been able to go from Monk to Farrier, Monk ult to Farrier ult, Monk ult to Farrier ult over and over and over. It really reminded me of the old Sand mech meta. Now, something that most people don't realize is just how durable Zai is. When she's not playing F3, if she's running double gold combo break, it is very, very hard to take down a Farrier. Now, she will be running that F3 with the V2, so we'll have to see how KLA does. I'm really curious and hoping that they'll be able to show us some off spawn fighting to see exactly where this comp lies as far as off spawn fighting, maybe some Yang, and we'll definitely see them. Well, hopefully they'll survive to endgame. Now we do only have one Viper in the lobby coming out from EWG, a lot of Sand Xiphon, a lot of Xiphon, a lot of Kylin Hadi. Which one is going to end up taking it this time? Now, we had an exciting matchup with JL and GG inside Yang. Now, looking at the overall landing, we're seeing GG, they're trying and true in the cave in the north. Now, something different we see this season that I've never seen in 2.5 years is JL is not landing in the cave. They're actually landing in the Firefly spot in the south. This was actually my first landing position for the first Morris of NARAKA long ago. It was one of the safest drops you could do, and it's the only reason I ever really met Tryhard down here. But it was this spot where JL is landing. So interesting stuff coming out from them. They're not going to take a challenge off spawn. And it seems to be the new line from these top 4 teams is they prefer not taking an off spawn fight. But going into game 5, we'll see what the teams are going to be doing who are taking this off spawn fight.
Taking a look, we are going to see TE looking very close to WBG, and they're not going to be engaging quite yet here as they want to scale up a little bit first, but BBE is the ones ready to get aggressive. They've gone for the Firefly area here, and it looks like Junks has been able to pick up that first elimination onto Fat Milk, and Roy Shishi the second to go down. One player remaining is Ibin, and he's trying to get away as fast as possible. F being invested as JL coming in on the third party here. We are going to see Junks popping that ultimate already, so they do have advantage against JL, but JL does have the weapon scale. They are going to try and focus on Ibin first. The F3 coming through, though, dealing so much damage. VVV coming through with a very precise F ability to be able to knock them off balance. They are going to try and go for this elimination onto Ibin first, and it looks like they are going to be able to come away with it here. Fun plus Phoenix picking up 3 eliminations right off the bat. They're going to see if they can capitalize a little bit more with the ultimate. Are backing off, though, as there only is one player remaining. The F ability coming out from TXJ, but the F1 response from the FPX player is going to put him on the front foot, running away from all 3 of these players, giving him a little bit of distance, but the bow shot from downtown, absolute madness here. KLA already purchasing a Moonbane charm coming into this game. No eliminations on the board yet for them, but we haven't seen them in a scrap off. They do have Bane, so this could get interesting fast. Alliance Yuma picking up a kill against EWG's Luo Yi, and now we're flipping over to GG, who've all scaled up, all ulted up, they're all ready to go, and all they need to do is find a team.
Yeah, landing safe seems to be GG's MO. They really don't like the volatility of landing hot with other teams. Instead, they set up for that first round of Yang, and then they love playing those Yang depletion situations. Now, they've been able to navigate it perfectly, even when they've fallen. Balda's U on the zipping with Peak on the Matari and Euron. Now, normally we see the dominance of Yu on his position 1, but what most people don't realize is Yu also plays position 3, that support role, and he's still as dominant in that role. We'll have to see if Bado is going to have a fight with GG over there to the northeast. Now, looking over here at Sunwing, we do have KLA and Wolves split dropping this. Now, dangerous stuff to be in this area without a Kurumi. The mushrooms in this area end up playing as a 4th character just because with a Kurumi, you can run other teams into it reliably, putting a ton of health pressure onto them. Now, Godley, QGG, all setting up, playing really, really slow. And now, normally, on Firefly days, you see a lot of fast play off spawn because of the amount of Fireflies you're able to get off spawn. And we're seeing a really, really slow start. Bauda, SS1, gonna wait till they have blue armor before they engage right now. After he's gonna be invested onto Zen 1, leading the charge on the Takeda, gonna soul break Snake Eyes onto another player, and now Yu's gonna be stuck in a stagger while Peak is gonna get 3v1 right now. Temion's gonna be invested by Rosemary, trying to get this isolated kill. Zen is gonna pop this Takeda. Oh, they're trying to go for a burst right now, but Rosemary is gonna get knocked away. Now going back into the Temi wall, Bauda is going to use their material to peel from this focus fire. Now Peak is going to get juggled, press against this cliffside, but Euron, nice job from the zipping to come over, peel, break up that burst a little bit, and now we're back to neutral. F2's going to be invested. Kurumi ult's going to have to come out. Rest on the Kurumi under a ton of pressure. Euron finally going to pop that Zyal, delaying it. Now it's Bauda's turn. It's their turn to take on the offense. Yu is surviving the pressure of the burst of SS1. Now Euron putting on the pressure onto Rosemary, gets the F3 down. Burn damage is going to come down. They're going to secure the first kill, and now Rest is going to get cleaned up. Zen is going to get cleaned up. Bauda clinically picking up power. SS1 with delayed ults, and still the new Xiphon proving to be a problem for Xiphon.
Ye who kites the Takeda ult shall have endless fruits of victory. They were able to you wait out Takeda ult as soon as you say, okay, it's my turn now, and you come out with the Xi ult after the Takeda has finished throwing the fur and slashes, especially early game when Takeda's only got 3 slashes when they're at gray rarity. It's game over for them. They weren't able to sustain, not enough power coming out from them. Perfect timing on those ultimates for them to be able to come away with 3 beautiful eliminations. And we have yet to see action from KLA. I'm really hoping we get to see a monk ult this game. It's I've been crossing things off my checklist all game. We see the tactical nuke, we've seen the thorny roller, we haven't seen the monk ult yet, but this is the game. It's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. Wolves ZK here. Purple armor, purple weapon, absolutely stacking right now. As looks like they are gonna maybe run into WBG, who are approaching from the side here. Could get pretty interesting. They do have their resurrections available, but it looks like nobody wants to engage. Everybody playing pretty conservative for now because they do not want to risk losing their scale at this point in the early game. Having this amount of purple weapons could include getting a few more eliminations, but it looks like they're going to go for the quests. They do have that new Tomb Raider quest in the game where you have to go find 3 caches in a trail on a little exploration mission. Looks like they're going to head for that instead of engaging in the scrap off. Bauda now 71% on the Xyle. They have the other 2 ultimates available, but not wanting to engage too quickly here. It looks like the Moonbane Charm is going to be given to Alliance as well. They are going to drop it down, so we could see a quick scrap off coming out from them. It looks like KLA and Wolves starting to engage a little bit, but not wanting to do too much. It's very interesting here, not seeing too many early scrap offs. It looks like they might just be waiting for the Realm of Yang to spawn before trying to make anything happen.
Yeah, no one really wants to fight here. This is the most conservative round, and it goes against all conventional logic. Nighttime, day, fireflies everywhere. Normally, we saw a ton of Vipers coming out onto this map and laying down non-stop assassinations play, but we're seeing all the Vipers go to sleep on this day. Not many teams running that Viper, everyone running that Xiphon and Siphon, and now going into the first round. Yeah, we're going to get a full 36 people alive. Now, a couple people did go down. We're seeing SS1 playing for that Draco Storm, but multiple teams in Celestia. Oh my goodness. You can't even see the names. There's so many teams stacked up in there. Alliance is going to be on the left. GG nice and quietly on the right. BBE going up to the north, but non-stop actions over here in the center of the map. Celestia, one of those tough places to engage. I'm surprised that KLA has chosen here to go for their Realm of Yang, just because Monk gets the least amount of value in building scenarios. It's very, very hard to impose his will and get those double grabs going. So Godlay and KLA and the crew gonna have a tough time getting in this Realm of Yang, and we've seen no hesitation going in. Someone's not gonna get in right now. Someone's probably gonna fall. F3's gonna be coming out. Everyone piles in right now. Almost 20 people try to get in right now. We are gonna get KLA versus Bauda, WBG versus BBE, and GG versus Alliance. This is the fight I wanted to see today. Seb, we're gonna get KLA versus Bauda. You and the crew on their Xiphon composition. Godlay on the Monk gonna be dropping up. Lucy gonna be focus firing. It looks like he's gonna get peeled off by you on the zipping. Nice scale rush gonna be coming out. He is gonna be going on Matari. Gets the LMB, forcing out the Matari on, and now QGG with the Zai is gonna be peeling off, getting that nice CC going on right now. But CXZ is gonna get absolutely deleted and dove on by Bauda in a matter of blink of the eye.
Oh,
he
no.
is going to fall. Godlay still has a lot of Monk ult, still a lot of his health, and now he is going to pick up Peak. Hits are going to be coming off from the Zai, and they bring it back to a 2v2 situation. Godlay has half of his health going to be coming down. He looks for the double grab. He's going to get this punch off, get a big amount of heal due to that B2 in the Monk. He's getting his legs chopped, though, by you. Nice jump onto the top of the pillar, but still Yeron has that Zai ultimate. QGG is going to be trying to go around, and you is going to get the parry on the scare rush onto Godlay. Golduff is going to be coming out. QGG nice with the peel, but Zai is going to connect to you. You is trying to knock down this Monk, but Godlay's doing a good job of cutting him. Yeron's leading the neutral right now. QGG with the nunchuck release. Double tap dodge coming out by Yeron. Tap dodge cross. Clank is coming down. Jumping LMB. What the good of stuff. That parry looks for the half charge arm. Behold two, but QGG release again. He is gonna find the kill, and on the other end, Yu was able to finish his kill. Bauda is gonna come out on top with a clean, quick execution onto the Faria.
That was a beautiful fight. Unfortunate for KLA to lose their Faria so early into that fight. They really needed the the Feria to be able to sustain that Zai ult just a little bit longer. But BIWEEK2 did a perfect job. As soon as the Monk ulted, they said, we're not going to let you have that second transformer. We're going to get you out of there as fast as possible. Taking down the Feria was definitely the best play that they could have done. It made perfect sense for them to do it. They were too separated for the Zai to be able to make any sort of meaningful peel, and they were just capitalized on the weakness, came through and absolutely dominated as WBG's ACL passing EWG and FPX as they're running by here. Looks like WBG missing out on a couple of eliminations that they could be pulling off here. And KLA now in a lot of trouble. They do have that Vermilion Spurred, or they do have that Yang depletion, which they are going to need to cure by picking up a couple of Soul Bloom essences, which they can only get by picking up off a dead body. So they got to get a kill, or they got to get someone who's been recently eliminated without their Soul Bloom being picked up. They got to be nearby and snake that away. Hopefully they can make something happen. They've got a very limited amount of time to do it, but they've got a lot of opportunity to do so. So moving on to this next section of the game, we've got one more Yang coming through, 3 teams with Vermilion, 1 team with 30 seconds left of Draco Storm. That's TE and BIWEEK2. Everybody playing it so close to the vest here, nobody wanting to engage. Usually we see a lot of scrap offs happening. First game of the day, we saw so much action at this point in time, but right now we're seeing nobody wanting to come away with anything but a little bit of hold. BBE though does need to get themselves an elimination, as well as Alliance and as well as KLA. So we are going to see some scrap offs happening pretty quickly here, hopefully.
First from the Yang is down, 70 minutes left. Everyone's looking for this Yang depletion situations. Vermilion's buff going down. NY7 leading the charge for his team on the Zai. Looks for the jump parry. Is going to be popping the ultimate, trying to lock down the zipping, but Fat Milk doing a good job of kiting everyone. After he's going to be invested, comes flying in, catches Fat Milk out, but Fat Milk again going to move to the cliff side, looking for the scale rusher now. BBE's Ibin is going to peel him off. Nice charges coming out from this hottie over and over. Yuma on the Matari though, letting that hottie know, hey, stop messing with my Zai. Let me get in there, trying to get the D-Make off, but I've been able to get maximum value on it now. Yubao is going to get parried in the center right now. Another Zai from KLA is going to be jumping in. Godley and crew, 1 minute and 30 seconds. They need to have this Soul Bloom right now. Godley's going to be on these blue fists, releasing these focus attacks like hotcakes. Going to grab the first Soul Bloom as Roy he is going to fall. JL's Fong though with TXJ showing up to the party as well. JL's VVV going to pop that Zai ultimately immediately after he's going to be invested, but now Godley is going to ult the counter to Zai. Can GG survive in the situation? He does go into the Feria mech. KLA though has his work cut out for him. These buildings, such a pain in the butt for this Feria and Monk. Transformers do not do well chasing people down. They need those wide open sightlines. They are gonna find that first Soul Bloom on Godley, and it looks like they're gonna get out of dodge, peace out, try to play for res right now, up to 24k, but GG still down to get some more kills on the Kylan hottie. They spot out their rivals. KL and JL going for kills right now. Feria is all right now. JL's TXG, Fong, VVV riding the zone, looking for kills right now. Everyone is going to be backing off right now. FPX showing up to the party a little bit late, but all kills are already done. Yuma out in the middle of the zone is not going to get the last hit, denying the kill, but there is a Soul Bloom left for it. VVV is going to make his way out here, find that Soul Bloom. The early zones don't really do a ton of damage as far as Shadow Corruption. Revenge is going to get parried right now. Going to get picked out from EWG. Falling inside zone. Nice pickups. And that's something we've been seeing all day today, Seb. A lot of teams are sitting on the edge of zone. A lot of teams before, they would try to go to the edge of zone, try to go in to safely loot, safely use stores, or safely to res. No longer is going into zone as safe as it used to be.
Yeah, a lot of this edge guarding is happening just because they're seeing these players going into the zone, and everybody thinks that they're able to get away with it because they have been able to in the past. And now they're realizing that they can capitalize on these kills, and they're adapting their playstyles to just absolutely demolish as soon as these players are trying to come out of the zone. And we can see it happening here as well. QGG in a little bit of trouble here. No HP available for him, and Godly, the last remaining player fighting against LXM. This could be it for him here. Does not have ult available, is going to get parried, and the bow shot from 330 is going to finish him off. Unfortunate to see KLA go like that. I was really hoping to see some crazy double grabs, but we did get to see at least a little bit of Monk action going off, so I'm happy as we're going to flip now to the second realm of Yang. TE versus Bauda. Wash here getting comboed by a Hung Sword coming through, and now Wash able to use that F1 ability to take out the Merciless Havoc before it does any real damage. Huge parry coming out as well. We're seeing the Takeda ult now getting popped up. Bauda's you getting absolutely carried through. Another Furen coming out to capitalize on that, countering the Yiran as well, sending him into a grapple combo. Oh my goodness. We're playing solos, ladies and gentlemen. TE doing an amazing job at kiting out this ultimate here. Does end up getting caught out by another burn damage from the Zai. We are going to see the Cavalry Bloom just putting in so much work. They were able to do it again onto that Zai ultimate. 3v3 situation still, and now Yiran doing an absolute work at putting through with the Zai ultimate, but the Karumi ult is holding so much available to be able to keep them from losing too much HP. Now we're going to see Yiran trying to come through with the gold Hung Sword in hand. TE's Leo sending out that double charge. Huge parry coming out now, but the peel has it, ladies and gentlemen. TE's Leo trying to peel, but Wash is going to go down. Huge double charge coming off. 3v2 situation right now. Yiran down, low HP, is going to try and go for a reset right now. Bauda's Peak is going to get a huge double parry here. Isn't able to punish off of it due to the F ability from YZZ. Is going to come down, and Bauda picks up yet another win in the realm of Yang. TE getting wiped out clean. Bauda's Peak coming through, picking themselves up some beautiful gold weapon and armors, and getting themselves, I believe they're going to pick up the Draco Storm buff.
At Yang depletion, 5 minutes for TE coming out. And we're seeing this trend again. One ultimate left on one player and going to this Draco Storm. And then these teams end up going and finding any stragglers and absolutely deleting them. WBG as well going to be going for this Draco Storm. No longer are people going with the ultimate. Almost all three teams going with this Draco Storm. Yes, big change here. Traditionally, throughout all of NARAKA, since these buffs, or since Yang was added, everyone went Mystic Might and then later White Tiger buff, but no one ever really went Draco Storm. Now, within this year, Draco Storm's duration was actually increased. When it was first released, it was the only buff out, and it was just really strong. And later on, the damage was reduced, the duration was reduced, and almost no one took Draco Storm anymore. Now we're seeing this rise again during this meta for the NARAKA Pro League, but we haven't seen this in the past at all. GG making their way to endgame like they always do. Nice, slow, and easy. Already up to 5 kills. They don't need any more, but when they get to endgame, it is very common for them to get 10+ kills. They're going to be running into BBE right here, and instead of looking for the ambush play, they are playing nice and easy. Roy he's going to go in with that aggression, but he's going to quickly see that it's a full team, and he ends up peeling off. LXM making their way north, trying to find a nice position to rotate in safely, and it looks like BBE is just a duo. Actually, they ran into GG, and now GG counting 2 in front of them, realizing, wait a second, blue armor, blueberry duo, we getting some free kills out here, and CGS is going to activate, looking for the half charge only, not being able to get in. Roy going to fade away, looks for the jump area, is forced to pop the F, now has to pop the ultimate in order to stay alive. Looks like he's going to sacrifice himself for his teammate in order for Ivan to get away and possibly play this endgame. Roy in a 1v3 situation, 1 slash is going to be going through, he has 4 more slashes to his names. Making his way, gets a nice armor reset, but GG walking him down like a pack of wolves, just waiting for this ultimate to go off. Boy, he's trying to make his way all the way to Eventide, but he's not gonna be able to get there. GG is gonna surround him and instantly delete him, picking up a free kill, and we're down to 29 players.
29 players, Circle 3 closing on to Circle 4. We've still got a lot of people left in this lobby as Bauda has decided to make the most of that last time with their buff here, as TE on the Yang depletion, not looking in a too good position right now, as Yiran getting caught in the Temi wall is going to end up getting blasted by TE's Wash with the Cavalry Bloom on those dual blades. Leo was able to get a little bit of chip damage in as well. BBE is going to get picked up, their last member, by JL. TXJ picking up the kill onto Ivan here, as Wash now trying to make the play onto Bauda. Their buff has gone down here, and they need to get a kill in 1 minute and 53 seconds. Otherwise, they are not going to be continuing in this game. Huge parry onto Wash from you here. Wasn't able to get the punish damage here, but we are going to see a couple more parries coming through. Leo able to pick up a huge parry. Furin Slash coming through into the Cavalry Bloom, into the F3. We are going to see the F3 coming out from Bauda. Zahir, you getting caught up in the wisps, getting dangerously low. Huge parry coming out from him. Wolves gonna come in on the third party here. We're gonna see the Furin Slash coming out, saving them. Yiran getting caught up in a wisp, again losing almost all of his armor. CXC is gonna go down to a Bane's Breath here. That is gonna be CXC completely eliminated from the game, and KLA completely eliminated from the game. Wolves now hunting hard onto TE. Leo getting dangerously low here. We're going to see YZZ coming in for the peel, and now FPX decides they want a piece of the action as well. Leo getting absolutely decimated here, still able to stay alive for the time being here, has 1 HP and a dream dose for the Kurumi tether. Wolves Nai HQ is going to come away with the elimination. Oh my goodness, FPX coming in on the third party, everybody getting absolutely aggressive. This is what we missed from the start of the game. Haughty Alt invested for Fun plus Phoenix. Wolves now backing off. TE's Wash trying to get a reset off. They find him in the corner. Are going to fully focus on to Wash now, able to absolutely decimate his armor here. Now he's down to his health. 2v2 situation, 2v1 situation coming in on the third party is Fun plus Phoenix. Fun plus Phoenix trying to come away with the elimination into the Blistering Edge. Blistering gets parried. Wolves ZK in the wisp. Wash almost dead, trying to run away. He's able to run away in all the confusion, but the storm's going to take him out. Wolves them coming away with the elimination. Fun plus Phoenix now coming in with the Kylan ult here. ZK forced to use his Furin ultimate here, and now Nai HQ coming in on the peel with the Blistering Edge. Fun plus Phoenix trying to come through with the third party, but is taking so much damage. Wolves doing a great job at staying sustained. Kylan ult putting in so much work, but he's losing so much HP. Now the cage getting set up here for them to be able to get out of this fight. Cube being set up, somebody takes the cube. We are going to see Xiaohu try to make a play with the Haughty ultimate, hit ZK. ZK now backing up here, trying to see if they can regroup with their team, get for a little bit of a reset here as everybody's starting to collapse onto them. Chaos ensues, everybody getting active, everybody getting rowdy. ZK back up to full HP here, trying to make a play for this elimination. They still want to focus on the Fun plus Phoenix. Oh my goodness, all of a sudden everyone just flipped a switch in the lobby and decided that violence was the way to go.
Yeah, the edge of zone is absolutely dangerous. Multiple teams just spotting weakness and just activating. The Yang depletion teams starting the fray because they're forced to, but multiple teams showing that this is the hunting grounds on edge zone. We got FPX, Bauda, Wolves, JL, all out here probing for weakness. Now everyone's going to be making their way into zone to try to secure a nice location. EWG in the worst position out of everyone on these blue armors, but they are on the Viper composition. They do have that hit and run strategy, and looks like FPX is going to lose their Xiaohu on this rotation in, and EWG is going to claim his body, scaling up, picking up this loot. Not going to get a nice purple armor though. The 80% Moonbane is going to be coming down. Reason why we call it 80% Moonbane, it covers 80% of the lobby and forces everyone to the edge. Now it does give you an interesting option where you can go through the center, but it looks like JL and EWG FPX still fighting on this edge zone. It's not just safe yet for everyone. It looks like FPX is going to be playing, or EWG is going to lose someone and play for res right now. GG sitting on the outside. They do this every single time. They don't want to overcommit. They want to play that end game, very end game zone closing situation where they know how to capitalize perfectly on everything. They are up to 6 kills right now. Baudo's up to 9, EWG's up to 3, JL's up to 6, and we are in for a nice eventide endgame. We got a little bit of cliffside, a little bit of buildings all showing up. It looks like Wolves are going to be investing in their Temi own, catching out SS1's Rosemary. Now, ZK doesn't have his Takeda ult online. They have to be careful right now, but with so many people around in the lobby, it's going to be hard to tell whose ult is what. Tesla ult's going to be coming out. GG is going to get hit by the triple. EWG on the outside. CGS is going to make his way on top of the roof. No one's going to be able to focus fire him. It looks like Zen1 is going to get isolated out by Wolves. Wolves finding this solo Takeda, picking him off, picking up the kill. And now Wolves getting some momentum here at 5 kills. Spirit Well is going to be popping up. I believe this is the Spirit Well with the buff. Now going into this last leg, it looks like WBG is going to be the first team showing up, but I imagine more and more teams might try to pile in right now. It doesn't look like it though. WBG is going to press all of their ultimates, get the refresh on, and we're going into an end game with WBG with Mystic Mike, GG on the left, JL to the north, Baldo also in the north, and FPX on the east. Who is going to take it with 19 people left alive?
FPX with only 1 player remaining. It's going to be very difficult for them to try and come through with this game, but EWG having a decent area. FPX is going to go out really quickly here. Wolf ZK with some cannon shots. WBG's Jing is able to pick up that elimination. Wolf ZK getting absolutely decimated by Jing here, sending cannon shot after cannon shot, putting in some absolute heater of damages. Jing as well with the cannon. They're just sending shot after shot out, sending Wolves through the ringer. They're able to stand the test of time. The heals are coming back through though. Axiao with the tether able to heal up as much health as they're losing, as Zem trying to go for a bit of a reset here as well as they're rotating in towards JL. JL not wanting to give up their space is going to try and send Zem out into the zone, and now on the Matari, scale rushing up and using that F thrust to be able to back them off of their positioning. Bauda trying to come in with the Flamer, taking position from them on that other side. Now they're caught between 2 teams that are trying to take away their position. It's going to be very difficult for them to hold that. Bauda's Iran going into the storm to get that F ability from you, getting a little bit of heal back. EWG in the prime location right now, holding that top area of the zone as Axiao, Jing, and the rest of WBG, Sleepwalker on the other side there, trying to send off some cannon shots over on to Wolves. And I see a couple ultimates heading off as well now. We're going to see CJS sending away some Fist Blades damage coming through as well. Gold Fist Blades in hand is going to be very dangerous for the end game here as they're trying to start to take the high ground here. Holding up onto those buttery rocks, we are going to see the Dragon's Roar coming out from those nunchucks, I believe. There it is, able to hold off from these rain shots. Jing now in a bit of serious trouble, able to get a reset though, so he's not looking too bad at this point, but it's rain shot after rain shot after rain shot. It is sounding like a war zone here, ladies and gentlemen, as everybody is firing and everybody is on full cylinders as we are trying. They're trying to see as much range damage as possible before these players jump into this final circle. 2 minutes remaining on the game, 18 players still alive. This is going to be absolute chaos, ladies and gentlemen. I believe everyone that's still alive is in a full squad, so this is a lot of players and a lot of action here. As Bauda trying to take out EWG here. Peak going in for the ultimate. We have the Matari ultimate available, or used for Bauda right now. Zyalt still up. EWG, the only Viper in the game. I want to see if they're able to get it happening though, as we see EWG Zuan now popping that Viper ultimate, able to get a super huge stun coming off there. See if any players are able to capitalize on eliminations. Bauda's peak is going to be very, very low. He hasn't gone down yet though. Wolf ZK able to try and pick up the elimination, but he's getting saved by his teammates. Oh my goodness, Bauda's peak barely staying alive. Oh my goodness, the Zeeping ult saving him from most certain death. He's able to get away. He's able to kite out all of these players. Yu is going to be the first to go down in this fight though. Pete goes down next. Wolves able to pick up that kill. Wolves coming in strong. JL still able to hold the top. GG on that bottom side. Bauda trying to scale up and down and up and down. GG still holding that bottom corner that they've been holding the whole time. Wolf ZK still out in the storm. If he's not able to get back in, he's going to lose his life. EWG Yu Yi has gone down. Wolf ZK trying to make an uppercut happen onto Cookie. Cookie now going to use that Wu-Chen ultimate to get them far away from the danger. Cookie is going to go down though, as VVV holding up that top area. JL doing a very good job of holding the top. GG doing a good job at holding the bottom. Oh my goodness, the Zyalt coming out here trying to do massive damage. Oh my goodness, he hits everything. JL's VVV bringing himself back up to the top here as Valdez Yiran is going to go down to JL's TXJ. Wolf ZK here trying to send as many Fear Run shots off as possible. Gets a huge parry onto Ace Yao, knocks him into the zone. ZK gets knocked into the zone himself. JL gets knocked into the zone. GG doing a great job at holding the Kylan ultimate, able to push all of these players back. GG CJS, able to knock every single player into the zone. Kill after kill after kill, and oh my goodness, GG, they take it at the very end. Kylan sending these players to Narnia. Oh my goodness, Raven, that was beautiful.
Yeah, GG stays quiet the entire time. They stay quiet in the early game, they stay quiet in the mid game, and then they secure all of the kills within one singular play. In that end game, Kylan just knocking everyone flying into the zone. They said they nerfed it. They said they nerfed it. Doesn't feel very nerfed, especially on these cliffside end games. You see him shoving everyone to the edge, and unlike the other time, JL's not able to survive that situation with TXJ trying to stall out up top with the Hottie. Instead, he's on the Matari. He's not able to find the position he would like. Now, BBB, a little bit of an overheat there. He couldn't resist the temptation. Everyone's on the low ground. He goes for that big damage Zai play. Unfortunately, though, there's so much sustain from the Kurumi ultimate, and he doesn't make his way back up to the center. Because he wasn't holding that high ground, it left it open for everyone else to come in and join. Now, the mobility of that Kylan with that V2, you see GG come in and immediately knock everyone away, say, this is our area now. Let's see what the score is going to be. That was a crazy end game. Everyone played this fifth game extremely slow, Seb, and that's what I was saying. Game 5 is that clutch game. It's when you want to set up as best as you can for your sixth game. So your best strat, as you can do, you play really slow. We saw all 36 alive going into that first Yang. We saw tons of teams trying to make it in that end game, and one of the bigger end games that we've seen thus far. But first, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have another Twitch question. The summer split random gifts are dropping. How many players chose Kylan Zhang in game 5? Was it A, 1, B, 2, C, 3, or D, 4? This is a really tough question considering how mixed the lobbies are every single time. I don't know, Seb, when you were in school, which letter did you guess when you didn't know the answer?
I was a C guy, but
you're a C guy.
You know, I knew my stuff. I was a studier. You know, both my parents are teachers, so you know, naturally I was forced into studying. And if I had any problems with my schoolwork, I could just ask my parents, who were teachers. It was a great time, to say the least. Very, very, very great time. And I went for C if I didn't know the answer, which was you know, a very rare occasion, but C was always the best bet because you know, it's not A, because you know, A just seems too obvious to pick. B, it's the second choice. You're never gonna pick the second choice, and D, that's the last answer. So you gotta pick C. It's not quite in the middle, but it's just enough there for you to be like, you know what? If it's C, I'm gonna be really happy. If it's not, you know, I tried my best.
Well, I don't believe the answer is going to be C for this one. That's going to be my hint, considering just how valuable Kylan is in the current meta. Now, looking at the scoreboard, who ended up taking the top? And we are going to see GG with that play right at the end. They're going to get 14 and first place. 1.2 multiplier plus that for 20.8 total. Wolves still having another strong game. 9 kills, 11.5. They've been a little bit quiet, not being the same dominant force they've seen before, but still 9 kills are very, very good. BIWEEK2 with 10.5 at 9 kills. WBG with 7. JL with 7. FPX with 4. KLA with 4. EWG with 3. Alliance with 4. And for the first time, some goose eggs. SS1's not able to get one. T's not able to get one. Looking at the overall stats, LXM, CGS not doing a ton of damage, like 14k, 13k, still a lot, but these guys were very, very quiet in the end. I always say work smarter, not harder. They find the last hits in the end game, pushing everyone into zone and let zone do all the heavy damage. We saw the mistake of going for too much damage, the overheat today from the likes of BBV. It's just possible for everyone to get in that bloodlust where you can overlook the objective of the game. Get more kills, get more points, make more money. Now looking at the overall leaderboard, Seb, last game of the day, who do you see making it into the top 12?
I'm really hoping KLA is able to pull it through and make it into the top 12. They do have another day to play, as well as BIWEEK2 having another day to play. TE is a team I'm a little bit nervous about. They're a team that could very well get pushed out of the top 12 because of how their points are. It's the last day to play, as we are going to be taking a look at the top 6. These players, they're going to be for sure. They are stuck in the top. GG with only 1 day played at 61.3 points. They have all of the next day of trios to play, and they are going to be having an absolute amazing day. Alliance in number 1 at 110 points. JL with 105. They are secured going out. Hopefully we can see BBE pass that 100-point threshold. It would be really nice to see an SEA region team passing that 100-point threshold. Taking a look at our highlights, brought to you by Thunder Robot.
FBX landing in the cave, taking away JL's spot, but JL coming in with a timing attack later on. GG inside the realm of Yang, showing their dominance. As even though off spawn they're not going for a lot of kills, but in this realm of Yang they're always super stacked, going against Alliance, slowing down the new challengers, showing them who's a boss. EWG is gonna find this kill onto Alliance Revenge on the outside. This zone rotation just brutal for everyone now. BIWEEK2 versus TE. BIWEEK2 been clutch all day today. You on the zipping, something we traditionally don't see he's on, but they're gonna be wiping out TE. Roy Hehe, unfortunately, he does go for the noble sacrifice for his team to live on, but GG goes on to find more and more kills. Now looking at this end game, you see BBV trying to make his way back to the dominant position, but he gave it up early for the drop down landing, and we're seeing CGS knocked everyone to the zone, left, right, batters up, go flying to zone, bye-bye. XCM is gonna fall, and GG is like, is it really that simple? Every single time, just patience. Tortoise wins the race, not playing too fast, just nice and easy, and they're showing just how it's done in this end game, in this new meta. Traditionally, this team always dominates on the Siphon, always dominates on the Transformer, and now we're seeing the new composition of Kyle and Hadi, some dominance coming out of him. Now, they're not really going for crazy risks. You're seeing most of his damage coming out from that skill ultimate, using the fist blades and looking very defensive. Now, this is something that was revealed for the Kylans today. All of these Kylans are running this health chase. Now, the way Kylan's ultimate works is the more health you have, the more you can trade out slashes. The second you run out of health, not only does it put you in a bad position, but you're not able to go with infinite slashes. So what you can do with the V1 healing of zipping is pop a little bit of it, and the combination of F1, you can cancel the zipping on, but this gives essentially your Kylan infinite amount of slashes with no worry of dying. Now, we've seen it multiple times, Kylan's popping his ultimate and going down to 1 HP and not dying. Now, first, ladies and gentlemen, this was game 5. Still a lot of one more game to go, one more day to go. But for us, game 6 will be coming out on the new map. We will be back after a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've played 5 games so far, 1 to go. Welcome back to the NBPL Summer Split of 2024. I'm your host and caster Seb. I'm the young gun, and we've got the godfather of NARAKA here with us today, Raven PLZ, the absolute legend, beast, and amazing statistical analysis person that we've got today. Just a caster, by the way. Impeccable skills coming from Raven. I've got to say, it's been a pleasure casting with you every single time. We've always rocked the house together. I am having so much fun. The energy is crazy, and I love the knowledge I get to learn from you every single time that we cast together.
Well, I'm happy to cast with you, Seb. You definitely helped me as I joined in the League of the NARAKA casters. It's been a wonderful 2 years casting with you too, brother. Now going into game 6, we still have another treat for you left. New map, Herdoria, stacked lobby, GG, Bauda, JL, KLA, the newcomers, Alliance challenging the throne, Wolves challenging the throne, and the foreigners coming up big. BB, they've slowed down a little bit. Are they going to end the day strong? Now, previous day, they did end the day strong, having a massive game. EWG as well You're seeing the notes coming out. Look at them. My man got some notes popping out the landing spot. You see the printed out landing spots of what people's tendencies are. They're talking about the strategies. They're talking about their possible locations. And this is just where NARAKA has gone right now. 2024, NARAKA is super, super sweaty. All these guys wearing headbands, busting out the notes, getting out the notebook. And we'll have to see who is gonna play what going into Bredora. Now, normally we've seen a lot of Siphon, a lot of Kylan and Hadi. I'm hoping to see some Monk still. I'm hoping to see some plays, but I will settle for some more matchups as long as it's not Mirror Siphon. I've seen that fight way too much. We are gonna get a mixture. Down to 1 point is going to be going for the Siphon. Same thing with BBE, and JL is going to be ending the day with their Siphon themselves. Now phase 2, Kurumi is going to get banned out, so this part is going to have to go their Kylan compositions, EWG, KLA, but GG is going to be going on their Siphon. Now, actually, I take it back. I do want to see a GG versus JL on the Siphon inside Yang. Give it to me one more time. Now, the last phase, this is where we've been seeing the Vipers coming out. No points left. Everything getting banned out. The Temi, the Takeda, the Zipping, the Hadi, the Kurumi, the Kylan. TE is going to take a point, saving up a ton of points for this situation and be able to get that Zipping Kylan Hadi out, but everyone else is going to be going that Viper. Now, we've been seeing today tons of value coming out from the Viper. Will we see the same thing on Perdoria? Now, Perdoria doesn't have those tall trees to jump off of. There are a couple locations where drop down nukes, as you like to call it, are possible on Viper. With F3 and V1 being the current meta on Viper, I'm curious to see if they can make it work on Perdoria. I see the vision on Morris. I can even see the vision on Holleroth, but Perdoria, very, very new, very nuanced. It's hard to say where exactly most teams hang out, and that gives Viper a huge disadvantage. She doesn't really know where she can go in to get some nice drop downs and big value off her ultimates, but we'll have to see. The meta is still developing. We got one more game on the new map. I'm excited to see what these teams are going to be cooking up, what adjustments are going to be made. Are we going to see another Thanos snap in endgame with the white tiger buff, or are we going to see GG slowly choke up the lobby, or JL with another clutch up with the mid-air star? So many narratives going right now. I'm hoping that BBE is able to clutch up and show everyone that the foreigners are here, still ready to compete.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what's going to come of BBE. They are going to be making it into the finals, almost guaranteed, but I want to see them do what they did in day number 1, pull off a crazy game and pull some very huge points out of the hat that we love to see from these players coming out. Taking a look now, standard abilities and ultimates across the board here. F3V2s for the Kurumis, F3V1 on Rosemary's Viper here. We're not seeing any more of that F2V1 coming out, and standard across the board for everybody else. And I was a little bit mistaken. They had the hero picks were at 0 for Alliance and Wolves. I was hoping we were going to see some more fun comps coming out, maybe adding a little Valda or Justina into the mix, but it looks like they are going to be playing it a little bit safer and going with a tried and true comp that they still had the points to use, the Wuchen, Tessa, and Viper, as it hasn't been picked very much. They were able to use that as their last safety comp. Taking a look at our spawns, we're going to be seeing closer to the northern side of the map, closer to the Azoth Peak area of the map. We're going to see a plethora of players. We're seeing a few players spawn near Arcadia, nobody going towards Imperium, with one player and team, GG, spawning near the Twilight Pass, my mistake, and a couple of players spawning near the Mercury River just below Skygaze Cove, with KLA spawning just west of the Skygaze Cove.
Wow, in the bottom left, GG is just landing solo. There's a big hot drop going to be going down with Alliance Wolves, TEWBG. don't see where JL is going. I think they're landing close to Bowda, but we're seeing that hot drop going down. Wolves, SS1, TE, all landing extremely hot. XEM on the Viper F3, gonna be looking for that big nuke play off spawn. TE trying to take up the northern side, trying to isolate, get some armor, weapon, but Wolves is going to activate, jumping in. They got a weapon. They don't need armor. XCM looking for that F3 value. He is going to get dashed up and fried already by the Kylan ultimate. Wash able to find the Fireflies, and now XCM going with the tap dodge roll, moving, weaving in, out, in, out. 10 dodges you can possibly do with max stamina. F3 is going to be finally invested. Goes with the overhold, not be able to get it. The F combo rate is going to be used by the Kylan. TE's Leo not be able to follow up and finish off Zem. Nice peeling come out from ZK. He's going to sacrifice his life now in a 2v2 situation. Wolves is going to be coming in though. Wash with the LMB on the dual blades, looking for his way in. He's going to get the flank onto NHQ. XEM is going to get staggered, jumping LMB with the V1 from the zipping of YZZ, but they're going to get third party by the Alliance. F3 is going to be coming out. The V1 is not going to matter of the zipping. Wash trying to fade out, trying to get a focus attack in, but NY7 closing the distance, trying to find that safe parry, not able to get it. He's going to get surrounded on all three sides now. Coming from the left side, Wash is going to pop his Kylan ult. He's going all in. He's going for broke. Tessa ult's gonna be coming out from Yuma. Nice F to stop the soul take back, and now they're gonna line it up, surround him, and execute him. Absolutely blowing it up with revenge, finding the kill. 3 kills on Alliance off spawn for game 6.
Absolutely beautiful elimination coming through. Perfect way to counter the Kylan ult is with a Tessa ult of your own. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 6. I'm your host and caster Seb. I'm joined alongside Raven. We've got one more game in the books for you guys, and it's sure to be a crazy one. We've already got a whole bunch of action popping off, and down in the lonely corner, we find GG, a wild GG in their natural habitat, all alone, playing in the bush, tap dodging around, just hanging out by themselves. As we return back to the action, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like SS1 fighting against Fun plus a Phoenix. As we see the healing going off, we are going to see a purple pull sword now. It was a great sword a second ago. Switching it over to the pull sword is the usual play that we see. SS1 getting some range damage in as they're going to try and go for a bit of a reset before the melees come out here. And Junks trying to make a play with the purple pull sword in hand is going to be dealing a lot of damage onto Rosemary here. The F3 already invested by Rosemary. We're going to see the overhold on the longsword sent the other way to avoid the parry here, as we're going to see trying to go for the overhold again. F3 coming out a second time here, as we're going to see the F ability coming out from the Wu Chen as well. And now the Tessa ult coming through, absolutely throwing a huge wrench in their plans. Junks now enchanted, but was able to take the cube before to save himself. And now Roy Shishi in a bit of a trouble here, able to take out one player from Fun plus Phoenix, as they're able to regroup with 3 players around and giving them such a great opportunity to come for attack. Now Roy Hihi able to use that F3 to deal a lot of damage onto Xiaohu. Xiaohu trying to run away here, but the Bane is going to come into favor for them, knocking out a lot of HP from Roy Hihi. Fat Milk are going to decide to regroup here, Ivan as well, and now Junks is going to get caught in his own Bane, so he's not in too much trouble here, but does get the enchant happen onto him, so he did lose a little bit of HP. They are going to try and go for the res and try and play this a little bit safer, as they were caught out a little bit, and now they're able to hit the reset.
And nice job by FUX to use the Moonbane defensively. That's one of the things that's overlooked. A lot of teams try to use the Moonbane offensively, but let's say things are going wrong. Having that backup plan of the Moonbane guarantees a reset. It's almost like a no ult zone, especially with this nice little bit of terrain where you're hidden in a valley. The range shots will not hit you, and you're able to get reses on your teammates. Now, with doubled out with a Kurumi, you become very unkillable. Now, Alliance is going to be diving in with the F3 from NYC, and we've seen him doing this earlier today. He has one of the most unique styles on Viper I've seen. He never hard commits. He's only ulting on the outside and then immediately getting out. He's only using his F3 then immediately getting out. He only fights on the edge of fights. Now, he's a little bit too far out for that V1, but we're not going to see that one. He is going to be chasing down Xiao Hu of FPX. The zipping fading away with the LMB horizontal release, and his teammates are going to be coming in out of nowhere, almost deleting Yuma. Moonbait's going to be coming down for FPX, though. Can they get out of this situation? The breath is coming down. Alliance looking to hold them down. But NY7 is going to be a parry. Zhao fighting his way out of this switch situation with that Hadi. If anyone can make it out, it's definitely Hadi. Woo! We out of there. My man's moving like the Flash, just with the scale rush. He does move around to the left. He is going to get caught out by one Moonbraith. Jumping LMB from Revenge is going to close the distance, staggering out Zhao. He's not going to make it out. I spoke too soon. Sorry, my bro. I did cast a curse you. He will fall. Now we're going to get BBE versus SS1 off spawn. Who's going to take it, Seb?
I believe Fat Milk might be able to come away with the elimination. Tries to go for the jumping LMB here. We are going to see him turn it right around it. Roy Hee able to come with a stagger, able to allow Fat Milk to come and pick up the kill here. And now Jiang Wan trying to make something happen. Gets a parry off here. We are going to see the punish damage hit both of these players into the fan blast away from these players. We're going to see the F3 hit. Does not connect here. Zhen Wan trying to make something happen with the spear into the 1-2 from the dual halberds into the Tessa charm. Zhen Wan now is in a good position to be able to come away with this. Two players are going to be hit with the charm. He's going to try and capitalize. And now Rosemary bringing it around with the Viper ultimate, but the Kurumi ultimate is going to be able to help them a little bit here. They're going to try and pull them away, but Ivan and Fat Milk go down. Gen 1 with the Nezra's Might. Absolute insane play. Roy Shishi in the 3v1 situation is going to have to be able to pop his ult pretty soon here. Stone form into the ultimate. He does have a chance, but it is going to be very difficult. F3 into the blast, but he is going to get Tessa charmed a second time here. This is going to be very difficult for him to make it out of here. And now all three players onto him. The Tessa charm hits and he goes down, sadly. Gen 1 and Rosemary and rest are going to be able to pick up 3 eliminations, sending BBE to the Soul Altar. They did pass that 100-point threshold, though. That was what I was hoping for them, and they were able to make it. Congratulations to BBE, one of the first SEA teams, one of the first non-CN teams to pass a 100-point threshold in a qualifying round of the NBPL. Wolves now on the outskirts of these fights here, not too quickly engaging, but it looks like they are hungry for some action. They want to get back into the mix, jumping up into Arcadia. Alliance and SS1 are all still alive in this section as we're taking a look as well. WBG now on the bottom side of the map. Looks like they are going to end up going for the Spirit Well instead of taking the Realm of Yang.
And we got Bauda and JL posting up, possibly getting a skirmish beforehand. GG and WBG to the south. KLA and EWG as well contesting for that Realm of Yang. The two top left Realm of Yang is not going to be contested. Now Alliance making their way around, looking for a nice assassination place. They're going to be waiting in this bush next to the Realm of Yang, but they are going to get spotted out by wolves. Hey, what you guys doing over there? You setting up or something? The teams look a little bit swirly. KLA is going to be coming diving in. Bauda versus JL. Oh no, my two favorite teams going at it. EWG, we're going to get EWG versus KLA though.
This is sure to be an interesting one here.
EWG has been having a good weekly so far. Can CXZ show them that their weekly is going to start going wrong for them? He's going to be showing up on the Kylan, looking for the focus fang. Not going to get it. Hotties are going to be coming out, putting down the cube. They are going to be chasing down the Kylan right now. Looks like Zuwan is going to be forced out to pop the ultimate. Hottie's going to be coming in with the slashes. The cube is going to be coming out from CXZ. He is going to pop his ultimate from the high ground, looking for some slashes. Who is he looking for? Who is KO's prior target? It looks like it's going to be Zuwan. Purple weapon just doing so much damage on the Kylan. And now the zipping in for a world of purge. He's getting smacked left, right, but she does make some space onto the pillar, buying some time for her teammate to make a play right now. But will it be enough? The fist plates of CXZ coming out of ultimate. It might as well be a Kylan ultimate. Cookie is going for a ride. She's not touching the ground. Zipping will fall, and KLA will win this Realm of Yang. Now going over to Bauda versus JL. It looks like JL has already lost one player, and it looks like the Siphon is gonna be Siphon. You still showing his dominance in the Realm of Yang, and they're gonna find a win versus JL.
You know, I know Siphon's already a perfect name, but they have Xiphon with Z Siphon. You know, it could be Temi Siphon, Typhoon, maybe. I don't know. I was just thinking that in my head. As we're taking a look at the next fight, some Viper ultimates are popping off here. We're able to see one stun onto NY7 here, and it looks like they might be able to come away with the elimination as they are. Huge parry coming out as well from Zeri1, as we are going to see now Fun Plus Phoenix coming in on the third party. SS1 Rosemary getting in a lot of trouble. We are going to see the charge coming through. Rosemary is going to go down to the Kylan ult of Fun Plus Phoenix's Junks. We are seeing the ultimate from the Wu Chen coming out to get SS1 out of the danger, but now the Kylan ult is giving hot pursuit, trying to see if they can take out Rosemary. Again, they are able to pick up the elimination onto Rosemary for a second time here. Back out of the ultimate, pull sword in hand, going to try and follow onto Gen 1. Gen 1 in a lot of trouble here in the 2v1 situation. We do see him coming in now. The 2v2 for the Peel here. Xiaohu is also joined into the fight. 3v2 situation. Alliance coming in on the third party. A Tessa Charm coming out is going to end up enchanting one of these players here. F1 invested for Alliance's Tessa to be able to knock a couple players back. SS1 is going to die to revenge here. One SS1 player remaining. Xiaohu in a bit of trouble as well here, as we see the FPX players are going to be forced to take the cube to get out of their Junks now in trouble as well. The hottie from FPX is doing a great job at peeling. Huge parry coming out, but now the teleport comes through and they're able to take a bit of a reset here, but the teleport was very, very close, so now all they need to do is get the parry. Huge parry coming out onto NY7 here as they were able to get the res onto NY7. Now Yuma being the target of the action. Xiaohu almost dead. Xiaohu is going to go down. Now Charm onto both players of FPX. All they got to do is keep them from getting hit, and now FPX is getting absolutely demolished here. Junks with no HP has the immortality, completely stunned, and Alliance doing a phenomenal job at coming through with a third party on both teams and absolutely dominating.
Yeah, Alliance has been showing just how informed they are. Up to 9 kills on their attack on Titan, finding these hotties now. JL with the Yang depletion, KLA having their Vermilions, but they are going to fall initially. But going over to the middle of the map, Bauda versus JL, the rematch is going down. Krumi also going to be invested by you in the middle of his ultimate, but Year-Round going to be peeling for him. Now you putting on the pressure onto Fong. BBB still has his ultimate up though. JL has to be careful getting the value off that Krumi ult, a little bit tough. The Wolves is coming in with the third party on the Tessa Viper. Sam comes out of nowhere. The B1 drop down is going to come down. And Bauda is going to be the victim of the drop down. F3 is going to be coming out, knocking down you. And now JL on the outside, finding the remaining pieces of Bauda. They're going to get at least one Soul Bloom. And now Wolves with a couple ultimates. They don't really know exactly where JL is at, but JL happy with this outcome. Is going to be backing off, but Wolves sensing some weak body language is going to hard commit right now. Hey, what's the vibes going on right now? Double trap going to be coming out from XEM. Tessa also going to be landing onto Fong. Temi ult a little bit late. Kurumi ult is going to be invested, but it's a little bit too late. BBB is going to fall. TXG is going to fall, and Wolves is going to make quick work of JL. The hesitancy from JL, the weak body language just absolutely ignites Wolves' instincts. Wait a second, you guys don't look like you have ults. Let's get in there. And Wolves comes rolling through. They did have a couple ults up, but JL a little bit slow on the trigger, holding the ults of NARAKA 2 are going to fall.
Oh my God, Wolves, that was disgusting. Oh my goodness. The tactical nuke into the absolute domination. The nunchuck follow-up from the meter dump into the Tessa Charm, into the F3 from the Viper. Oh, textbook plays, textbook players. This is what we came here to see. I am so fired up right now. That was absolutely slimy. Like, oh my goodness, it's got me jumping up and down in my seat right now, ladies and gentlemen. WBG on the south side of the map, I believe. 27 players remain as Shadow 2 closes onto Shadow 3. We're getting, I believe this is the second Realm of Yang. Yeah, the second Realm of Yang is about to be spawning in here. Looks like nobody has decided to jump in just yet here. They're waiting for the shop to open up with some special treats first that they're going to go purchase, and then they're going to hop in with that extra advantage that they get from doing their little bit of Christmas shopping for themselves here as Sleepwalker and WBG take on GG outside of the realm here, and it looks like they are going to hop in first. GG able to enter into the realm of Yang here as the Kurumi was able to tether from the outside and teleport themselves into the realm of Yang here. Oh my goodness. What a play. I'm just still thinking about that Wolves play. The nunchuck meter dump coming in super clutch for them here, as we are going to see WBG versus KLA and Bauda versus GG coming up to you in the realm of Yang. Raven, I know you love these teams. I'm going to let you take this one.
GG CGS, we've seen his crazy APM playing off today. His refereeing of fights absolutely spectacular, but Yaron's gonna be immediately taking on the battle, letting him know what the pulls are. You're gonna get a parry onto the enemy Kurumi. Both of these teams evenly matched. Looks like 3-2-0s are gonna be forced out onto that Kurumi ult. He's gonna move his ult over peak on the Matari. He's gonna be popping it. CGS still holding on to his Takeda ult. He has to be careful right now. Matari's gonna be charging up. Temi ult's gonna be coming down. They want to hold everyone in. CGS makes his way to the outside, looking back in, still gonna be holding his Takeda ultimate. Yaron still hasn't popped his Zai ult. CDS matching that energy, not popping his offensive ult. Position 1's ult is going to be going last right now. Bowder's going to move their Kurumi ult over. Nice job from GG, sitting outside that Kurumi ult, not giving anyone a value. F3 is going to be invested by the Zai ult, but 3-3-0 in a bad position. It's going to forward CGS's hand. He has to pop his ultimate 3-3-0. It might be a little bit too late. F3 is going to be coming out from Yaron. They're going to keep up the pressure, and now there's Kurumi link from You is going to prevent this Zai from getting bursted right now. They're trying to focus fire on him. Dash is going to be coming out. Nice double parry coming out from CGS. He's going to be able to turn this around. That's his last shove, though. F1's going to be coming out, but Euron still has his Zai ultimate, looking for the stagger right now. CGS from the side, looking for the nice flank. He is going to get a slam. Big heal is going to come out, but LXM is going down. 1v3 situation. Can CGS clutch it up? He is going to get juggled. Nowhere left to go, and Bauda is going to close it out on the foundation of you. Wherever you goes, they just win. Gold armor definitely gonna be going over to you, and Bauda is gonna win the second realm of Yang, showing their dominance. And again, Seb, picking up that Draco Storm. Times are changing.
NARAKA rule number 125. No matter how good you are, no matter if you do everything right, you will always prevail in the realm of Yang. That was an absolutely insane play coming around. They had parry after parry. GG was looking absolutely amazing. But Bauda just persevering through every single move they made. 330 going down was the icing on the cake for them, and they were able to take the 2v3, turn it into a 1v3, and from there, they were just able to take the Yang without any trouble at all. KLA as well, winning their realm of Yang, so they will have the Draco Storm buff as well, and Alliance able to come away with the Mystic Might buff from, I believe, the Spirit Well, as we are coming through 5 minutes on the Yang depletion, and it looks like a couple of these players might actually already have their Yang depletion cured. Or no, GG and WBG are the teams with the Yang depletion. 3 minutes and 52 seconds left for GG. They are going to need a lot to come back here. It's going to be very difficult for them. We've seen it happen, though, so hopefully they can make something happen again, as well as WBG. 3 minutes and 36 seconds left on their Yang depletion. They're going to have to find a team really quickly here, but it is looking very difficult at this point. They've got 25 seconds left to get to a soul altar before they will be washed out completely. They've got the time. Can they do it? Can they pull it off? The clock is ticking down. Now we're focusing on a team that has won their realm of Yang. Bauda, taking a look, they are just going to be scaling over to the side of this mountaintop here. Taking a look, getting a good vantage point and being able to see where these other teams are. WBG now back in action. 3 minutes exactly. Now they've got to find somebody fast. Otherwise, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Do you think they're going to be able to do this, Raven?
2 minutes and 50 seconds on the Siphon. I mean, if you can find a clean all-in, the problem is Siphon counters off Siphon, so is Siphon, and it's all about that all-in ultimate. Now, ideally, you want to be able to get your Takeda all going in. gonna be tough, especially with the double blue armor. Now 3 minutes left. They can possibly find one of the other Yang depletion teams overcommitting. WBG definitely has their work cut out for them. They haven't been having a good weekly. Now what's interesting about WBG is they were able to pick up one of the Nbpl finals, and we felt like WBG was coming back into form. They've been working hard for the past 2 years, but it looks like they're hitting their slump once again in this weekly finals. They are going to be getting a matchup versus GG with CGS. Has that Yang depletion. This is the most ideal situation. They have two Yang depletion teams, both going at it. Nothing left to lose. You're not going to be able to choose your ideal fight that you would like. And it looks like CGS is going to pop the F1, has his tether Kurumi onto it. Sleepwalker going to take the duel immediately coming in, but CGS leading the charge, able to get that initial stagger. And it looks like WBG's Kurumi ult is going to be forced out. GG's 330's ult about to come out, forced out, and now multiple teams looking into this lobby of GG versus WBG. Temi ult is going to come out, isolating the range side, but Alliance NY7 with the classic. He's coming in with the 9-man stun. Doesn't even go in afterwards, just stuns everyone, leaves everyone to their own devices. Multiple focus attacks coming out. CGS doing his best to keep his team alive. Alliance on the outside is going to get forced into this commitment, but 330 LXM CGS finding their way to the outside. Merciless is going to be coming down, juggling them where they don't want to be, but CGS saving his shoves to stabilize for his team. They are going to find the focus fire onto Jing, and WBG's Jing is going to be able to fall. They do get one cleanse going out. They are going to find Sleepwalker as well. Two cleanses are going to be coming out, but multiple teams are descending upon them. Bada, BBE, and TE showing up, and GG is going to make their way out of there.
Oh my goodness, the grief from all these other teams is so real. NY7, my best friend right now, came through with the absolute bomb of a nuke to be able to just ruin the chances. And if you notice there, they were able to get an elimination onto one of the Alliance players, and it WBG, one of their players went down and Alliance stole the bloom, which I thought was absolutely hilarious. LXM is going to go down to that Yang depletion here, as CJS is going to still be able to be alive along with his teammate LXM close to the soul altar, so they'll be able to buy him back, and he'll be back into the game very quickly here. But Gen 1 now very low in HP, going to go for a bit of an armor swap here with his teammate, as they're able to make the Wu Chen get his reset back a little bit quicker here, as KLA now trying to make a play onto SS1. Going for the hyper aggro play here is what we love to see. Katana in hand. Not something you see every day in trios, but love to see it nonetheless, as KLA forcing aggression out onto SS1, and now they're coming into the full aggression of every other team. Roy Hehe is going to go down here, and now GG trying to back out of this scrap off. TE and GG in the same area on the bottom side, as the last remaining player of BBE trying to kite away from everyone here. And now GG hot in pursuit, trying to see if they can move around the map without getting spotted out. They have gotten their player back up. They're still able for contention into this game here. Now the Soul Slash coming out, QGG able to eliminate IBIN there, and now I believe BBE is one player remaining, and that's Fat Milk on the other side of the map, as the 80% Bane, as you like to call it, and the other casters like to call it. And I just found out about that today, coming through into the game here as we close into circle number 6 in about 30 seconds.
KLA's up to 12 kills, and looking at their J setup, the Mortal Defiance on the Kurumi, they're looking super stacking points to take this final game for today. But will they be able to? Bauta just decided to just pepper them with non-stop cannon shots. CXZ and their crew, they do not have the same amount of range power as Bauta, but on the outside, TE is going to be pressuring Bauta as well. Multiple teams all congested around this building. On the outside, SS1 has a nice Flat area, not really contested by anyone, but GG, again, the masters of endgame finding their way. They're looking for this first gold armor. It's going to go gold armor into the 50% Moonbane, into the final buff. I believe this is the buff showing up. We are at that 4-minute and 50-second mark. 50-second mark, and now GG, KLA posting up in the center. QGG on the hot. He's going to rise up, put his cube down, cancel his ultimate, land up, and now they're going to hold the center. Who is going to challenge him for it? It doesn't look like GG wants to hard challenge it. They are going to break away, play it safe. They don't need to take this fight initially. And it looks like KLA is going to claim it, popping down to Kylan Ultimate. They're going to activate now, grabbing the gold armor. It is only going to be Mystic Might. They're not going to get the Thanos snap, but they will be able to get this double ult situation. And it looks like they're going to play it slow. They want to win this last game of the day. We have Alliance on the Viper at 12 kills. GG on the Siphon at 7. Every composition is going to be represented. Bauda on the Siphon, who is going to take it with all 3 comps being represented. And your boy NY7 gonna drop another grief B1 across the map. Multiple Matari gonna pop that ultimate, denying the stun, but KLA with the Mystic Might having a good time, gonna be able to take down Wolves XCM. TXZ still has another ultimate in the tank. He's moving his team around, looking for someone to focus fire, and it looks like it's going to be Alliance's revenge, forcing out the Wu-Chan port for Bauda next in the crosshair, but it doesn't look like Kalo wants to hard commit to that. They're okay with what they have so far. The rest of the lobby getting shoved away from this triple gold armor. KLA SS1 was holding the platform, letting them know this is our position. You want to get close. V1 is going to be popped out. Alliance's revenge will fall to that B1, but now GG activating. They know they don't have any ultimates. Takeda is going to be invested. What can SS1 do versus this oppressive Takeda? They look for the Tesla. They're not able to land it. CGS is too quick with it, but now the rest of the lobby activating. TE seeing that everyone's going, all the action is going down here. Same thing with KLA. They have a sandwich maneuver on this lobby, but now Bauda, they're trying to force a way out of it. They don't want to be there. Moving that Kurumi circuit, they are going to be stabilizing, and we're going with 16 people left alive going into the last 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Seb, who is going to take the last game of the day?
Alliance down to 1 member. It's going to be very difficult for them to come out on top. KLA with 13 eliminations, far ahead of anybody else other than Alliance, but since they do only have the 1 member, it's going to be difficult for them. Like I just said, we are going to be seeing it's looking like it's going to come up KLA, but it could still be very well difficult for them. GG has a chance to put up a lot more eliminations. Bauda exactly the same position. TE with only 3 eliminations. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to be able to put up numbers, but every single team right now is battling it out to see who's going to be coming out on top. Bauda taking to the skies, TE as well. GG on the ground as well as SS1 and KLA. As we are seeing, SS1 taking a lot of damage now. GG losing a lot of HP. We're going to see the Soul Slash coming out. We never see this in trios play. It's the most dangerous move you can see. The huge parry coming out from Rosemary here. We are going to see the parry into the sap damage coming out. Huge parry from CXZ coming out, taking TE's watch into the zone. We're going to see the Soul Slash coming out one more time here. Nobody paying attention for it. Nobody is used to watching for that in the zone. Gen 1 absolutely low. TE's Leo's going to get a kill onto you. Gen 1 is going to get killed by Bauda's Yiran. Yiran is going to pick up 1 more elimination. Yiran getting eliminated. CXZ picking up another elimination. We're going to see Rosemary coming out with a huge stun. 330 now in the Temi ult safely away from all of the damage. CXZ picking up another elimination. QGG coming away with that kill. And now Wash getting absolutely decimated by the ultimate here, as we're going to see the B1 F1 coming into the circle to help heal him from the Zping Ying. KLA 17S charging up those nunchucks into the Dragon Sword. KLA CXZ charging the Soul Slash up on the side, able to hit the tail end of the attack. TE's watch is going to go down to QGG. We have the Hottie ult in the sky. GG CJS trying to make something happen with the Takeda. Takeda not able to make something happen. Bauda's peak is going to go down to the Soul Slash here. CJS trying to make the play. The ultimate coming out from the Kurumi of GG. Yuma now last alive onto Alliance, gonna try and make something happen, is not dead yet. TE's YZZ is gonna go down. Yuma gonna go down. GG versus, I believe, KLA 17S, the last remaining player, onto KLA, or KLA has all 3 players alive. They're just up in the sky. Oh my goodness, they're coming in with the Hottie, pushing them out. 13 seconds to make something happen. We're gonna see if they're able to do it. KLA looks like they're almost dead. Oh my goodness, is it going to be GG? Is it going to be KLA? Oh my goodness, 17 eliminations. KLA come out with 18, 19, 20 bomb. KLA 20 kill finish with a first place victory. Game number 6 could not have been crazier.
Good googly mooglies. KLA comes out big for their last round. They started out a little bit slow with some consistent spinning, but nothing explosive like this pop-off game. I love what they did with the Kylan, using that Mortal Defiance built into his ultimate to go last, and we didn't see them at all. They were lurking in the sky. You saw GG holding that low ground, Takeda bullying everyone out, finding tons of kills for GG, but at the last second, a healthy KLA comes swooping from above, able to shove GG out into the zone, getting those last hits up, cleaning it up, and just in case you thought you could take one of them down, the Kylan popping his ultimate, staying alive, and securing that win. Really, really good stuff coming out from KLA. I didn't even think about for the Kylan Honeycomb, running the heal off situation with your Kylan saving his ult for the end. Definitely really interesting stuff coming out them. Picked up a little piece of tech right there to take to the bank. But what a crazy day today, Seb. So many new things that I've learned. So much wonderful NARAKA plays being played from all of these teams. Excellent play. This was an absolute lobby of death. Everyone played super well today, and with Titans in the lobby, what surprised me the most is that Alliance kept up their momentum. BBE also kept up the momentum. Now Wolves kind of faltered here. They've been challenging the throne this the previous season and now this season, but they're still qualifying, sitting pretty. We're not seeing that same dominance. The dominance we did see, GG again in these end games, showing up big inside that realm of Yang. JL with the clutch ups, TXA showing us how it's done over and over. And Alliance with NY7 on the Viper, showing us that Viper still is here to stay. Every single time we think she's going to be phased out, she gets countered by Matari. It doesn't matter. They find a new variation. F3V1 coming in big with the Viper composition today. What a great game 6 to end it all on, Seb.
Oh, 100%. I'm looking at that end circle. I see GG, 3 players. I see 1 KLA member. I'm like, it's a 3v1. It's finished. GG's coming away with this. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, we have the other 2 members of KLA drop down, pop ult, and just proceed to decimate the entire rest of the lobby, picking up our first 20 bomb of the day with 20 kill points. And it looks like they did not get the multiplier. There was 1 member of TE that was still alive at the very end there, so they only get the 2.5 ranking points. Imagine if they had the multiplier with the 4 points. It would have been insane. We didn't get to see it happen, but it was still an absolute insane game. 10 kills from QGG, 9 kills from CXZ, and 17S picking up the 1 elimination to confirm the 20 bomb. 14 assists from 17S. That is the play. The support players coming through and doing the work so that all of these teams are able to capitalize with their position 1 and 2 players. Taking a look at our overall scoreboards now that day 2 is completely finished. SS1 at the bottom with 20, 521 with 20.5, Fun Plus Phoenix with 28, WBG with 33.5, ASE with 32.5, JDG with 44.5. Keep in mind, they've all only played 1 day, so they have day 3 to make up these scores. Hopefully they'll be able to make it into the finals, otherwise they're going to be cut from the week, as well as DRG, as well as X1, Bauda, OUG, and KLA. They all still have a day to play. TE, the lowest team to finish on both days with a 63.5 finish. They're going to be in a little bit of a rough spot, granted that the 8 to the bottom score are fully finished in their days, and with an impressive 75.3 points, GG has landed themselves in the top 6 after only 1 game played. The rest of these players with all of their games played. I'm so happy. 101.7 for BBE. They passed the 100-point threshold. I knew they could do it, and I'm so proud of them. Wolves at 105.4, showing that they can contend with the greats. JL at 109.4, showing that they are still a powerhouse to be reckoned with, and an insane, stunning, crazy 124 points for Alliance. Absolute powerhouse team.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Alliance was able to do as well as they did. I've heard from Frostivus, who's part of Alliance, that the coach definitely is super locked in. The guys are firing on all cylinders. It looks like they're going to be for sure going to be making a run at this next week's bi-weekly finals. Now looking over the highlights brought to you by For You Gaming. KLA inside Rebel Yang CXZ doing the work today, locking in, clocking in, taking names for everyone challenging KLA, letting everyone know that he is still one of the premier position 1 players. Now NY7 as well leading the charge for the offense of Alliance, absolutely decimating BP. We've been seeing Wolves Sem as well coming in with the F3 Viper.
I love
finding
that
some
play.
tons of value, doing tons of nuking damage. They spot out JL with the weak body language and quickly make work of them. We're going to see GG, nice cover and moving, able to pick apart WBG and safely cleanse their Yang depletion. Now KLA with the security coming out from the high grounds, letting GG know you're not going to steal this end game from us. We are going to outlast you, and CXZ is going to clutch it up for KLA to close out game 6 of the second week bi-weekly trios. Hadi is going to be getting the MVP though. QGG, lots of damage on the pole sword, going with the defense and attack. Actually, he's gonna have the rupture gale to keep up that cube non-stop for his team. Nice job for him. Hadi kind of plays like a pseudo support and a fail safe on this composition. A lot of the times he's just going to the sky, putting his ultimate down and canceling it at 60%. Now because he does have rupture gale and that cannon, he's able to build up that ultimate very quickly and keep his team in prime position for his Kylan to clutch it out. Nice job from him. He definitely deserves this MVP for the last game for today. Nice to see KLA, one of the titans of the league, showing up big for this last round. Now this is only the second day of the bi-weekly 2. There will be one more day later on this week, and then we will have finals. But what do you think, Seb? I know you haven't seen this meta. This is your first time seeing at least the trio side of the meta. Final thoughts, really looking at all of these?
Well, first things first, we're going to throw to an interview really quick and talk to some of the players about their feelings, and then we can acknowledge my feelings.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have KLA CXZ come to our interview. So please hello to our audience first.
大家好，我是 KLA 的陈元之。
Okay, welcome. 已经是老选手了，不知道我再翻译成中文了，对不对 ？Okay, so the first question will be today KLA really got a huge improvement because I remember for the last bi-weekly regular game, the first day, like 2 days, your team only got around 45 each day, but today your team got more than 60 points. So how do you think about today's game? 那其实我记得上周常规赛的时候 ，KLA 2天基本上每天都拿了45分左右，所以今天也是一个非常大的进步，因为今天拿了比60分还要多。怎么看待今天的比赛呢？
就是阵容熟悉了嘛，就是细节也做得挺好的了。
Okay, so we got more formula for our combinations and we do well in the details. Well, especially for the last game, the final circle, you almost be killed, but you stand until the last second. How did you do that? 那其实尤其最后一把的时候，能感觉到在决赛圈快到梅花桩的时候，当时其实差一点都已经要被，就是尤其是你已经要被其他选手淘汰了，但是还是站到了最后一刻，是怎么做到的？
就因为我 用那个飞机的那个千机侠就上天了嘛，因为我当时看时间马上要缩圈了，我就在天上滞空，因为我当时我有大，然后就是只要我不下来，基本就吃了。
Okay, because Hadi skill helped me to like myself in the sky, so I can like make myself safe in the air, and I have my ultimate at the time. So I think we can be the MVP as long as I stay in the sky, be safe. Okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. So. For today's game, I remember there was one game your team used Udo combinations. And before today, for the first day, only OUG used that combinations. Why you choose to use like Udo combinations in this patch? 那其实我记得今天的比赛当中，你们队伍是唯一一支就是有选用妖刀阵容的。队伍其实，在第一天的常规赛的时候 ，OUG 也做了同样的决策，但是其实效果一般般。为什么仍然去选择这个阵容，在这样的一个版本当中呢？
就是想试一试嘛，因为妖刀的那个强输出还是有点厉害的，但是比赛还是很难玩。
Okay, so we just want to have a try because we think Udo's high damage can help us to get more points. But after that, I think it's just so. Okay, well, could please move on to our answer for treasure? Okay, well, so this time our question is which hero did KOA CXE use in the game 6? 那这次我们的问题是，我们陈山之在第6把用了哪一个英雄呢 ？A 是张起灵 ，B 是宁红叶 ，C 是顾清寒 ，D 是哈迪。So please count down time， 那也是给我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. So what's the answer? 答案是什么呀？
A 张起灵。
Yeah, 答案是answer is A. So today is our Mid-Autumn Festival as well. 那今天也是我们的中秋节。So do you remember what did you do for the last Mid-Autumn Festival? 那其实记不记得上一年的中秋节在干嘛？想想。
好像也是在打比赛吧，也是夏季赛，好像是应该是的。
Oh, so I remember for the last Mid-Autumn Festival, I played for Nbpl as well. So what if today wasn't the competition, what do you want to do? 那如果今天不是比赛日，你其实是打算干什么呢？
我要出门了，就是玩去了。
Okay, I want to go out for play. I know, because for all the Chinese Mid-Autumn Festival, we will have a holiday, like 3 days holiday for this festival. And also, we want to say happy Mid-Autumn Festival to everyone as well. And that's all for today's interview. Bye-bye, everyone.
Like chilling out. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back closing out the day. NARAKA Pro League Trios. Seb, what an exciting day of trios. Now, I wanted to get your thoughts on this. Now that you've seen the meta, what do you think about this 2024 trio season coming up for us leading into Worlds?
Hey man, hats off to the Kylan comp. We got to find a cool name for it. I'll do some workshopping, but it is so much fun. The entertainment value when you have a Kylan diving across the map, just sending shots, throwing people off of cliffs, sending people into the zone as far away as possible from you, coming through from the top of a cliff, dropping down below, swooping in and coming through with the eliminations. I'm loving that Sand Siphon is still a thing. Xiphon is still a crazy cool comp, and the tactical nukes coming back into the meta is, I think, my favorite part of the atmosphere that we have created in this 2024 trio season. It is so entertaining, and it is amazing to see how much the game has grown from this starting comp, the starting rules, the entertainment value, the player value, the competitive aspect. Everything is just elevated to this whole new level that we've always wanted to take it, but we've never been able to until now. And it's just great vibes all around, man. I've been jumping out of my seat the entire time. My entire apartment is very upset with me for how loud I've been yelling, and it has just been the greatest time.
Looking at the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen, SS1, tough break for them. They'll be back for their day 2 at 20, 5-1, not here today. FPX, solid first day, 28. It's very, very hard to get kills in this lobby, and as long as you make it around the 30 point, like I said, I believe qualifying is probably going to be around 60 points. Right now, it's at 47.3. That's going to be rising, though, as we go on. Some teams are able to get 60 points just in one day. ERG, almost 60 points. Bauda, almost 60 points in one day. OUG, almost 60 points in one day. KLA, 60 points in one day. Big performance from them. TE overall, getting to that 63 point mark for their 2 days. Now, they are going to have to wait and see how everyone else does, but I imagine they are going to be sweating it as other teams play their final day. GG at 75.3, massive day coming out from them. EWG had a really, really good first day and a good day for their day 2 at 90.4, probably securing their spot, for sure securing their spot. BBE, massive first day at 70, 32, another solid day. It's all about being solid in this group play. Now you do take the points into the weekly finals. Wolves 65.4, 40 points for their day 2. JL, back-to-back massive days, going over that threshold, but Alliance showing their dominance. Now looking at the last bi-weekly, Chuzangs were able to win solos. Wolves, most dominant match point performance. 4 games winning it. Who is going to win this next bi-weekly final for solos or trios? Now, moving forward, it's the map rotation. We got to get this stuff memorized. We get started out with the Perdoria on the nighttime, followed by Hallroth, Morisile, daytime, following up by Perdoria, daytime, and ending it with back-to-back Firefly days. Now, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you, Seb, sharing the new meta, seeing how the meta is still evolving. A lot of new stuff coming out. New Jade system, new glyphs, new characters. We haven't really seen the new Wu Chen show up as much. He's mainly been used defensively, but he's gone nowhere. All of the old compositions are still kicking, but we still have a new comp here to stay, and that's that hottie zipping Kylan. Now, initially when Kylan did come out, we were wondering whether or not he was going to be utilized really well, just because his damage was underwhelming. And then suddenly they buffed his damage and he became such a juggernaut to deal with. Now, what's exciting to see is how well this rule set has been panning out for bringing excitement for us as casters, for you guys as viewers, and as players. How much more excitement there are in the early game, in the middle game with the Yang, and now with the end game with the Spirit World. It's still going to be up to question of whether or not the White Tiger bus and the potential of the Thanos snap being there, where you can just get that chain reaction and explode the lobby. It definitely provides a lot of excitement and gives you something to work for. Now, is that a little bit OP? Who's to say? It's definitely something interesting, something new, something fresh, and something wild that it's going to be evolving as we get closer to NBPL finals and worlds at the end of this year.
Yeah, it is something that I am absolutely in love with, and I gotta say, likewise, Raven, every single time we get together for the cast, I feel like you always bring out the best in my casting abilities. I'm always learning so much with your technical knowledge of the game. It's just an absolute blessing to be here. I'm so excited, and on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. I've been your host and caster, Seb. I've been joined alongside Raven PLZ. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.